Hello, today I'm going to be teaching you the foundations of AI marketing. I'm going to turn you into an AI marketing powerhouse. And with everything in this video, you're going to save so much time and you're going to improve the quality of your marketing. And by the way, my name's Ozzy Flowers. I've scaled multiple marketing agencies and worked with some huge brands. So everything that you're learning here is tried and tested. We're going to start by looking at the mental models or the principles that we need to understand to be successful AI marketers. And we're then going to transition to understanding a little bit more about what AI is about and what is actually possible. From there, we're going to get a little bit more practical and we're going to learn to use the big LLMs like ChatGPT or Claude in a better way. We're going to build out assistants, messaging guidelines, tone of voice documents, all those kinds of things. Then we're going to transition to more advanced NAM workflows where you're going to build some pretty badass agents. And just quickly before we begin, if you want to slash like 90% of your marketing costs and save a ton of time, check the link in the description. Let's get started.
So welcome to the core principles module. Now, this isn't going to be a very practical module. We're not going to be building anything here, but we are going to be learning some theory and the mental models that are going to really help you succeed as you get deeper into this journey with AI, business, marketing, whatever it is, whether it's for your business, for a client, or just for fun. These mental models or these theories are really going to supercharge everything you do. So let's get started. The first one is systems theory. And systems theory is a way of breaking down complex phenomena into easily digestible or easily understandable parts. Now, a system is comprised of 4 different parts. The first is an input, the second is a process, the third is an output, and the fourth is feedback. And almost everything that humans do or create can be understood as a system. The body can be understood as a system, or machines can be understood as a system. But actually, it extends much further than that. So even a tree growing in nature or an ecosystem, that can be understood via systems philosophy as well as the movement of planets and stars in the sky. So it really is a wide-reaching philosophy that, if you master, enables you to understand very complicated things and also identify areas to improve. I'm going to give you an example because at the moment it's probably a little bit arcane, a little bit abstract. So imagine that you are a chef in a world famous tapas restaurant and you're creating your famous patatas bravas. First thing you're going to do is you're going to get your ingredients. Now, in a system, that's your inputs. The second thing you're going to do is you're going to peel the potatoes. You're going to create the paprika sauce. You're going to prepare everything, basically going through the cooking process. And as I've just used that word, you can guess what part that is. That is the processes of that system. Next up, we've got our outputs, which is the delicious portion of patatas bravas that you are ready to serve to your hungry customers. And then finally, we get feedback. And in this case, the feedback is going to be the customer telling the waitress, oh, that food was delicious. And in a nutshell, that's how a system functions. We've got that input, that process, that output, and that feedback. So we've got the ingredients, we've got the processes that we go through to prepare them, we've got the outputs, which is the dish, and then we've got the feedback, which is the customer's comments after eating them. And when it comes to AI systems, it's very similar, except the inputs are almost always data. The processes are going to be the automation tools, the large language models, or the prompts that we use. And then the outputs, again, are going to be data, but in some organized or structured form. And that could be copy, it could be an image, it could be an analysis report. There's tons of ways that that data can be formatted. But mostly speaking, we're going to have data inputs, we're going to have prompts or tools or LLM processing in the middle, and then we're going to have a data output. Then finally, the feedback is either going to be users that we send that data to, what do they say, or it's going to be our marketing metrics. Are we getting followers? Are we getting sales? All of those sorts of things. Now, I'm going to give you an example of an AI system just to really distill or crystallize this in your mind so it makes a little bit more sense. And actually, you can build this system yourself in a later module, so you've got that to look forward to. So imagine that you're creating an automation that analyzes your customers' social media performance and turns it into insights for your business, your client, whoever it is. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to work out what the inputs are. So in this case, it's going to be competitor post data. It's going to be their performance metrics. How many views did it get? How much engagement? It's going to be the post caption and it's going to be the post creative. From there, you're going to build your processes, which are the prompts that analyze the data, turn it into a report, and then format it correctly as a PDF ready to send. And then finally, your feedback is going to be whether or not the recipient, whether that's yourself or a client or someone else in your business. It's whether or not they find it useful. And you can see that breaking it down like this is really powerful, because if there's any problems, it really helps you identify where they are, especially if it's a really complex system. So if we go back to the example of the restaurant, let's imagine that the owner of the restaurant, if that's you, changes suppliers, and now you've got different ingredients. You keep the processes the same, the output is more or less the same, you think, and the feedback process is the same. Everything else is identical, but you've changed the ingredients. But suddenly customers start saying, no, this is terrible. We do not like this. What has happened? The quality has gone down the drain. Then you know that the problem is in the inputs and you need to address the inputs. Equally, let's say that you hired a new chef and they had a slightly different process. They cooked the potatoes for 2 minutes more, or maybe 2 minutes less. They changed something in that process stage. And then you've got the same inputs, the same ingredients. The processes have changed. The output is more or less the same, but the feedback again is bad. Then you know you need to go back to that process stage and you need to analyze what has changed and what has caused a negative effect. But you don't have to use this process just in a negative sense. It can also be positive. You can identify areas to improve and get better. And by changing one variable at a time within a system, maybe one part of the input or one part of the process, you can really iterate and create something incredibly powerful. So that is what systems, or the power of systems thinking, is going to unlock for you. And it's not just useful for AI-powered marketing or AI-powered business tools or even automations. It's useful for every facet of life. You can break down anything: complex social relationships, your churn rate for your staff, honestly, or your financial management. The options, the opportunities are limitless. So it's really, really powerful. So just to sum it up, systems theory is going to help you break down complex systems. It's going to help you identify the most important concepts and steps within those systems, and it's going to help you build better systems. So hopefully you've taken some value from that already, because this is one of the things that helped me propel my businesses in the past forward massively. And this is what helped me build successful agencies with high run rates. Understanding systems theory. This is at the core of everything that we're doing. Okay, next up we have progress like a river. Sounds a bit weird, right? But stick with me, I'll try and explain it. So we've got Heraclitus, right? And he's one of the first Western philosophers. And he famously wrote that no man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river and he's not the same man. And in a very strange way, our AI systems are the same because they're dynamic. They're not like normal automations where they're getting pretty much the same data every time and running through the same steps. That's something that we call non-deterministic. So they can take different actions depending on the inputs that they have, guarded or guided by our system prompting and the way that we program them. So let's think about those AI systems for a second. We've got new data constantly flowing through them. It's very rare that we're putting the same data through a system. They're non-deterministic, like I explained. They're going to act in ways that we can't necessarily predict before. They're going to make a decision about which steps they're going to take and which ones are important to complete the task. And also their processes are going to change over time. Nothing in this space stands still for very long. It's accelerated. Nothing in life stays still for long, right? Eventually, all of the things around you, look around you, all of these things will one day be gone, including you. Maybe that's a little bit deep. Maybe we should cut that. Or maybe we'll leave that bit in. I don't know. We'll see. I'll leave it up to the editor. But anyway, everything is changing all the time. Everything is changing all the time in the AI space. And that means that our automations have to change. We have to update them. They have to deal with different problems and they have to find new ways to overcome obstacles. Now, there's a temptation when you start anything like this, and it's a form of perfectionism, which we'll get into soon. But we want to think in a linear way. We want to draw a straight line from where we are to our goal. But this assumes that all of the factors will stay the same, when chances are they won't. It also presumes that we know everything that we need to know before starting, and the chances of that are incredibly low. Instead, we should follow a river's example, because whilst the flow of a river is seemingly chaotic, it's ultimately the perfect way for water to flow from high ground to low ground, because that's essentially what a river's goal is. If a river can have a goal, but that's what it's doing. It's water going from high ground to low ground. Now, the journey that river is going to take depends upon its environment. That's why you very rarely see a river that's just a straight line. It's going to meander, it's going to twist, it's going to turn. And that's because it's taking the path of least resistance. It might not be the most efficient in terms of distance, but it is the most efficient in terms of input and time and all of those things. And like a river, when a more efficient pathway opens up, the water is going to abandon its previous route and it's going to take that path instead. And as an AI systems designer or as an AI marketer, we should be following the exact same principles. We should be following the path of least resistance to our goal, even if it's not always the quickest. And a practical example, sometimes in your automative flow, sometimes in your automations, you're going to want to add an extra code step just to clean the data a little bit more. You could do it with one less step, but actually it's a lot easier and a lot quicker just to clean the data there and move on. Secondly, you're going to install guardrails, and these are like the banks of the river. So you're happy for the river or your automation to operate in between certain parameters, but you don't want it to go outside of that. So you're going to establish that river bank for the water, or in our case, the data to flow. Next up, we've got prioritizing simplicity and efficiency. And this really is a variation of taking the path of least resistance. But just remember, what you're trying to do is achieve a goal. You're not trying to create a piece of art. You're not trying to create an automation or a process or use a tool in a way that makes everyone amazed. You're just trying to get stuff done quicker. So don't overcomplicate it. Just get it done however you can, but make sure that it's not getting too crazy. And next up, and the final part of this section, is adapting no matter how far from our preconceptions. So before we build an AI system or before we start using an AI tool, we're going to have tons and tons of preconceptions swirling around in our heads about how the tool should work, what it should enable us to do, or what the flow should look like. If that doesn't match reality, you're going to have a bad time. And trust me, if you try and cling on to false beliefs over what you're actually experiencing or what you're seeing in the flesh, these false beliefs are always going to lose, or you're going to have a bad time. So what you need to do instead is just abandon those preconceptions and deal with the reality that's in front of you. Just understand what is the situation, where am I trying to get to, and leave it at that. So that's our second principle, which is progress like a river. Which brings us to our third principle, which is failing fast and debug often. Now, I alluded to this earlier, but we have a perfectionist problem in society. And that's mainly due to our schooling and exam-based education, especially in the West. So I'm from England in the Southwest and obviously did tons of exams growing up. I've got lots of qualifications, but how many of them are useful? I'm not really sure. But what this educational process does is it means that we think mastery is performing without error, but that's a complete fallacy. That is incorrect. We think that the best people in a said field make the least mistakes. And the truth is they've actually made the most mistakes. They may make less mistakes now, but they had to make a ton of mistakes to get to where they are. And guys, I hate to break it to you, but as humans, we are imperfect and we are destined to make mistakes, but we are not defined by them. We're defined by our reaction to them instead. And I know how frustrating this can be when you just can't get the bloody thing to work like you want it to, but this is all necessary. What you learn from those mistakes is far more valuable than what you learn from a system going right first time. And as I'm a Brit and we love our football, I'm a fan of Arsenal. I hope many of you are too. If any of you are fans of Manchester United, not good. I'm just playing. But in football, and especially the Premier League, the best attackers obviously score the most goals, but they also take the most shots. And they also miss more shots than anyone else. And the difference between them and attackers that aren't as good is that they see mistakes as progress towards an eventual goal. And this is super important. So every shot they take, even if it doesn't go right, they're one step closer to getting that goal, to getting what they want. Whereas a player that's psychology, or to a player with less understanding of sports psychology or less in control of their emotions, every mistake is just evidence that they're not as good as they should be and that they shouldn't be on that pitch. And you need to pick which of those people you're going to be. And trust me, you want to be the first. Make the mistakes, but power through anyway. See it as progress, inevitable progress towards your goal. And that's how champions think. Again, let's bring this back round to the AI marketer's mindset. And when building tools, automations, or using AI, remember, errors are inevitable, errors are necessary for powerful systems, and errors tell you what to refine and how to fix it. And there's one other thing that I want to mention here before we finish, and that is something I call the planning trap. Now, lots of us are planners, and we think that it's an important step for success. But you could spend your entire life planning a simple social media post writing automation, and within days of running it, you'd immediately find 10 ways to improve it. And what I mean by that is there is no substitute for the feedback of an active or running automation. Don't spend so long planning something that you never get it live and you don't actually test it in the real world, because I promise you that is what's going to get you to where you want to be quicker than anything. And the same goes for using AI tools, whether it's just ChatGPT's image generation or it's something more complex like building out an agent flow. Just launch the thing, test it, see how it goes, and then iterate from there. If you spend all your life planning, it's just a form of procrastination. And I'm going to look at the camera when I say this because it's really important. Do not use planning as a way of procrastinating. You need to move and you need to build momentum. And that's only going to come by taking bold action. So what's the lesson in all of this? Build quickly, test for errors, and improve your processes. And if you do this for long enough, you will build something incredible. I can assure you of that. Okay, and our next principle is the empirical approach. And we've gone very philosophical today, as you can see. But these are timeless principles that are going to aid you not just in your journey with AI marketing and business, but in every aspect of your life. So I'm hoping that you're going to take more than just business advice from this course. But anyway, I'm going to start this section by asking you a question. Would you rather have an AI agent that works exactly how you need it to, but you don't understand why? So let's say that you set up a graphic design agent. Every time you need a graphic, you just message it quickly via Telegram, and it produces the graphic perfectly as you want it every time. But you can't remember how you set it up. You don't think you could really repeat it and do it again, and you're not really sure even what tools it's using to give you the outputs that you want. Or you can have a perfect theoretical understanding of the perfect automation, but you just can't build it. Every time you try, it's not quite right. You know precisely what you need to do, but whether it's limitations on NAN or whether you just can't pick the right module, whatever it is, it doesn't happen. It just doesn't come together. Now, as practical professionals, the answer should be incredibly clear to you. It should be we prioritize what works, even if we don't fully understand it. And what this sort of highlights is that there's a little bit of conflict between knowledge and theory and action and empiricism and learning from the real world. And that conflict is and the reason for that conflict is because of something that I call the knowledge paralysis. And that is that people are often paralyzed by their perceived lack of knowledge. It's so common to come into a new space or even a space that you've been in for a long time and just stare into the void of everything that you do not know about the topic. And from there, you're probably going to presume that there's a single nugget of truth or just a single thing that if you understood and comprehended, everything else would be easy. But it's not the case. It's a lie that you're telling yourself, because really, there's only two things: where you are and where you want to get to. And what's going to bridge that gap is a commitment to making something that works, prioritizing action over theory, and sometimes even prioritizing action over logic. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you should neglect theory entirely, but about a 20% to 80% split between spending time learning the theory and planning and 80% of the time taking action is probably about right. And I just want to close out this section by saying, remember, this isn't software development. We're dealing with non-deterministic systems and we cannot perfectly control them. The rules are different. And in this world, speed, relentlessness, and efficiency are superpowers. So do not neglect them. And that brings us on to our final principle, which is no kings. And it might sound funny for me to sell you at the end of this module to potentially ignore everything that I've said above, but thinking for yourself is so vital. And if you do disagree with anything within this module, please question it. And that's something Toby and I really encourage. And the reason for that is because this is quite a new space. There's no established authorities yet. And this is because the knowledge gap between you and someone at the top of the AI automation or the AI marketing world is 100 times less than it would be in an established industry like investment banking. So let's say you started investment banking tomorrow. The gap between you and someone at the absolute pinnacle is going to be just 100 times, if not 1,000 times larger than the gap is now between you and someone at the top of the AI automation or AI marketing space. And this is great, really, because it creates a ton of opportunity for you. It presents you with the chance to really create your own niche or just really grab hold of something and make it your own. And it somewhat makes you a little bit like the first families who chased their manifest destiny across America, traveling a path that perhaps no one did ever before. And it's going to be a bit like that for you. There's going to be times where you're solving problems that nobody has before, and you will feel somewhat alone. But luckily, part of a great community. Remember, Toby and I are here for you to help you, and also other members of the group will be more than happy to assist where they can. But never abandon that principle of self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency is so important for entrepreneurs, but with AI, it's 10 times more important, because that is what AI enables you to become. It's truly self-sufficient. You don't need to rely on other employees necessarily. You don't need to rely on resources inherited from parents. You have all of the tools at your fingertips to succeed. So just remember, there's not always going to be an established answer for your questions. And sometimes you will just have to roll your sleeves up and dig yourself out. But over time, as the industry matures, that will change. But you are here at the beginning of it, and that's going to give you huge leverage in the future. So that brings us to the end of the core principle or the key principle module. I hope that you've enjoyed it. I hope it's helpful. And I know that you're going to come back to some of these principles as you go through the course. So I'm very happy to be the one introducing them to you. Thank you for your time and take care. Welcome to the What is AI module. Now, in this module, we're going to give you all of the information you need to understand how AI works and how that affects the systems that you build. So let's get started. Firstly, what is AI? AI refers to the capability of machines to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. So rather than thinking of AI as a thing, this mysterious black box that something goes on inside of it that we don't really understand, it's better to think of it as the output of a system. And that system typically operates as follows. It processes a lot of data. It recognizes patterns within that data. Then it makes predictions about future data sets. And finally, it gets feedback. And from that feedback, it improves itself. That's essentially the system or the processes that every AI tool uses. Now, by enabling machines or software to follow each of these steps, gradually these machines start to display something that's similar to human intelligence. I don't think it's quite the same, but they demonstrate the capacity to learn, to adapt, and to improvise. Whereas traditional machines or traditional software just deterministically follow their programming. They never change it, they never swerve from it, they never make a different decision. They just do exactly what they're programmed to do. Whereas especially agentic systems and systems that exhibit intelligence or artificial intelligence, they can actually adapt and modify what they're doing. And that is where the power of these systems lie. Now, within artificial intelligence, there's lots of different types, but the one that we're primarily interested in is an LLM, or a large language model. It's a specific type of AI that specializes in understanding and generating human language. And almost all of the big names in the AI world are LLMs. Bit of a mouthful there. So all of the big names in the AI world are LLMs, including ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and DeepSeek. Now, LLMs are great for tasks that involve analysis, copywriting, speech, and sentiment analysis. But their actual scope is so much wider and so much broader than this. So don't think they're limited to just these things. They really can just process any form of natural language, and they can almost show an understanding of what it means. Now, You might be wondering, how long have these AI systems been around? And they've actually been around a lot longer than you think. They trace their roots back to the 1950s, but following that developmental journey is, quite frankly, a little bit arcane, a little bit boring, and it's not necessary for what we need to do. And if you remember, we're trying to do things in simple and efficient ways, so we only need to know as much as we need to know to get our systems to work. So we're not actually going to go through it, and we're just going to split the AI world into two eras. You've got pre-ChatGPT and you've got post-ChatGPT. Everything before ChatGPT was clunky, it was narrow, it was slow, and everything after was more dynamic, exciting, and filled with potential. So, long story short, whilst the AI development cycle has been going on since the 1950s, the tools that are really transforming marketing and business today are mostly from the last 3 to 5 years, with the most dramatic changes coming in 2022 when ChatGPT was released to the public for the first time. So let's take a look at how AIs actually work. And this is an incredibly dense topic, so we're only going to focus on the things that are going to improve your ability to use AI tools for your marketing, for your business, or your client, whatever it may be. And just understand that a lot of the analogies here are going to relate to the human mind. And that's not because I'm saying AI has intelligence like we do or consciousness. It's just that the functions of the way that AI works is most closely resembled to the mind. So that's why we're using those analogies. We will have a quick discussion at the end about what I personally think about AI intelligence and consciousness, because it's a very interesting debate and probably very important for the survival of humanity, which is a topic that none of us can afford to neglect. But anyway, so when we input a sentence to an LLM, it doesn't immediately or intuitively understand the words like you or I do. Instead, it has to break them down into something called tokens. Now, these tokens are then converted into numbers, and then these numbers are used to make predictions. But first, before we get into that more advanced understanding of how it's going to output or reply to your natural language, we first need to understand what is the point of tokens or how do they function. So let's take the word unhappiness. With unhappiness, it may be broken down into un, meaning not, happy, being the emotion, and ness, making it a noun. And like I said, it's really important to understand why it or how it breaks these tokens down, or how it breaks words into tokens, because often models charge by the number of tokens that you input or that the model outputs. And sometimes with APIs, for example, you're going to have limited requests based upon the tokens amount, based upon the token amounts, meaning that you might have to change your prompt or change the inputs or ask for less of an output to actually get the model to do what you want. So it's a really important feature to understand. And every model tokenizes slightly different, so you'll have to do a little bit more research, but understanding tokenization as a broad concept gets you 90% of the way there. So anyway, like I said, once an LLM tokenizes your input or prompt, it's then going to convert each token into a string of numbers. Then based upon these numbers, it's going to look for patterns that it learned during its training to predict what strings of numbers are most likely to follow. When it's decided what strings of numbers are most likely to follow, it's then going to re-tokenize these and finally convert it into natural language. So when ChatGPT or Claude is replying to you, it's really making a mathematical prediction that it then encodes as natural language. So it's super interesting how it functions. And people say like maths is at the root of everything, and it's the most foundational subject in all of the sciences, in all of academia. This is one of those examples. But anyway, you might be wondering, how on earth does a machine make these calculations? Well, LLMs have something called a neural network, which is essentially a web of artificial neurons or brain cells that are each specialized for a certain function. So when you consult an LLM, it in turn consults its neurons. And previously, one of the ChatGPT models had 175 billion. I think by now it's well over a trillion. So it's tons. They're really getting more and more advanced. And one day maybe they'll have as many artificial neurons as our brains have neurons. And then it would be really interesting to see what these models would be capable of. But this is one of the ways that AI is improving, and why it gets better and understands us better and can process data better, recognize more patterns, all these things. So anyway, when you consult an LLM, it's essentially in turn consulting its neurons, and the process is kind of like a vote. And each neuron is going to say, yeah, I think this is the word that is next. And the LLM of choice, let's say ChatGPT, is essentially going to side with the one that gets the most votes. Now, you can alter this with things like temperature, which increase the randomness of outputs, for example. But for this core foundational example, this is going to get you again 90% of the way. And again, I just want to reinforce the understanding that it's almost kind of like a bit of a vote is really important for understanding how your prompting works, because when you prompt, you're establishing the initial pattern that the LLM is trying to link to. So this is why I always say prompting is the most foundational skill in the AI world, because AI can do tons and tons of things, but getting it to understand precisely what you want it to do or the output that you need, that is the skill. And that is why you should never overlook prompting. And it's a relatively non-technical skill that if you master, really all of these AI tools are going to give you so much power just pulsating at your fingertips. So do not neglect your prompting, and luckily we've got a module on that very soon coming up for you. So next up, context windows, and this is the final sort of foundational feature that is going to be really important to you on a day-to-day basis. And the context window of an AI is essentially its working memory. It's a bit like we can only handle a certain number of papers on our desks or remember a certain number of digits at any one time. AI is no different, except AI's working memory is measured in tokens. And the more you feed your LLM, obviously the more tokens it has to remember, and often the harder it's going to find staying on task and remembering the key details. And this is often why ChatGPT will hallucinate a lot, or especially over long chats. Obviously, sometimes it hallucinates anyway because it doesn't know the information. It really doesn't want to let you down, so it's just going to make something up. And of course, there are ways to prompt it not to do that, or there are other tools, but different story. We're getting sidetracked here. But just remember that there's a limited amount of sort of working memory or things that the AI can keep in its sort of processes at any one time. And if you exceed that, you're going to get bad results and things aren't going to work as well. And this is why you want, when you get more advanced, you're going to understand about RAG databases and vectorization and all these sort of things that improve the way that your AI systems can recall information. But from an absolute beginner's perspective, this is why I love Claude, because whilst ChatGPT supposedly has a longer context window on some of its models, in my experience, Claude really grips hold of the information you give it and remembers it far better. And that's one of the main reasons that I love working with Claude. Doesn't mean I don't work with ChatGPT. I do all the time. Actually, I probably use it more than Claude, but working with Claude is just a joy. So anyway, what is the difference between models? And I've kind of already got ahead of myself there and started talking about some of the differences, but let's formalize it. Let's go through some of the ones that you're probably aware of. Maybe some of them you're not. And we can talk about some differences, because the beauty of this AI space, and especially when you get more advanced using tools like NAN, is that you can combine these models based upon what they're good at, and you can create something truly special, truly unique. You can even bounce them off each other, which is awesome. Like, honestly, it's awesome. It's like a conversation between people with huge brains. It's wicked. But anyway, like I said, you've probably tried a few different models, and you've probably noticed that they excel at different tasks. And there's so much sort of minutia or variance between the systems. But like predominantly, it's going to be the training data that makes the biggest impact on the outputting data or what they're good at. And because every model is trained differently, they're going to see different patterns. They're going to just respond in different ways, you know? So number one, ChatGPT, there's so many models to choose from. There's a great number of general tools that are attached to it. And there's multiple models to fit your price requirements. There's, you know, just tons of additional features. It just really is like, if you had to pick one LLM to use for the rest of your life, it probably would be ChatGPT, just because of its versatility and the fact that it's always improving. Although it can be a little bit prone to hallucinations. Like as I'm recording this video, it's actually Glastonbury Festival, so I'm sure many people are hallucinating as we speak. But yeah, sometimes ChatGPT can be a little bit too general as well, because it's trained on so much data and trying to appeal to so many people. It doesn't really have that like deep specialism. It's like if I read a book on sales, I'm like, okay, cool, that's good, but it's quite general. Whereas if I read a book on sales for agencies, suddenly like I'm like, oh wow, this is really, you know, specific to me. Now I'm going to take more for it. And finally, if I read a book about sales for agencies in the UK where the founder is a man, for example, that's like hyper relevant to me, and I'm going to get even more from that. So ChatGPT is like general. It's going to be good at lots of things, but sometimes you need like a more specific tool for the job. Next up, we've got Claude. Fantastic context window. I've already sung Claude's praises. I don't work for Claude, I promise. I don't think they even do affiliate links. I can't even give you an affiliate link. But anyway, Claude's great at analyzing data. It's really strong from a coding perspective. Also, they're really big on like the ethical and safety guidelines, which actually, like, you know, it's a bit one of those things that I feel like, you know, maybe I'm like, oh, before my time, but I actually think that's kind of important, because whenever there is a technology that has the potential to change the world in the way that AI does, like this, you know, don't get this wrong, this could eradicate people's jobs. It could, you know, could completely revolutionize things. It can allow small businesses to compete with very big businesses. It's truly like a groundbreaking technology. And wherever you have that level of opportunity, it is also fraught with danger. With great power comes great responsibility. So I do actually like that about Claude. But probably the biggest problem is how low the limits are, unless you have their max plan, which is like $90 a month at the time of recording. And you're going to hit them all the time, and it's going to be really frustrating. So, if you don't have the pro package for them or the max package, it can be a very frustrating experience. Next up, we've got Gemini, and that's Google's contribution to the LLM world, formerly called Bard. Bard was terrible, by the way. Gemini is much, much better. And the best part about Gemini is probably that it's deeply integrated with Google's services. It's also really good for its humanistic copywriting. But still, for me personally, and many other people feel the same way, it can be a little bit random. Like sometimes it feels like, whoa, that was a bit of a left field response, and the information can be a bit jumbled up, but it can be very good. And with the way that sort of some of Google's services are going with like their video production and things like that, I think it's one that you definitely need to learn, because it's going to become a bigger player in the future, especially as Google puts more and more of their budget into what they're doing. Next up, we've got Grok, and Grok is an interesting one. It's one actually I hardly ever use, but it's good sometimes because it's less censored than other models, and it tends to have its finger on the pulse in regards to the social trends of the day. And that's because that's the data that it's really trained on. The downsides here, and this is a joke, like if anyone really loves Elon Musk, please understand it's a joke. I honestly, like I say to all of my friends, my family all the time, if I don't explicitly say something is a joke, just presume it is a joke. I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm just trying to have a good time with you guys and make this a little bit fun. But I always say Grok has an ugly name, and Elon Musk keeps trying to turn it into a propaganda bot. And that's a little bit worrying for me. Just a little bit, all right? But it's good for social trends, and yeah, it does have value. So just use it when you need to. Next up, we've got DeepSeek, and this is just one of China's many contributions to this space, and it's cheap and cheerful. It's good for coding and it's good for math tasks. But my biggest concern about it is where does your data end up? Like, nobody really knows, and it's a little bit of a black box in that sense. But DeepSeek can be really useful, especially if it's like cost related. You can, DeepSeek often is the answer if you want to reduce the cost of what you're running. And finally, we're going to talk about Llama, and this is like Meta's contribution. And I ummed and ahed about whether or not I'd put this in there. But the reason I did is because it has very specific use cases, particularly for businesses that want their own sort of internal version of ChatGPT that adheres to the sort of data protection policies. So whether you're a lawyer or a medical firm or something like this, where you really need to protect your data, Llama is great because it's open source, meaning you can run it absent of like the cloud servers or whatever you're accessing ChatGPT via. You can run it on your own local machines, and this means that the data is never leaving your sort of business or company. So actually, like a lot of the high-end AI development projects are going to be Llama based or something like that, because of those privacy concerns. And it's really, really cool, but it does require a lot of expertise to set up. But hey, if you want to play around with it, just head onto your phone now, Instagram, WhatsApp, whatever, and you can speak to the AI. But be careful, because tons of people are like putting really personal information in that, and they don't realize it's public source. People can see the sort of questions that people are asking. They're like, I'm having an affair, what should I do? And it's like, now everyone's seeing that. Of course, most of the people doing this are of a certain age. So again, not to offend anyone, but just be careful out there if you're using it. All right, finally, the variety and diversity of models is actually a great thing for your business, like I said, because it means we can pick and choose depending on the task that we have. So you can weave these together into complex chains, and it's just really nice to have that flexibility, and you just sort of have the power of all of them at your fingertips, which is great. So I promised we talk about very quickly about whether or not AIs have general intelligence, and this comes from the fact that I love philosophy, as you can probably tell from this and the previous module. So I just want to give my input on this, because it's a big topic, right? If AI truly can become conscious, it probably spells the end of the human race, right? Even if it can achieve general intelligence, then we don't know what the world looks like after that. So I'll level it with you like this, because it's one of my areas of interest is the philosophy of consciousness, or philosophy of mind. And the truth is, we know very little about our own consciousness. Some of us like to argue that it doesn't exist. Others think that it's all that exists, or we spiritualize it in some way. But if we're being honest, it's very mysterious, and we don't really understand it. And that makes assessing AI consciousness very difficult, because we don't even really understand what it means for ourselves to be conscious. How can we assess whether an AI is? But nonetheless, here's my take. At its heart, AI and LLMs are a prediction-based model that function almost entirely upon pattern recognition, expressed as mathematical equations. And this makes them very good with predictable tasks. But sort of general intelligence is more about converting chaos into order. It's the creation of novel concepts, and every so often it requires a lot of irrationality. And with AI's current configuration, I just can't see it really achieving these things necessarily in our lifetime. Hey, let's say maybe we can double, triple, or 10x the sort of processing power of these AI models, and suddenly it looks very different. But as it stands,
I just can't see it. And when I think about an AI, knowing what it's like, that sort of sinking sadness of a loved one leaving in a car in the pouring rain, or the joy of holding your first child in your arms, that's something that these machines will never truly understand. And the question is whether that's related to consciousness or whether that's a human thing. So it's very interesting. Not to bore you, I'm sure some of you will have switched off by this point, but hopefully you've got what the intention of this module is. You know more about AI than you did before, and hopefully this makes you more comfortable and equips you with the skills and knowledge needed to go forth and make some incredible systems. So thank you guys, and I'll see you in the next module. Hello and welcome to the What is Possible module. In this module, we're going to give you the rundown on everything you can use AI and AI tools for related to your marketing. So let's get started. But before we go any further, why should you care about this stuff? The fact that you're part of this community and part of this course suggests that you already have a little bit of an idea. But this can be a useful thing to know when someone asks, why do you think AI is the solution? It's good to have an answer. So it all comes down to efficiency. I've never spoken to a business owner, whether that's a friend, a client, just somebody I've met in the street, that doesn't wish there were a few more hours in the day. And the reason they wish there were more hours, because if they were, they could do more, they could get to their goals faster, and they could spend more time with their family, do all the things that they love. Now, the old way of increasing your business's efficiency or clawing back more time for yourself was by hiring an employee. But the problem with employees is that they're increasingly expensive, sometimes unreliable, and they're very resource heavy to train. Now, for small businesses, this means they can really struggle to actually get the momentum that they need to have enough resource to hire an employee. Same for startups. But with larger corporates, you tend to find that when somebody doesn't know how to solve a problem, they just throw employees at it until something clicks. And then you've got a really bloated system where you've got tons of people doing work that probably could be easily automated or done in another way. And that's where AI comes in. Now, the AI tools and agents that we're going to teach you in this course, they operate a little bit like employees. And admittedly, they're not going to be as good as a really good, really solid, high-performing employee, but they're nowhere near as bad as a terrible one either. They're somewhere in the middle. But on top of that, they're much cheaper to run. They never call in sick, and they enable you that freedom and that time back. So whether you're a business owner, whether you're a marketing manager or director, or whether you're an agency, imagine if you never needed to write a social post again, or never needed to design an email, or if your ad campaigns were just ready waiting for you to improve. All of this is possible with AI. And with your overarching direction and guidance, you can do all of this for less than $1 a day. That really is what AI can do for you. And if that doesn't excite you, then I'm afraid this is the wrong community for you, because that is what we're all about here. And just to crank up that excitement a bit more, because I think it's really important to enjoy this, because this is a fun process. This is a creative process, regardless of what other people may say. I'm going to show you some of the best use cases for AI in your marketing. So let's start here with this ad. So we're just going to watch it together now. So this ad was shown live in the NBA Finals. Look at this. This is completely generated by Google's VEO3. It costs 95% less than a normal television advert, and as you can see, it's absolutely crazy. It's intense. All right, guys, you get the idea. That was a fully AI generated ad, and that aired at the NBA Finals. So if a company like Kalshi are prepared to do this and it works for them, why not your business? You have access to the same resources as these guys. And especially if you're a smaller business and you don't have the budget, the playing field is being leveled every day with these tools. You can fight back against these guys and you can win. So this is really exciting. The second thing I want to show you is a quick demo of a voice agent. So let's have a look at this. This can be used to create bookings, say for hairdressers or even a dental clinic or something like that.
Hi, am I speaking with Zubair Trabzada?
Yes.
Great, thanks for confirming. This is Jarvis from the AI Workshop AI Agency. I'm calling to remind you about your upcoming consultation regarding AI automations and workflows for your business. Your consultation for AI agent automation is scheduled between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. on Tuesday, May 6th. Does that time still work for you?
Yeah, can you tell me a bit more details about the appointment? I can't remember exactly what I scheduled this for.
Absolutely. Your appointment is a consultation focused on AI agent automation for your business. During this session, we'll discuss how AI agents can help streamline your workflows.
Right, guys, I'm going to cut it there because you get the idea. So this isn't even actually a very good example. It gives you an idea of the functionality, but the voice, for example, it's clearly like robotic. But with 11 Labs and where it is now, you can add a lot more emotion into these voices. You can make them a lot more personable. Also, as well, there's an issue with the messaging guidelines for that specific voice agent there, but it gives you an idea that actually you can field these calls and they can dynamically respond, pulling from a knowledge base. And this is, in the next couple of years, this is going to be standard practice for all kinds of customer service focused businesses or businesses that need to have some sort of front facing customer service. So this is super exciting. This is just a really simple demonstrative piece. What we're going to teach you in this course, and dare I say it, is much better. So look out for that one because it's really cool. And even if your business or your clients or yourself, you don't need this, it's still quite a fun one to create, and you can mess around with it, make it a bit fun, and even call up your friends with it. It's quite a good laugh. So I'd try that. Next up, we've got this competitor social media report, and I'm just going to move myself across here whilst we have a look at this. Now, this is something that runs every week. This is actually like a live report that we produce for a number of businesses. What it does is it gives a general summary of everything that their competitors has been up to on social media. It gives a general run through of everything their competitors have been up to on social media. It then goes through one by one each of the competitors, and it takes a look at what their top performing posts were. It gives an idea of what campaigns and promos they were running. And finally, it gives some strategic recommendations for your own business. And again, I'm just going to run through here, and you can see there's a ton of different competitors in here. And the part that I really want to show you is at the end here, you can do the final insights. And these are really just core sort of, again, strategic insights that are pulled from the entire report that you can implement into your business. And this runs on a weekly or a bi-weekly basis, and you don't have to do anything. Once it's set up and running, this just goes like clockwork. It gets emailed out automatically to the correct stakeholders, and it's just really useful. So if you're planning your social strategy, you want to know what your competitors are up to, this is really cool. And we do actually do like a way more advanced version of this as well that takes into account emails. So you sign up for emails, newsletters as well, and then that gets pulled in and included, website changes. There's tons of things that you can do. So this is just, really the start of something much more complex, if you like. And the final thing that I'm going to show you here, just to get you a little bit more excited, are some AI generated websites. So let's take a look at some of these here. So should we have a look at this one? Again, just going to move myself. Ooh, let's go over here. Right, as you can see, this is a completely AI generated website. And by AI generated, that means it's just being created with natural language prompts, no coding required. And as you can see, it's got a ton of different pages. Oh, that was not working. Not the best example. But here you go. Here's a gallery. And it even has a booking function. That's awesome. And also we can do dark mode. So this was all created with AI from a prompt. Somebody describing in natural language, like you would speak to a friend, what they wanted. And then this has been coded and produced. And the best part about a platform like Lovable is that if you want changes, you can again just use natural language. You can literally click on part of the website and say, hey, change this to this. So no coding experience required at all, and really no design experience required at all. You just need to know what you think looks good. So that's really exciting, really cool stuff. Like if that doesn't get you excited, again, I don't know what to say. Like if you're a marketer and you're like, nah, it's not that great, please, the amount of time that you can save doing all of these things, it's going to unlock so much for you. You can focus on, growing your own business or growing your client's business, whatever it is. It's going to free up so much time. Hey, do you know what? Why not just not work with the time that you save and just go and have fun, do a hobby, spend time with friends and family? Why not? This is what this unlocks for you. Anyway, next up, marketing by stream. So I just want to run through some of the key areas of marketing with you and just talk a little bit about what our perspective is on whether or not AI is a good tool for it. And long story short, yeah, AI is a good tool, but there are certain limitations in certain areas where it performs better than others. So let's get started. Okay, so let's get started with strategy or planning. What are we going to do? So AI has been trained on a massive data set that's packed with fantastic marketing ideas and proven campaigns. But you have to bear in mind, it's also been trained on terrible marketing campaigns that have failed. So with that in mind, don't think that AI is going to write all of your strategy. You don't have to look at it. You're just going to tick it. Yeah, let's go. Let's do that. See it more as a conversational partner. Now, you also need to make sure that you're being really specific with the way that you prompt. When you're looking for strategy, you need to give that information about your business so it makes everything specific to your audience and your goals. But honestly, like the best way to see it is like AI is basically like providing you a buffet of marketing strategies that you can choose from, and you can just pick what you want. I'll have this, I'll have this, I'll have this, put it on your plate, weave it into something coherent and go. Don't expect AI to do absolutely everything for you, but do expect it to give you a ton of ideas and improve the speed, the pace, and I guess the quality of what you do output for your strategy. Next up, we've got copywriting, and it's almost not, there's almost no point saying it at this point because, or there's almost no reason to say it at this point because everyone knows how good AI can be at copywriting if you have correct tone of voice guidelines and if you put the right guardrails in place. If you do these things, the copy that AI produces is excellent. And it's almost at a point where you don't need to edit it too much. I would always recommend just looking over it. But if you didn't want to, I don't think you're going to have any major gaffes at this point. And also, as I would just skip the expensive tools like Jasper. With proper messaging guidelines in place, you're going to get way better output anyway. I don't like tools like Jasper because I don't think they really add much beyond what you could do yourself with some decent prompts. And half the time, the prompts that they're going to use have to be general by nature, and that's going to actually degrade the performance than if you wrote the prompt yourself and you could, set it all up in less than a day. So those tools, sorry, Jasper, not for me. Okay, next up, social media. And this is where I think AI is actually most powerful. It can do so much. Like every phase of like the social process or flywheel, like AI is really useful for. So firstly, you can build things like agents that are going to scrape the top performing posts from competitors. And the whole kind of like steal like an artist thing, AI is putting that on steroids. Like it makes it so easy to see what's working, what's trending, and just take that and drop it into whatever you're working on. Again, your own business, a client's business, whatever it is. You can also create some awesome video templates or reels and use AI to automatically pick the clips that you want to go into there. So one of the things that we do is we create a template on something called Creator-Mate. It's a real template. It has like a set music and then it has clips, and each clip has like a slightly different requirement. Then we label our raw videos as we upload them, and then we send it to an AI which maps them into the video, and boom, it also writes the script, overlays the captions, and it creates reels in like seconds, So literally we can be like to a custom agent that we've trained in N8N, we can be like, hey, we need a reel about a 20% offer this Saturday. Use a reel template 1, and bang, it's going to draw from our raw clips. It's going to automatically place them in. It's going to do all the captions, and it's just great. It's so powerful. It's awesome. And including this agent or this process, it nearly broke my heart because it took so long to get right, and it is so powerful. It's such a cheat code, but we love you guys. We want everyone, like a sort of rising tide lifting all boats. We want everyone to get better together. We actually created an agent where it can review your content. It can basically review and create a content calendar for you. It's going to scan all of the images in your image database, and then it's going to write captions, attach images to them, and auto schedule them. It's literally so powerful. There's about 3 hours of setup, but once you've got it, every month you can just run in to N8N, or we use a Telegram chat interface, and you can say, hey, this is what I want to focus on in the month of July. You give it a list, and then it's going to output an entire calendar. Once you're happy with the calendar and captions, you approve, and it's going to assign images. It's going to schedule all those posts. Done. Like literally a month's worth of social content in like 20 minutes, if that. It's just insane. And if you combine it with the video reels as well, it's just crazy. Like I can't wait to share it with you. But I'm also really reluctant to because it took so long. But anyway, email marketing. Now there's a couple of ways that you can do this. Obviously, you can use AI from the strategic perspective about planning the flow, what the topic's going to be, and then to write the copy. And then you can also use like image generation through ChatGPT or pre-made templates, whatever it is, to create graphics. Maybe it's like the hero image, or maybe it's graphics within the email itself. But we prefer to look at things, again, a little bit more automated. And we create agents, actually, that automate the whole email process. So again, it's natural language. We have a Telegram bot. We speak to it and say, hey, can you write an email around this topic? It's going to go away. It's going to use an image generation tool to create the email header or the hero image of the email. It's going to write all of the copy. It's going to put all of the CTAs in, and then it's going to be ready in our CRM for us to go and review and schedule. It's really, really powerful. So again, that's something that you can do. Next up, web design. We've kind of already touched on web design with Lovable, and actually, I've got to be honest, I've only produced a couple of websites with AI. I've been happy with them. I just haven't quite put it into my flow yet, but I'm really excited to. But what I would say is that it's really easy, and it's really cheap, and it's really, really quick. And if you're a startup business, I think this is going to be way more relevant to you. Or if you're a small business, this is where you're going to want to go, because it's just the cost profile of an AI website is just so much lower than the traditional route. So like
I feel for web designers, not the high end guys, like they're always going to be fine because, it is what it is. Like high end websites, they're not quite there with AI yet. But for a small business that just needs something functional that looks good and works, hey, this is great. So yeah, jump on that if you are a smaller business or a startup, definitely. Next up, graphic design. And really, the graphic design offering in terms of tools is really, really poor. But DALL-E 3's most recent image generation model really changed the game for us. And now my brother Tobias, he creates some insane graphics. There's actually a module over in the hybrid system. So go and check that out because you can create some awesome stuff using ChatGPT for your business. Or alternatively, you can use something like CreatorMate and you can plug an agent into it and you can create templates and it's going to change the text or change the background image, things like that. But yeah, like basically the AI tools like really aren't that good right now. We are currently exploring whether or not we can integrate with Canva and if we can pull Canva templates and then use ChatGPT alongside image generation to create new graphics. But we're in the early stages yet, but something to look out for because if you are part of this community, when it drops, you'll get free access when it launches. So that's good fun. Next up, videography. Oh man, right. So my brother Tobias, I don't know if he'll say this or not, and maybe I shouldn't say it, and actually he edits a lot of these videos, so he might cut this out anyway. So if he leaves it in, you know that he was in a good mood that day, but if not, then hey, we'll just move on. But the truth is, videographers are actually like pretty close to getting replaced in lots of ways. Obviously, you're always going to need people to take clips in the actual venues or in the actual businesses. That's fine, but the actual editing side, like, I don't know, like, it's going that way, right? Things like Opus Clip that trim your long clips into short ones, into short form, they're really good. Obviously, we've seen what VEO3 can do. It's absolutely crazy, and we're just at the start of this kind of wave, so who knows where it will end up. And finally, again, I keep bringing it up, but we really like CreatorMate video templates because we create a template, and then we just automate the process of raw footage going in, and it's really quick, really easy. So there's a ton that could be done there. Next up, reporting. Now, reporting, AI's bread and butter, as I've said many, many times, is detecting patterns. So when reporting is essentially detecting a pattern and then deciding whether it's good or not for your business, AI's really good at it. And yeah, you don't need to overcomplicate this. Claude is pretty good. I'm sure there are AI tools out there, and as this course progresses, maybe we will explore some together. But at this stage, no stress. Just feed your data into Claude, see what you get back, and we'll give you some prompts for that as well. Next up, ads. So obviously the copywriting, the creative, all of that, we kind of touched in like other modules or other parts, of this video. So I'm not going to go on too long, but I like to create campaign recipes. So if I'm doing like a lead gen campaign, for example, I'm going to have my top of funnel lead gen, my bottom of funnel retargeting. I'm going to have copy templates, all of those kind of things. And I'm going to get an agent basically to output it from like a single prompt. It's not super advanced. It's just like a combination of basically the email and the social media parts of this video. But yeah, there's things that you can do that. And I'm sure as well, there are many tools that help you with the optimization. We haven't quite got it cracked yet, but it's something that we're actively working on. And we'll share those updates with you in this community as soon as we can. Next up, lead generation. Now, I've been super critical of a lot of the AI automation agencies out there. And because, it's like a real gold rush, right, at the moment. But really, it's just like people selling AI automations to people that want to sell AI automations to other people. It's a bit like a pyramid scheme. And a lot of the AI automations out there are actually just cold email agencies that use AI as part of their process. So I've been a bit critical of that in the past. But the truth is, the reason there's so many of them around is because it works really, really well. So the way that we use it, and this saved us like over £1,000 a month in our agency, was we used to have a guy that would scrape data from Google Maps, and then he'd enrich it with things like Apollo or Sales Navigator or whatever it was, and we get those details from that, and then we plug it into a cold email system. Now, we just use AI to do that, literally every step. Like, so we use an AI agent to scrape Google Maps by location. We then use another agent to enrich it from Apollo, another agent to enrich it from Sales Navigator. And then we automatically plug that into our cold email campaigns, including an AI generated icebreaker. So yeah, it's really powerful. Obviously, cold outreach isn't for everyone. If you're B2C, it's much harder. I mean, DMs looks to be the way that it's going. Cold DMs, obviously, are always going to be a little bit problematic because the platforms don't like them. But let's see where we end up in the next year or so. Finally, customer support and sales. Now, I was umming and ahhing about whether to add this in because it's not strictly marketing, but I think, to be honest, this is something that a marketer could do to really improve their results. So obviously, we've spoken about voice agents. There's also text agents, email chatbots, all of these kind of things. We can provide really quick responses to queries. So, for example, I don't know, let's say that your business sells birthday parties. The quicker you respond to that inquiry, the more likely you are to make a booking. And all of these sort of automated customer service bots enable that. And also as well, like you can categorize an inquiry that comes into your mailbox, and then depending on whether that's a sales inquiry or a support inquiry, you can send it to a different bot, and you can have like different parameters set on that. There's also some really cool
sort of automated bots that you can set up with tools like Go High Level, which probably are the most cost effective for agencies, but also the most cost effective for just individual businesses too. So we'll be discussing those during this course or throughout this community. Cool. So what could AI do in the future? That's kind of where we are. Now, this video is probably going to be outdated in like 6 months, but that's fine. We'll try and update it. But what could AI do in the future? So I have this sort of vision of where I think everything's going to go to. And I think we're going to end up getting to a position where agents are less specific. So agents, and we're going to learn more about those soon, but AI agents right now, they're kind of good at narrow tasks, but gradually more and more they're able to process more and more tasks at once. They're able to do more with the tools that they have. So I think we're just going to see this expansion where instead of having a different agent for every sort of like sub niche of marketing, you're going to see these agents sort of coalesce into a single agent. And on top of that, you're probably going to have a single chat interface to communicate with that agent. And that agent's going to be equipped with some kind of memory. So it's really going to get to know your business. It's going to get to know you. And it's always going to be referring back to conversations that you've had in the past. Next up, army of agents, right? So we're never going to see humans leave marketing completely, but we're going to see people with no skills get kicked out pretty much, because we're going to see the top marketers commanding like these armies of agents that are just going to replace a lot of the entry level sort of grunt work, and these guys are just going to focus more on the strategy and the overarching sort of well, we've got it below, the overarching sort of brand there really, because that's going to become everything. Because if everyone is communicating equally as well as one another, then your sort of brand positioning becomes super important. So what I could actually see is that all of the big businesses are going to start to increase their investment in brand, because it's the only way they're going to be able to fight back against smaller businesses now being able to churn out content of a similar quality at a similar speed. So very interesting stuff, but I cannot finish without a word of warning. No, I cannot, because there is an uncomfortable truth that we all must accept about AI. And that is studies are showing increasingly that over-reliance on AI is making us a bit dumb. It's removing our ability to think for ourselves and solve problems. So what's the solution? You need to never stop learning. Don't rely on AI entirely. For example, if AI writes your copy for you, but you don't understand what good copywriting is, how are you in a position to appraise whether the AI is doing a good job or not? You aren't. So make sure that you're always learning and you're always critically evaluating things. It doesn't have to be every day, but maybe once a week or once a month, you sit down and you look over everything. Because, as I've said, if you don't know what good looks like, how can you appraise it? You can't. So do not neglect the journey of self-learning. Master the fundamentals. AI is a tool and not your replacement. And on that last point about AI being a tool and not a replacement, it's something actually that I've had lots of conversations with friends or just random people with about whether or not I believe that everyone should lose their job to AI and that this is a good thing. And the truth is, no, I don't think it's a good thing for everyone to lose their jobs. But I also think that historically, we've had events like this fairly recently over the last 150 years. The introduction of mechanical farming, or the introduction of farm machinery, for example, massively changed the labor landscape. And obviously everyone went into factories. And then as factories became more automated, people moved out. And now we've got a sort of software revolution. But what I'm trying to get to is that I don't want people's jobs to be eradicated. I want their jobs to change. And I think we can remove a lot of the menial tasks that people don't find fulfilling anyway. And we can find ways that people can do things that really speak to them and sort of help them actualize. So just understand when we're going through all of this, I'm not the type of guy that's like, screw everyone else, let's get rid of them, let's just use AI. I'm kind of like, maybe this is going to free up time and resources so people can start creating their own things or work on things that are more meaningful or important to them. And on that note, I'm going to end this video, and I hope this has been useful. I hope it's been helpful. Always, 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 you can drop me a message in the chat, or my dear brother Tobias, who may or may not leave that section in about videographers being replaced. We'll find out soon, but take it easy. Goodbye. Welcome to the 4 systems module, and in this module we're going to clarify the 4 different types of processes that you can build with AI for your business to assist your marketing, whatever it may be. So with no further ado, we're not going to draw this out, let's get into it. So the first is a hybrid or a human in the loop system, and this is using AI as part of your workflow. You're going to be making decisions, you're going to be inputting data, but you're just using the tool to either be more efficient or to improve your design skills or just basically make the whole process faster. It's a bit like having a super-powered assistant, but you have to give them guidance at every step. It's like making yourself better, but you still need to be in control. And the best way to explain what one of these types of systems is going to be to show you one. So the human in the loop or hybrid system that I'm going to show you is our content calendar system, in which we input a prompt onto a pre-trained Claude assistant, and then we can make changes upon its output. So let's have a look at that together. So we've got this prompt here, we're ready to go, and the output should be a really comprehensive, really strong social media calendar. So let's see what it makes for us. Here we go. Okay, and there we are. Look at that. We've got a complete social calendar there. We've got the captions and we've got a creative suggestion. We've also got the pillar, so whether it's value, engagement, and then we've got the content type. And it's done that for every day of the month. So yeah, this is really good. This is something obviously that we set up for clients all the time. It can be in any industry. This happens to be an entertainment center, but you know, this process works for anyone. And we scrape data manually before, and we train the assistant to make sure that it's got everything that it needs. But here you go. You can see how quick that was and how powerful it is. Ready to go now. And wait until you see what happens when you plug this into an agent. But anyway, that is a human in the loop or a hybrid system. And we've got a whole module on hybrid systems and hybrid workflows. So this is definitely something that you should be doing. A lot of the guys that you'll see on YouTube or whatever, they'll be full automation guys, but in reality, that's not how work is done. And for the majority of you, these systems are actually going to be way more powerful than the complex automations that we're also going to teach you. So the benefit of them, full customization and oversight. You can stop the process anytime, so it's not just like churning things out and you can't stop it and it's charging you and whatever. You can always just stop by walking away from your laptop or closing the tab. And again, you have complete control over the process. So if you need to change something or if you need to modify something, you don't have to rely on the AI to do that. You can do it yourself. But the drawback is it's still time consuming, it's still manual, and you need to open that laptop for anything to happen. You're not going to be sat on the beach drinking cocktails with this going on in the background. Well, you could be. You could just sit on the beach drinking cocktails with your laptop, but I can assure you it's more fun without the laptop. So let's move on to standard automations. Now, these automations are predetermined patterns of action with no decision making within them. They always do the same thing that they're programmed to. So it's a little bit like having a reliable factory worker who does the exact same job perfectly every time. And again, I think the easiest way to explain this is to give you an example. So I'm going to show you a live automation that we use on some of our lead gen campaigns. So when a lead signs up, a webhook is sent and that initiates this automation. Immediately, we check for a blank row on a Google Sheet that contains unique discount codes. When we find it, we update it with the customer's email, and then we push that discount code and the customer's email to our CRM, so then all of our other automations can activate from there. So this, for example, is the spreadsheet that we use. On the left here, we've got the unique discount codes, and on the right, we've got the emails, but this is all going to be grayed out because, you know, we don't want you guys emailing anyone that's already on this list. But essentially, it's checking for one of these blank rows. It inputs the customer's email, it changes this to a yes, and then it fires that information to the CRM. Completely automated, no AI elements, but saves a ton of time. So really, really useful. So like I said, no AI, just a predefined pattern that happens the same way each time. And the benefits are these are pretty cheap to run. They're pretty simple to set up. Most of the time you can have really complex automations, of course. The output's really consistent, and once they're running, if nothing changes, you never really have to touch it. Like we set that automation up years ago and we still use the same one. No problems. Really, really easy. So the drawbacks are that it's not intelligent, all right? It's not going to adapt to changes. If something does change in the inputs, or if the process for whatever reason, I don't know, when maybe one of your modules changes, you're going to have to change that yourself. It's not going to be able to resolve those problems. And one of the drawbacks, and really this could be a drawback, could not be, but it's the same output always, and that's why we've got it in both a benefit and a drawback, because sometimes you want the same output but other times you don't, so really does depend. Anyway, the next type of system is an AI powered automation. Now this is a system that can do some basic decision making or give you a customized output, but it still follows a predetermined structure. So it's a little bit like upgrading that factory worker with a brain. It's giving your automation an AI brain to make it more intelligent and able to deal with a little bit more complexity and a little bit of variation in both the inputs and the processes. So once more, you've guessed it, I'm going to show you an example. And again, this is actually an example that I've used in a previous video, and it's our competitor social media report. So I'm going to show you both sides of the automation because there's two parts to it. And I'm going to focus obviously on the AI part just to show you what that looks like, and then I'm going to show you the output as well so you get an idea. So this first part here, this actually is just an automation, all right, but this is the first part of the system. What's happening here is we've got an Airtable that's full of competitor URLs. We're going to split them out, and then we're going to use these Appify modules to scrape post data from each of them. If that doesn't make sense to you right now, don't worry, this will be super easy for you in a matter of days, as long as you stick to the course or as long as you stick to the modules in this community. So we're basically scraping the post here, and then we're updating that Airtable. Then the second part of this module, or this automation, this is where the magic happens, and this is where we're actually going to create this competitor report. Some of you might recognize it, and we'll go through it in a bit more depth shortly. But essentially what happens is we then take all of that scraped data and we feed it into Claude here. And as you can see, we've got a prompt in here. We've got other bits in there as well, and that's going to create the analysis. From there, we're going to wait just to allow Claude to do its thing, and then we're going to convert that into HTML format. Finally, we convert that HTML into a PDF, and we email it to someone. And that's basically how it works. Now, the reason that this is AI powered, because these modules here, they're expecting different data each time, and they're going to give a different output each time. So if you compare it to the module that I showed you before on Zapier, if different data came in, there's not much it can really do with it. It's just going to put it in the next column, and it's going to send a discount code. Whereas here, it's actually going to actively and dynamically analyze that data. And then the report that it produces is going to differ depending on the information that it's received. And it's these AI modules here and here that make it AI powered and make it more intelligent. And again, just to show you the sort of output so you get an idea, this here is a general overview of what's been going on from the competitors, you know, what they're doing, what they're up to, who's doing well. This breaks down each one individually, and then it finishes with some key strategic insights. And remember, you can learn how to set up these reports for yourself in this community. Just head across to the automations and agents module. Cool. Right, let's move on. Next, we've got AI agents. And guys, this is the one that everyone loves. This is the cool one. This is the one that, you know, is a little bit special. And this is the one with the most potential. But to get there, you have to almost build like a pyramid, all of these foundational skills, starting with these hybrid human-in-the-loop systems, building up to automations and AI automations. Then finally, you'll build great agents. And honestly, like, there's so many people that I speak to or that we see online, or even some of the big guys, well, not so much the big guys, but some of the guys on YouTube that, like, they're brilliant at building agents, but because they don't have these foundational skills, they don't actually build systems that are particularly useful. And some of you may have experienced that yourself. And really, like, going through the trenches and building from here up, that's what teaches you what's important. And that's what teaches you where you actually can save time. So just remember that, guys. These are never a waste. Just because agents are cool, and they are really cool, it doesn't mean that you can neglect all of the other systems. Don't just skip straight there. So anyway, think about an agent like hiring a smart employee that can think for themselves and make decisions. They're truly non-deterministic entities powered by AI that can learn, adapt, and make decisions based on their programming and available tools. So what on earth does that mean? We've said it a lot, non-deterministic. It essentially means it's not going to follow the same path each time. It's dynamically going to make a decision on what path it wants to take depending on the inputs. And what the hell do I mean by path, right? When you build an agent, you give it some, well, we're going to go into this very shortly, but you give it some key elements. So you give it a system prompt, you give it some memory if needed, and you give it some tools that it can use. Now, when it gets an input, it's going to decide from everything that it has available to it, what it actually needs to use to complete its task. And we can't predict that because the agent is making its decision itself. We're just giving it guidance through its system prompts and those kind of things. So that's what we mean by non-deterministic. We're not controlling the steps that it's going to take. Whereas here, we're controlling the steps. Every time it's going to follow this process. But an agent may choose to do it differently. Maybe it decides that HTML and email isn't required because the person interacting with the agent has said, just give it to me in plain text format. So then it's going to neglect these steps. It's going to cut them off and ignore them. That's the difference between an agent and an AI-powered automation. But anyway, where were we? Right, let's do an example. So this is the NAN interface. And if it looks a bit daunting, a bit complicated, don't worry. This is all going to make sense very soon. This agent is essentially a customer support agent that's going to help you with support inquiries. It's going to help you with sales inquiries. And it's actually going to dynamically respond to requests that come into your inbox. So it starts here by scanning your inbox, and when an email comes in, it first of all decides whether or not it's a new email. So that's one with no existing emails attached to it. And if it is, it's going to classify it as either a sales inquiry, a support inquiry, financing, marketing, whatever it might be via this text classifier. Once it's classified it, it's going to send it to the agent. If it's part of an existing chain, it's going to skip this step and just send it directly to the agent itself. Now the agent is going to receive this email, it's going to understand it by processing it with the model that you choose. I think this is GPT 4.1. And then it's going to decide what to respond with. And to decide what to respond with, it's going to check its memory. So it's going to know whether or not it's spoken to this person before, what they've spoken about. And then it's also going to check its knowledge database for anything relevant. Once it's decided upon that, it's going to format that into a response, and it's going to send it automatically. So if it was a little bit hard to follow that because there are a lot of steps there, let's just do an example together, because that will be a lot clearer. So let's start here. Right. Hello. Do you remember why I messaged you before? And let's put the subject as me again, and let's send that. Okay, now let's head back to NAN and let's see if the inbox has received that message yet. Okay, not yet. Okay, and there it is. So now we can proceed with the rest of the workflow. So let's have a look. Obviously, normally this would be happening in the background. I'm just speeding it up for you so we're not waiting for ages. Okay, so it's already sent a reply. So let's have a look in the inbox and see what it says. Right then. Hi there. Yes, you previously reached out because you broke your tooth playing rugby. True story, unfortunately. And you needed help. You since booked an appointment with our team. If you have any more questions or need further assistance before your visit, feel free to ask. I'm going to say, yes, my tooth is much better now, but I've broken another one doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Again, unfortunately, that is a true story. What can I say? Wear a gum shield, everyone. What should I do? Right, let's send that email off. And again, we're going to head back to NAN and we're going to check if that message has been received. So we're going to fetch a test event. Okay, and there we go. It's been received. Perfect. So let's execute the rest of this workflow. So as you can see, it's filtering. And as you can see, it's filtering through here. It looks like it failed on this filter step. So let's just execute that again and see why that's happening. Oh, it's already happening because it's already replied. So let's go back and check that. Right, hi, I'm sorry to hear you've broken another tooth. Please don't try to remove it yourself. Contact our office or emergency line as soon as possible so dental professionals can assess and treat your injuries safely. We're here to get the right care. Now, really, that should have given the number with it, but that's fine. That's something that we would resolve in the knowledge database. So if I say, what's the number? We'll get a response for that. And actually, to be honest, there's no point worrying about that now. You get the idea. This is just to demo what is possible. And you can imagine how powerful this would be because it's going to remove a ton of work from your receptionist. And for some businesses, it actually removes the need for a receptionist at all. Just quickly to show you what it looks like in the other inbox. There you go. You can see that support label. So if a human is on this inbox as well, they can really clearly see the types of inquiries and they can go and check on the most important ones. So that is an agent, my friends, and hopefully that has excited you because that's a very basic use case. It's not even the most exciting. Imagine now an agent that's plugged into tools that include things like making a graphic or making a reel or automatically creating email campaigns in something like Go High Level. And you can request certain things for a campaign, like an email or graphics, social posts, everything, the whole lot. Why not? You can do that. So just remember the core components of an agent are going to be that processing model, it's going to be that memory, and then it's going to be the tools that it can use. There is actually a fourth secret, well not secret, it's a little bit hidden, but it's a parser, and that's basically controlling how the data is outputted from the agent. But don't worry about that now. This is just a very quick, broad introduction for people that don't or haven't encountered agents before, so you don't need to know the ins and outs. There's lots of other videos in this community that are going to help you build far more complex agents than this and have a lot more fun. So, what is next? Well, In this community, we're going to give you all of the templates, information, and support that you need for building all 4 types of these systems. And agents really are the future of marketing. So make sure that you master them now and you'll profit for years to come, whether that's for your own business, for your clients, in your employed job, whatever it is, these skills are going to pay. Okay, so if you master them now, you'll be ahead of the wave and you will gain the most from it. But just remember, never neglect the fundamentals, because there's tons of guys out there and they're very, very talented when it comes to building agents. But because they've neglected the fundamentals, their agents aren't actually useful to anyone. It's doing the work here with the systems, understanding what the workflows really are, that enable you to build these beautiful agents that really will make a difference in your life. So never neglect the fundamentals. Thank you for spending this time with me, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to Prompt Mastery. And today we're going to be talking about one of the most important skills when it comes to AI marketing, and that of course is prompting. Now, prompting, in my opinion, is the biggest determinant of your success when using an AI tool, building an AI system, or even creating an agent. And you might think it's automation skills or understanding how to use something like NAN, or maybe even coding knowledge that matters most, but that's not the case. The real power in AI lies in being able to communicate what you need your model of choice to do and getting exactly the output that you want. But this is an art, not a science. So that means there's not one size fits all formula that means you're going to get it right every time. You have to experiment a bit, and gradually over time you'll get better. But in this module, we're going to give you a framework that's going to dramatically increase your chances of getting the outputs that you want. Because if you get your prompts right, then everything else is going to be easier. So let's talk about bad prompts versus good prompts. So firstly, I want you to think about your prompts like giving instructions to a taxi driver. If you jumped in a cab and you said to your taxi driver, hey man, just take me somewhere fun, you'll end up somewhere random, because what you think is fun and what the taxi driver thinks is fun may be 2 different things. Hey, maybe you've got the same taste, maybe you don't, who knows, but you're probably going to end up somewhere random. Whereas if you say, take me to the closest beach with Instagram-worthy views, you'll end up somewhere predictable and you'll probably have a better time. By the way, not that a beach should be judged by whether or not it's Instagram-worthy, whatever that even means. You know, just go to the beach if it's fun. But anyway, prompting AI is the same. If you're vague, then your output will be vague. So we need to be specific. So here we've got a bad prompt example. In this case, create a social media post for a 20% discount this weekend at my vintage clothing store, Threadbare. So it's pretty vague. It just gives the bare minimum information. So let's take a look at what we get back with that. So here we are. It's just having a think. Let's see what it produces. Okay, it's going to produce it as an artifact. Weekend flash sale. I can't speak today. Weekend flash sale. Step back in time with style this weekend only. Enjoy 20% off everything at Threadbare. So as you can see, I'm not really sure all of these like stars and these kind of things really match a vintage clothing store. Like, we haven't given any information or context about the brand, so that's, you know, to be expected. I mean, this just, to me, this just looks like an AI generated post that's taken 2 seconds, which is precisely what it is. So I personally wouldn't use this. I mean, it doesn't really identify any specific customers. It's not really that fun. Yeah, just nothing about it makes me want to read it, if I'm honest. Why don't we take a look then at a better prompt example? And here we've got something with much more context, more detail, and more information for Claude to really latch onto and then use in this post. So it's having a think. Let's have a look at what it outputs. Festival vibes, cooling, your wardrobe's about to get legendary. Boardmaster's almost here, and Threadbare's got the vintage fire you need to stand out in the crowd. Snag that perfect festival fit with 20% off everything this weekend only. From groovy prints to statement pieces, we've got your festival look sorted. Don't blend in when you were born to shine. Shop now before all of the best pieces disappear. And then a really nice CTA there. And just for context, I probably would break this up. So you're going to come into here. You're just going to put some line breaks in. Something like this. I mean, I would actually probably get rid of that. And there you go. You've got a much, much better post. It's linked to something. It's identifying customers. And now it's actually sort of like tangible. Like, okay, so yeah, if I'm going to a festival, or I'm going to this festival, if I'm going to another festival, yeah, I do want to look great. I do want to have good outfits. And everyone knows that vintage clothing is great for festivals as well. So this is the type of thing that you want to be pushing out there. And this actually reads as if somebody spent some time and really thought about who they're trying to speak to. So this is going to do better, basically, long story short. Now, obviously, this is quite a simple task. And when you're doing a more complex task like creating an agent, the prompting becomes even more important. There's a limited amount that can really go wrong from here to here. So like the difference is only, say, like, I don't know, 50%. Maybe this post is 50% better. But if you're creating a full content calendar or, like I said, creating a complex agent, then like the difference between a bad prompt and a great prompt is literally it being terrible, awful, never touch it again, and it being the best thing that you've ever created. That's like the difference that the prompt can make on all of your systems. So just be aware of that. This is a simple example just to give you a quick introduction. But in more complex systems, and as you get further into the community, you're going to see how important these prompts really are. And just remember, we're always going to do our best to provide you with the best prompts that we can muster, and you can always improve them yourselves as well. So just to go back to this bad prompt, it's terrible because it doesn't tell us what the post is about, really. It doesn't tell us who it's for, what to expect, any of those things. And look, Claude is trying to predict what's going to come next. And here, there's just not enough for it to grab onto to produce anything decent. Here, we've got something much better. And we've got a lot more context here about why we're running the offer. We've given it some guidelines to operate within, so that makes it better as well. But the next step really to improve this further is to set up a custom GPT that's trained with a knowledge base, and a messaging guidelines. And then what you're going to produce is going to be, 5 times better than this even. So that's really the next step of this. But again, this is just an introductory example. And we've kind of gone through why this is a better prompt, so I'm not going to run over it again. If you want to read through, remember the links are always down at the bottom. So next up, the RGCO framework, role, goal, context, outcome. This is the framework that we use, and we use it in about 90% of the prompts that we produce just because it works really well. It's got 4 clear stages, which you can see. The role is, who do you want your AI to be? So if we just pop up here. You are a master social media manager and expert copywriter trained by David Ogilvy. Ogilvy's got some great books, by the way. If you love marketing, you should definitely read them. Next up, we've got goal. What are you trying to achieve? I want you to produce a social media post that helps me advertise my 20% off offer this weekend at my vintage clothing store. Cool. Context. What additional information layers do we add? As you can see here, we've given the background about the post, why we're posting it, sort of who it's going to appeal to and what mood they're going to be even. So this is the context around the post. And finally, we've got output. What exactly do we expect to receive back? So we're expecting something with an actionable CTA, for example, 50 words or less. We're looking for a caption to be used on both Facebook and Instagram. These are all the exact things that we're looking for. And as you can see, by using that framework, it just provides structure and makes it much easier for you, the prompt crafter, to write. The second thing that you might notice is the formatting here. So we haven't just lumped it into one paragraph, or it's not just a sentence with poor punctuation, which, let's be honest, guys, that's what most of the prompts we're producing right now are like. It's actually something that is structured in a logical, hierarchical way. And this is something called markdown formatting. And I'm not going to go too deep into it. Just know that these headings with this hashtag, this means that it's a heading, 2 hashtags means a subheading, 3 hashtags means a sub-heading, for example. And it helps us like layer the information in terms of what's important. And it just gives really clearly defined boundaries to everything. And it stops that bleed that you get with certain LLMs. ChatGPT, looking at you here, my friend. So this is another thing that you just want to go through. You want to be looking to put markdown format in because, again, it's easy for you to understand. It's easy for your model of choice to understand. So don't neglect it. By sometimes just taking the prompt that you've got and structuring it using markdown, it's going to make it a lot better. And often, actually, you'll find that the prompts that you are creating, the ones that you spend a lot of time on, you'll be able to sort of split and demarcate them into these categories anyway. So let's talk quickly about saving prompts because we are all busy people, I am sure. And it might be like, oh, what? Every time I write a prompt, you're expecting me to do this? No, I'm not. Every time that you write a prompt, I'm expecting you to use a template. And by using a template, it's going to make it a lot easier for you each time to copy something across and just edit the parts that you need. So you don't need to start from scratch, right? Typing out, right, role I want you to be. When you've settled on a prompt that you like for a repetitive task, I want you to download something like Prompt Folder or Open Prompt Folder. I believe this is actually Open Prompt Manager. Yeah, it is. So let's just change that quickly. I want you to download one of these. And I want you to save your prompt in there. Then every time that you're doing a social media post, for example, you're just going to jump in, and you're going to grab your prompt, So let's do a quick example here. Let's say, let's say that, I don't know, we're going to do let's do this one here. Okay.
So let's say that we're going to do a landing page. Now that's like a really complex prompt, and this is just a demo prompt. It's not actually the one that I use. It's just one for these purposes. But you see, I can paste it in. We are on Claude going to have to do a little bit more formatting, but as you can see, I can paste that in and then I can just change the parts that are important. So let's say here it's for Summit Construction Co. Let's change that to like, I don't know, White Smile Dental Co. And then I'm going to change all of this description here to reflect the business, and it's going to be much quicker. But I've got everything in there that I want. So let's say that I want a fixed page structure, for example. That's easy. Down here, I've got the color palette, for example, so I can just change the colors. Like, this is going to make it a million times easier, and especially on a prompt like this for a social post. If you just save this, all you need to change, you could probably keep most of this the same. You're going to change what you actually want to advertise in the post, so that's fine. You're going to change this bit, and you're going to change the context, but most of it otherwise is going to remain the same. So by giving yourself the ability to copy and paste these prompts across, it's going to make it a lot easier. And actually, Toby, my dear brother, has been working on a graphic design module using ChatGPT, and that is one that you're definitely going to need these prompt folders for, because you're going to save graphic prompts for specific styles, and there is no way that you'll be able to write them out each time. So it really is a necessary thing. Don't neglect this. Just pause the video now, install one, get to grips with it, because it's going to be one of your best friends on this journey. Right, final part of this, and we've alluded to this many times, but let's just reinforce it one more time. Simple prompts do not cut it for complex tasks. So when we're using ChatGPT, Lovable, whatever the tool is, we can sometimes get away with simple prompts. That's not what I'm saying. But the more complex the systems that you build, or the more complex the tools that you're using, it's just not going to fly anymore. So don't get into the habit of being lazy. You need to start as a professional, because at the beginning levels, yeah, like you will get away with it, but as you get higher and higher, and let's say that you're doing like high-end client work, it's just not going to fly, right? Especially if a client is ever looking on the back end of your systems and they're like, it looks like a 5-year-old wrote this. It's not good. It's not good luck. So just get in the habit of doing this properly. Format it properly. Use the role, goal, context, outcome framework, and on top of that, use markdown formatting, and it becomes second nature anyway. So it's not going to take you a ton of time. It's going to be simple. It's just going to make it easier for you. Like, reduce the number of variables that you have to think about, and then just focus on getting the words right and relaying the right information, and it's going to be much better. So guys, I've tried to sum this up as quickly as possible, because a lot of you will understand prompting a little bit, but this should give you a better framework. And like I said, do not neglect this. It's super important, but the only way to learn is to get out there and do it. So implement this now, implement this today, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to building your first AI assistant. Let's get started, because we're going to be getting practical. We're going to be getting hands-on, so let's dive into it. So firstly, this is really exciting, because whilst AI assistants aren't exactly autonomous agents, they are a fantastic introduction into them, because they have a lot of the same components, configurations, and features. So by learning to build your own AI assistant, you're also going to be learning how to build an agent down the line. And you can think of your AI assistant as your very own version of either ChatGPT, Claude, basically your LLM of choice. You're going to take the underlying model, you're going to give it specific information and training through a system prompt and a knowledge database, and then you're going to be able to have really tailored and really personalized outputs and responses. Now in OpenAI, these assistants are called custom GPTs, and in Claude, they are called projects. But you might be wondering, why on earth do I need this? Well, LLMs, as you know, are trained on a huge amount of general data. Some of it's good, some of it's bad, some of it relates to your business, most of it doesn't. When we create an assistant, we're giving it more targeted information, more personalized information about whatever we're doing. Again, business, client, yourself, whatever it may be. And we're going to instruct it to work in a certain way. And this is going to save you a ton of time, because you won't have to explain the same things repeatedly. And you'll also get way better results, because the LLM's knowledge base is tailored to your needs. So it's just going to be more specific, more personalized. Now, there are tons of custom GPTs out there, but should you use someone else's, or should you use your own? Well, in most cases, it's going to be better to create your own, because again, this is all about tailoring something and personalizing it to your business. Like I said, you'll get better results, it will be faster, and you don't have to provide as much context in each prompt. But I do have a heuristic rule. If it's a task you're going to be doing a lot, build your own assistant. If it's a one-off, consider a pre-made. And before we go any further, let's just take a quick look at some of these pre-made GPTs, or GPTs that other people have made. So let's have a look on here. So we've come
on the left here to this GPT button. And as we scroll down, we can see there's tons of options here. Look, we've got a logo designer, a GIF generator. We've even got an architecture AI. We've got another logo generator here. On writing, we've got something that produces humanized copy. We've got a song maker even, a grammar checker. Look, there's tons and tons of option here. We've got a presentation builder. There's tons, absolutely tons that you can pick from. And there's even more that you can sort of search for off the GPT store. People are releasing awesome ones all the time. But like I said, remember, this is about creating something tailored to your business, your client, whatever it may be. So really, we don't want to be using someone else's unless it's just a one-off. Let's say that we never normally write email marketing campaigns, but this time we need to. It might be quicker then for us just to hop onto the GPT store, select a GPT that relates to email marketing, and then use it for that one-off. But if we're going to be doing marketing emails every week or every month, then we definitely want to build our own because it's going to be worth that time investment. So let's get started. What files are you going to need? Well, there's two key files that you're going to need. The first is your knowledge base and the second is your messaging guideline. And I'm going to run you through how to create both of these now. So let's start with the knowledge base. Now I'm just going to open up this document here. And as you can see, we've got a really simple knowledge base template. Now, if I was creating like a complex customer support agent or a sales agent, I'd be looking to put a lot more information than this in. And I would have tons and tons and tons of FAQs and practical examples. But since this is a fairly simple setup, we're happy to keep it sort of more concise like this. Now, feel free to go in and detail everything manually, so you can put your company name there, for example, description, yada, 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 you get the idea. But we can also use AI to help us. So I'm going to head across here to ChatGPT and I'm going to start a new chat. I'm going to come across to here and I'm also going to take a knowledge base prompt. Now, just for the purposes of this example, I found a random dental clinic in London that we're going to be using. So I have no affiliation with these guys. I'm just using them for this example. So if you ever see this Pro Dental, I'd like to say thank you very much for thank you very much for being a good demo for us to use for this. Right, so back to where we were. We have got this prompt here. Now this prompt is going to help us automatically populate everything in here from the website directly. So we're going to paste that prompt in and then we're going to come down here to this insert website URL. So we're going to come back across. We're going to copy that and we're just going to put that URL in here. Now, I'm about to press enter, but this might take a little bit of time. So I'm going to skip ahead so you don't have to sit here in some kind of awkward silence while we both wait for it to finish. So I'll see you very shortly. Okay, welcome back, and there we have it. It's populated everything for us, and that was actually pretty quick. It was about between 30 and 45 seconds, so not a long wait at all. Now, if you are using this method, it's really important that you're gonna take your time to go through it and make sure that everything is right. But once you've done that, obviously you can ask for changes here, or you can copy and paste this. Whoa, we're going all over the place. Or you can copy and paste this into your own document. So I'm just gonna come and take this template. I'm going to make a copy and I'm going to call it Pro Dental Knowledge Base. So we're going to make a copy there. Apologies, my phone keeps going off. Terribly rude of me. It's on silent now. Right, and we're going to come across and we are going to delete all of this and copy and paste our new bits in. And I'm not too worried about this being all in bold. That's fine. It's not an issue. We've got the formatting that we're looking for. Cool, so we've got our knowledge base done. And remember, in the group, you're going to have access to all of this, so you can just click the link. We'll also add it as a file into the actual module, so you should be able to find it really, really easily. And this shouldn't take long. If you're doing it manually, don't spend more than half an hour. If you're using AI to help you, don't spend more than 15 minutes, okay? Okay, now it's time to create your messaging guidelines. And before we begin, just so you know, for the purposes of this video, we're going to create your messaging guidelines from your existing content, that being your website and your social posts. But if you would like to use another brand as an inspiration source, you need to head across to Hybrid Systems and have a look at the messaging guidelines lesson there, and that will teach you how to use someone else's brand instead of your own. But like I said, for the purposes of this video, let's keep it simple and let's just use your content for now. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to head across to appify.com and we're going to sign up. Now, once you've signed up, you should see something like this. Now, when you see this, you're going to head across to the Appify store here, and you're going to type in website, and you're going to look for website content crawler. once you've found that one, you're going to put your URL in the start URL. You're going to leave all of the other settings the same, but you're going to come down to the crawler settings. Now for your max crawling depth, you don't really need this to go beyond 3, so keep it there. And 25 pages is more than enough for what we're doing. Now if you were building a more in-depth knowledge base, or you just wanted all of the context possible, you could increase both of these things. So the crawling depth is how many links it will follow through. So from a link on one page to another page to another page, how deep do you want it to go? And then the max pages is obviously pretty self-apparent. It's how many pages you're going to scrape. Once you've done that, you're going to press save and start. Now this is going to take a bit of time. So whilst that's happening, we're going to duplicate that tab. We're going to go back to the Appify store, and then we're going to look for Instagram. Now we're looking for the Instagram post scraper. Now in here, you're going to put your Instagram URL, username, however you want to do it, just put it in there. In terms of the posts, you don't need more than 50, and then you can set the number of days ago or how old the posts are here. Once you've done that, again, you're going to hit start. Now, these two are going to take a little bit of time, so rather than us having that awkward silence, I'm going to pause now and I'll see you when this data has been pulled. Okay, I'm back, and here we are. We have scraped the website now, and as you can see, we've got all of this great content in here that's going to tell us everything we need to know about the messaging style and tone of voice. And as well, we've got all of these Instagram posts to go from as well. And this is fortunate because this brand obviously has a lot of text in the copy, so that gives us, again, a really good indication. So once we've done that, we're going to make sure that we're on this output setting, and we're going to come across to export. Now it's going to give us a couple of choices. We're going to export this, and we'll do CSV because it's going to be easier for now. And in terms of the fields to include, it's actually going to be easier to come down to the fields to omit. We don't need the crawl, we don't need the debug, we don't need that. We just want to keep these 4 things, okay? So once you've done that, you're going to press download, and that should save it to your files. We're going to come across to the Instagram scraper as well, and we're going to do the same thing where we press export. Now there's going to be a ton of things that we're going to want to omit here. So we're not interested in the comments. We're not really interested in this. We'll keep the hashtags, we'll get rid of that, we'll get rid of that, we'll get rid of that. Essentially, all we want is actually this caption. So let's go back here. And let's just take the captions instead. That's going to be a lot easier. Apologies about that. Right, once that's done, we're good to go, and let's download those. Now, we've got both. So we've got all of the website data or content from the website, all of the copy, and we've got all of the captions from social media. We can then head across to Claude. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to press this little plus here, and we're going to upload files. And the 2 files that we want to upload are the 2 data sets. So once they've updated, fantastic, we can come back here and we can now look at this messaging guidelines prompt. Okay, so we're gonna copy and paste all of this. And there's barely any changes that need to be made to this prompt, if anything at all. Yep, you can just go straight. Copy that. And we can put that into Claude as well. Now it's going to paste it like this. This is fine. Please see messaging guideline prompt attached. Okay, and we're going to press enter. Now, this is going to take a little bit of time again. So once more, goodbye, and I'll see you very shortly. Okay, and that is done. So let's take a look. As you can see, it's a really in-depth document, and this is precisely the sort of information that any LLM needs to get your tone of voice spot on. So let's have a look. Yeah, we've got the micro level elements, we've got the meso level elements, and we've got the macro level elements as well. Now, obviously, I would recommend going through this fully, just at least read it. You can change bits that you don't like, for example, but this is essentially perfect for what we're looking for. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to come across to this knowledge base. Just going to move my head quickly, and let's make a copy for now. We're just going to call this messaging guidelines, but it would be good if we spelt it correctly. That would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Okay, so whilst that's loading, awesome. Right, we're just going to replace all of this text. Okay, with this. Perfect. Right, now we have our style guide as well. So I'm just going to go back and I'm going to download this as a plain text document. I'm going to go across to the knowledge base as well. I'm going to download that as a plain text document, because now we're getting to the exciting part. We are almost ready to create our first assistant, GPT or Claude. And I'm actually going to show you both. Now, I'm denied whether to show you both, but I think I need to, because both are good for different things, right? So ChatGPT is more flexible, it's a bit cheaper, but Claude has a way better memory and you won't have to edit your prompts as much. Problem with Claude is you hit the limits all the time, and like, look, for me, I don't care about having multiple subscriptions, okay? I'll have a subscription for Claude, I'll have a subscription for ChatGPT, I'll pay for Gemini, I'll pay for this. I do not mind, right? But for you, making sure that you're lean is massive, like is such a huge thing, especially if you're a startup. And it's a mistake that so many businesses make, right? They just spend money willy-nilly, like this marketing campaign, I spend this on this tool, this on this tool. This is not the way business is done. Like, you know, death by 1,000 cuts is essentially what ends up happening. And I've been guilty of this in the past as well. Now, because of where I am, my job, what I do, like, this to me is no problem, okay? I'm happy to have multiple subscriptions. But for you, I'd recommend just picking one. And whilst I love Claude, like, ChatGPT is more versatile. Doesn't mean that you should use ChatGPT. It just means that I think if you're in any way confined financially, that is going to be best. Or let's say that you have a boss that hates when you have new subscriptions. And by the way, good bosses are a bit like that. But yeah, you need to pick the one that's right for you. And that's why I'm going to show you both, okay? Because I'd much rather keep this simpler and just show you one, but I understand that all of you are going to be in slightly different positions. Some of you are going to be part of established businesses, large corporates, whatever it is. Some of you are going to be early stage startups. Some of you are going to be local businesses that just don't have time, right? So I'm going to show you both. Thank you for sticking with me through that. Let's get started. We're going to begin with ChatGPT. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to come across here and we're going to go to GPTs again. And we're going to hope this time that we actually are able to load, which we are. Brilliant. Right, and we're going to come up to create. Oh, and one last thing I should have said, you will need a paid subscription to do this on either platform of your choice. So make sure that you have that first. Right, you're going to have these two options, create or configure. This create thing's horrible, I hate it, so I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to come across to here and we're going to name our GPT, and that's just for us. So we're going to call it Pro Dental Marketing Assistant, okay? We're then going to be asked for a description, and again, this is just for you, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm just going to put Marketing Assistant for Pro Dental Clinic, produces on-brand copy and assists with a range of marketing tasks. Really doesn't matter what you put in here so much. And now we're going to need a system prompt, or these instructions here. So you're going to head back across here, you're going to click this link, and it's going to come up with a really simple prompt. The only thing that you need to change is this button here, your business. Just put the name of your business, client, whatever it may be, and then head back to ChatGPT. So we're going to come here and we're going to put Pro Dental Clinic, just like that. We're not going to put any conversational starters right now. They're basically just questions that you can start the conversation with. They're not really that useful to us. We're going to come down to knowledge now, and we're going to take our two documents. So we've got a knowledge base and a messaging guideline. In terms of the model, I just leave this off. You know, it's up to you what model you're going to want to use, so just don't touch it. We've then got capabilities, things like web search, canvas, 4.0, image generation. I keep all of these on, and I only put code interpreter and data analysis on if I need to. You can always come here and change it later, so you can leave it off now, or just do it if you need to, basically. You know, that you can decide later. Then actions, this is essentially how you link to external tools. This is like one of the best, or this is the most important function of an agent, for example. We are going to cover this in future modules. We don't have them written yet at the time of recording, but they will be in there soon because you can do some really cool things. But anyway, once that's done, one last thing, actually, you can put a picture in here. I always put a picture in there so it's easy to remember. But once it's done, you can actually test it. So tell me about Pro Dental. Where is it? As you can see, this is going to pull out information from our knowledge base. Perfect. There you go, right? So let's do another. Write me a social post about our opening hours. So let's see what it comes out with. Okay, yeah, so that's, you know, it's pulled that straight from, if we look at the Instagram captions, for example, you can see. Yeah, this is on brand, very much so. Okay, so once you're happy, press create. And I'm going to keep this invite only. I'm not going to share it with anyone.
Once that's done, just taking a little bit of time to get going. There we go, we've got it. Right, so now I can view the GPT. And as you can see, now I can just have conversations with it. So again, please write a social post about one of our dental treatments. Now remember, you should be using the prompting that we went through in the prompting mastery module. So remember, that's going to improve all of this. This is just for demonstrative purposes. I want to just show you really quickly the power of this. And again, there you can see it's got that style in terms of the emoji, the text, all those things. And also as well, our experts layer tooth-colored resin onto each tooth, sculpting and polishing for a natural, flawless finish. So again, this is like this 70-30 split that these guys had. So 70% everyday language, 30% sort of more technical. You've got that there. So yeah, this is all looking good to me. One thing I would say, and this is just random, that is a terrible hook. The art of composite bonding. Nobody cares about that. Lead with the outcome, all right, guys? Remember. So that's exactly why I would prompt it differently, because yeah, this is just not a good hook, right? Anyway, now that you know how to do that, you can see it on the left-hand side. You can access it anytime, and just put all your prompts through that. You're going to get way better information. It's got access to your knowledge base. Bang, it's awesome. That is your first assistant created. Now let's head over to Claude. Right, so on Claude, all you're going to do, you're going to click this projects folder at the top left, and then you're going to press create a new project. Again, to name it, Pro Dental, that's fine. Describe, you don't need to describe it. You can if you want, you can use the description from before. Now, first thing you're going to want to do is come across to these project instructions, and I'm going to come back to here, and I'm going to take the same prompt, okay? I'm going to put it in here, and I know that I just need to change this to Pro Dental, right? So I'm going to save those system prompt instructions. I'm then going to upload both my knowledge base and my messaging guidelines. Okay, that's done. And now I'm going to ask it to produce a social post. Please spell correctly. A social post about our opening hours. Okay, I'm going to press enter. Let's see what we get back. And you can compare the outputs actually and see which one you prefer. So we're going to open it up here. Okay, so our clinic hours, transfer your smile at times to work for you. Yeah, to me, this is a better post, really. Just again, like, this is because Claude's memory is far better, in my view. It's not all about the context window as well, how much it's actually willing to use at one time. And yeah, I just prefer this. I think this is, yeah, on the mark, basically. But make your own decisions. But as you can see, that's super, super easy. I could come in here and ask any questions from knowledge base and it would answer them. But as you can see, we've got something really tailored now. Because if you just wrote, hey, please write a social post about opening hours in a general GPT and just put the opening hours in and maybe a little bit of information about your business, you'd never get all of these features that are unique to the brand. So hopefully you see the power of this, and I've just given you a really quick introduction. You're going to want to experiment, you want to get more advanced, and there are lessons in later modules, particularly in the hybrid system modules, that are going to show you how to do this, on steroids. And on top of that, when we get to agents, that's when things are going to get really awesome. And understanding this process and the components are going to be really, really important for you when you get there. So I'd like to thank you one last time for spending this time with me, creating your assistant. I hope now that you've got something practical, you've got something that's actually going to make a difference on your day-to-day, and it's set up in a bulletproof way. You've done it properly, you've done it the right way. I hope that this is beginning to show you the power that soon we will give to you to make your business or your clients or whoever it is dreams come true. So thank you again, take care, and bye-bye. Hello and welcome to building your first AI agent, and I hope that you are as excited as I am because this is going to be fun. So first off, what is an AI agent? An AI agent is a system that can think ahead, make decisions and execute entire workflows from start to finish, all without your constant supervision or input. So unlike regular AI tools that are deterministic and wait for your instructions, an agent can monitor something. It can analyze what needs to be done, and it can take actions on your behalf by using the tools that you give it and the programming that you've set it up with. So you can think about a regular AI tool a little bit like a librarian who can instantly find the book that you need. But an AI agent is so much more advanced. It's more like having a personal research assistant who not only finds the books that you need, but they also read them for you. They take notes, they write your report,
and they email it whilst you're just chilling, having a coffee, talking to your friends, going to the gym, whatever it is that you like to do. And AI agents are such a buzzword right now, and we all know that they are potentially incredibly powerful for business. But not many people talk about the ins and outs of why, so let's cover that here. But before we begin, this is going to apply to you whether you're a business owner, maybe you work for someone as a marketing manager, maybe you're an agency. It doesn't matter. All of these things are going to apply, and all of them are going to help you in your career progression, growth, whatever it may be. So firstly, AI agents help us save massive amounts on operational costs. And this is because AI agents can essentially sometimes, if they're created well enough, replicate what an employee does. But they do it much, much cheaper. When you think about the average salary, the average wage, and compare that to the cost of running an agent, it's literally pennies on the dollar. So on top of that, you also get no sick days, no holiday pay, no training costs, and no HR headaches. And in my experience, agents are actually easier to manage than employees half the time. And again, I just want to reiterate, I'm not suggesting that we fire all of our employees, we get rid of humans, we just replace them with the machines. I'm just saying for certain businesses and certain use cases, these agents are incredibly powerful and they can save you a lot of money. And the example I always come back to is in our agency, we had a guy that used to scrape Google Maps for leads and then enrich them with tools like Apollo or Sales Navigator, and we were paying him over £1,000 a month. Now we automate that process with AI, and it costs us about $25 to $50 a month depending on the volume. So there's certain jobs that you really can find these efficiencies in, and you can save a ton of money. Secondly, and this is probably the most exciting in my opinion, and as a marketer this should be most exciting to you as well, you can scale like crazy with an AI agent. Just imagine this. You work for a restaurant chain, they've got 3 locations and you're responsible for all of their marketing. Then bam, they sign a deal and they've got 17 more locations, like tomorrow. So now you've got 20 locations in your portfolio. There is no way that you could handle that using traditional systems. There's no way that you could build the social calendars, you could write all of the emails and do everything that you need to do. Even if you use the same ones without any personalization across all of those venues or locations, it's going to be really tough. But with an agent, this is completely possible. As long as your agent is set up well, it knows precisely what it needs to do and what it needs to output, you can scale that across all of the 20 locations and you can bake the personalization straight in there. It's absolutely crazy. It means that you can just grow faster than ever before. As soon as you've got a system that works, you can scale that to the moon. And the same goes for any outreach, any lead generation. If you can get it to a point that it works and it can be done by an agent, then as soon as you're happy, you can scale it as far as you can go. And the power that that brings is just, it's mind-blowing. So that should really excite you. Next up, it reduces the number of mistakes that we're going to make, because as humans, we are, how do I say this? As humans, we're inconsistent, and that's beautiful, and that's what makes us human. The fact is that some days we're high and some days we're low. That entire roller coaster, emotional and otherwise, of life is so vital to enjoying every day. But there are certain business cases, again, where consistency is vital, and it's not just desired, it's actually vital. And AI agents unlock that for businesses. They give businesses a way of setting a process and getting predictable outcomes. You know, because an AI agent, it's never going to be tired. If they've got a newborn, for example, and I do have a newborn, so I very much understand what that's like. But, you know, an AI agent isn't going to be woken up 5-6 times a night by a newborn baby. You know, they're not going to have problems with their partner and be emotionally upset or whatever it is, you know, whatever it may be that impacts your performance. Agents don't have that. And what that does is it reduces the amount of mistakes. Also, agents are going to follow their programming to a degree. And whilst there is a non-deterministic element in there, it means that we can sort of systematically remove errors and we can address them and we can give that agent tools to deal with them. And probably the biggest part on consistency, because whilst we're saying mistakes, what we're really talking about here is consistency, is that every time that you lose an employee, that leaves a massive hole, right? It's very hard to fill. It takes a lot of time in terms of training, resources, whatever it may be. Now, if you've got an agent instead, or an agent doing parts of the work, when you lose an employee, it's not as impactful. Now, if you are employed at the moment and you're worrying about, well, what does that mean for me? Maybe I'm going to replace myself with an agent. Absolutely not, because these agents, they do need managing and they do need someone that understands them, how they were set up to make them work. In fact, if you are employed, building agents is one of the highest value things you can do, because your value to your employer is suddenly gone 10x, and you're the only one that can control these things that you've made. So it's not a bad thing. If you know how to use these things, you put the power in your hand, okay? So don't think that it's negative for all employees. And I'm really, really conscious to stress that this isn't about replacing people. It's just about changing the way that we work and finding new jobs. And if anything, increasing our creativity and then using agents to do the bits that don't speak to us so much or aren't as sort of actualizing. Okay, that's enough talking. Let's have a look at the agent we're going to build together. So I'm just going to head across here and make my head smaller. Maybe I need to. But anyway, right, there's two parts to this agent. And in this first part, we're going to be creating a knowledge base using Pinecone. In this second part, we're then going to communicate with that database using an AI agent. So let me show you what it looks like. And I'm just going to reset this chat here. Hello, please tell me about Pro Dental Clinic. Keep it short. We don't want too much information. We just want to keep it quick. So as you can see here, that AI agent has checked its knowledge database in Pinecone, and now it's looked at its memory to see if there's any context that's important, and it's using ChatGPT or one of the OpenAI models to reply to us. So here we go. Here's our reply. Pro Dental Clinic is a premier dental practice located in London, offering a wide range of services, blah, blah, blah. You can read there. Here's the key details. Cool, phone, yeah. Everything that we need, and we've got services offered. So maybe I'm interested in fixed braces. So I'm going to say, please tell me about fixed braces. Okay, and now that that's processing again, it's checked its knowledge database there, and it's using its OpenAI model to generate a response. So here we go. Nice, we've got all of the information. Now maybe I'm thinking about, how much does this cost? How much will it cost me? And let's see how the agent deals with this. And again, you can see there, it's gone through its knowledge database. It's now preparing the response. The cost of fixed braces is $50, which that's just the consultation. I didn't read it properly. But as you can see, yeah, it's a $50 consultation, or $50 or £50. Okay, so as you can see, it's gone through its Pinecone database. Again, it's formatted the response, and here it says, generally a consultation is required, which has a £50 deposit, and it gives us more cost considerations. So as you can see there, it's going into that knowledge database, it's pulling the information that it needs, and then it's replying back to us. So this is what we're going to set up for you, your business, or the business you work for, whatever it may be. So let's head back across here, and the first thing you're going to do is sign up for NAN. And when you've gone through the sign up process at NAN, you should be looking at a screen like this. I want you to come up here to create workflow, and you're going to see something like this. Now what we're going to do is import a template. So you're going to come across to the document or the school group, and you're going to click this import template file, and you're going to have the option to download this. So I'm just going to download that now, and I'm going to come across to here. And I'm going to press these three dots, and I'm going to press import from file. I'm going to click the file, and there you go. This should be looking familiar to you. So now, next step, we're going to set up our OpenAI API key. Again, I want you to head to the link in this document. And when you do, you're going to go through a sign up process again. And as part of that sign up process, it's going to give you an API key. When you get that API key, I want you to copy it and put it in your notes somewhere safe, because you're only going to get to see it once. You're then going to need to add credits to your account. Now you only need $5. What we're doing isn't very intensive, so it's fine. It's barely going to use any of that. Just put the $5 on the account, or this won't work. And make sure that you've got that API key safe. So I'm going to show you how we would set up an API key from new. So let's say NANV.2. I'm going to put it in default project. That's fine. When we create that API key, you're going to see it come up very soon. All right, and I'm going to copy it. I'm then going to come back to NAN, and you can see this embeddings OpenAI module. I'm going to press that. I'm going to press create new credential. I'm then going to copy and paste my API key in, and I'm going to save that. Okay, it's just going to test it. All right, once it's happy, we've now connected our NAN module to OpenAPI. And we're going to do the same thing over here for these two in a second, but let's get Pinecone sorted next, okay? Now we're going to go to Pinecone, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to sign up. Now, you may get an API key straight away. If you do, brilliant. You can copy and paste that straight in a very similar way to we just did with OpenAPI. But if not, you can generate an API key. And again, let's call this NANv.2. We'll just call it NAN2 for this one. And we're going to create that key. Again, we're going to get a chance to copy it. And once we've copied it, we're going to come across to this Pinecone module. And again, we're going to create a new credential. We're going to put it in there. And we're going to save. And again, it's going to test it. So now we've connected this half of the automation to both OpenAPI and Pinecone, which are two key tools. So why don't we have a little bit of a deeper look at how this part of the automation works. Now this automation, or this really is an automation. This is an agent, but this is an AI-powered automation. This part of the overall agent structure, this is the trigger, right? And there's the introduction to NAN course, which is going to go into these concepts a lot more, and it's going to make you a lot more comfortable with this platform. But right now, under that principle of only needing to know as much as we need to know to get it done, we're not going to go too in depth. Essentially, a trigger is what starts a workflow. And in this case, it's an on-form submission. So we're going to, in a minute, we're going to take a form, we're going to go onto it, and we're going to upload our knowledge database. And this is going to start this whole sequence of events. Now, this module here is a Pinecone module that is going to store that knowledge base into our Pinecone database that we're about to set up. Now, to do that, it's going to need access to an LLM. So we're going to use one of OpenAPI's model. It's going to load all of that data, and then it's going to split it down into batches and then re-upload and store it. And that's basically what these modules do. You don't need to worry too much about these. These are the most important ones for now. So let's come into that form module first and see what elements to the form that we have. So we have, please upload your files here, file 1, file 2, and file 3. So we can upload up to 3 files at once. It's pretty simple. And we're going to test this later on. So don't worry about that now. Just understand that this is a form where we're going to upload our files, and that's going to initiate this part of the automation. Then over here, we've got the Pinecone vector store, and the operation mode is insert documents. This is all going to be set up with the template that you upload. And then we're going to select our index from a list, but we haven't set up our index yet. So we're going to come across to Pinecone, which is here. And we're going to go across to database. We're then going to create an index. So we're going to call this Pro Dental V2. And on the configuration, we're going to come across to text embedding 3 small. Now, you don't need to worry again too much about this. This is just a really cost-effective way of vectorizing your information, but don't worry about it too much. We are going to change this dimension as well to 1536. Everything else we're going to leave the same, so it's nice and simple. We're going to press Create Index, and then this is going to take a little bit of time to spin up, a little bit of time to load. And as you can see, there's no records yet, but that's fine. We're going to come back across to NAN, and we're just going to make sure that we're on the right index, okay? So yeah, is this the right one? Yep, and we've got 2 choices, but on this one, that is the correct one, so we are all good. Again, let's have a look at this embeddings, OpenAI, so it should be now connected to our account. And in terms of the model, just leave it as it is, because if you remember in Pinecone, we selected text embedding 3 small, and we want to do the same here. So that's all working. These you can leave alone. There's nothing to do here. Only thing is that I would say is the type of data that we're processing here is binary, because we're taking a file from a form, and binary are generally files that we want to extract the data from. But beyond that, there's not much that you really need to focus on here, nor with this recursive character text splitter. This is just how it's splitting out the text, because it's too big to put in one go. Right, once that's done, let's have a look now at the conversational RAG agent. Now, the trigger here is when a chat message is received. And as you can see down here in the bottom left-hand corner, this is how we can chat with this agent. If we come into the agent itself, there's 2 key parts. And the first is the prompt. So this is the user message. Now here, this is just telling the agent what it needs to do. So read your system prompt, here is your inquiry. And then this variable here, this expression, this is going to be the chat message that has come through that chat trigger. If we go further down, we also have a system message. And if you remember from the assistant module, this is the instructions, the sort of overview of what the agent is actually going to do. And we put it in the system message because it's going to be the same every time. So if we come down, we can see all of these bits and pieces. What I would say when you're setting this up is just make sure that you change this from your business to the name of your business, whether it's your business, a client, whatever it is. Okay, So that's all we need to do there. When we come off that, we're going to come down here as well to this OpenAI module. And again, we're going to make sure it's connected to the right one. This is fine, GPT-4o mini, that's absolutely fine. You can keep it as it is. And this is just the brain of the agent, really. This is the model that's going to be processing the information and outputting it and all those kind of things. And there you can see as well, we've attached a simple memory node. Now, as I think I went through in the agent module, or in the 4Systems module with the agent part, there are far better memory options for your agents. But for what we're doing here, it's really simple. You can play around with this context window, and it's basically how many messages is the agent going to remember. Then we've got our Pinecone vector store, and instead of actually inserting documents into it this time, we're going to be retrieving knowledge from it. So as you can see, retrieve documents as tool for AI agent. The name, knowledge base, this is just the name for the agent. And then this description here is basically just telling the agent what it needs to do with this. So just make sure that you're changing this from Pro Dentals to the name of the business that you're working with. Then you're going to want to select the Pinecone index. So at the moment we're on Pro Dental V2. That's good, but there's nothing in there, so it won't have anything to pull from yet. And we're just going to leave the rest as it is. Again, you need to make sure that this is connected and this is all set up correctly, or you're going to have issues running this module. But this, again, I just want to break down as this is our trigger for the agent. This is the brain, the model, the LLM that drives the module. We've then got a memory that allows the agent to possess context to remember past interactions and do what it needs to do. And then we've got tools, and we could add multiple tools, but in this case, it's just a knowledge-based retrieval tool. And then finally, on the back end of that, with that, we could have an email output, or whatever we needed to do with that information, we could send it on somewhere else. But since this is just a chat interface, we don't need anything on this right-hand side. Now, theoretically, everything is set up here, and it's ready to go. But what I would say is there are always problems with this, okay? Whenever you create an agent or an automation or whatever it is, especially from a template, the first time you run it, you're probably not gonna get everything that you wanted straight away. So it's almost like a moment of truth, but it doesn't matter. We're kind of looking for mistakes because that lets us or helps us iron things out. So before we run this module, the last thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna come back to this document, and you guys can do it on school as well. And I'm gonna make sure that I've got a knowledge base, okay? So we've got this knowledge base here. We created it in the previous assistant module. So if you want to create one for whatever business it is that you're working with, please head there. Otherwise, you can use this one as an example. And I'm going to head back across to NAN. Okay, so now we are ready to test. So first, let's come across to this module here. Let's copy that URL and let's press execute step. Okay, so that's going to load this up. Here where it says upload your files, we're going to put that knowledge base and we're going to submit that. We're going to come back across here and hopefully we'll be quick enough to see what happens. Yep, so that's all successful. You can then come across to this Pinecone vector store and you can execute this step. Now this is going to draw all of that information. As you can see there, it's taken all of that content from this file, which you can view some of the contents here, and it's going to draw that into Pinecone. So if we head back across to Pinecone now, we should be able to see this being added in real time to that database. So let's have a look. Nothing's come through yet. Okay, there we go. As you can see, it's coming through now. Here we go. We've got bits about composite bonding, dental implants, yep, specialized care for nervous patients, all those kind of things. So you can see all of that knowledge database that we were looking at here. That's now, so if we take a look, right, nervous, there you go, specialized care for nervous patients. You can see that all of that is being pulled across, and that's being pulled across into our Pinecone database. So that's awesome. So what we can say now is that this part of the automation is working exactly how we like. But now it is time to test the agent, and this will be a bit of fun. So we were just talking about specialized care for nervous patients. So let's say, help, I'm nervous at the dentist's. Can you help me or not? Let's see what comes back. Okay, so as you can see, that agent, it's checking its model. It hasn't actually checked our Pinecone database yet. So let's have a look. No, so these are generic answers. And as you can see, it didn't check its knowledge database. And this is a perfect example of why you need to check things and why you need to go through and make small changes. So I'm going to come across into this agent, and I really recommend that you do this step too. And if you haven't tested your agent yet, you can put this in. I'm going to put, make sure you check your knowledge database before responding to questions. Right, let's try again. So I'm going to reset. I'm just actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy and paste this query. I'm going to reset it. I'm going to save that.
Let's just make sure that that's in there. Yeah, make sure you check your knowledge database. And I'm going to post that again. So let's do it. All right, let's see if we get a different response. And hopefully this will show you as well how changing these variables gives you different outputs. And like I said before about when you get an error or you get something you don't like, this is exactly how you fix it. You just iterate. Right, absolutely, I can help you with that. At Pro Dental Clinic, we understand that many patients feel nervous about visiting dentists. Here are some of the ways that we support you. We offer sedation options. Oh my goodness. Wow. Go and get high before your dental procedure. Cool. Supportive environment. Yeah. Communication, yeah, gradual approach. Okay, so if you'd like to learn more about our services, you can do all of those things. So that's directly from the knowledge base. So we can see that that's working, but let's do another test. What is your website? Short answer, please. We don't want a long rambling answer this time. We just want something short, something quick. So again, you can see it there, checking its database. From there, our website, there we go, perfect. It's working exactly as intended. So guys, I think that's pretty cool, right? But I don't want to stop here, right? Because this is a really foundational agent, and this sort of structure, access to a knowledge database with a chat interface on the front, is so foundational for so many more of the complex agents that we're going to build throughout this community and that you're going to have great fun with, and they're going to hopefully make you loads of money or save you loads of time. But yeah, it's just the beginning. Don't think that this is by any means the end. This is just an introduction to the platform. And if you're confused about this platform and you want to learn more, don't worry. We've got an introduction to N8N course. N8N is absolutely vital to any AI automator, especially with marketing, because that is where you're going to build all of those awesome agents, all of those awesome AI-powered automations that are just, yeah, they're just going to kick ass, basically. So you don't want to miss that. So don't worry about not knowing too much about this platform for now. Just know that there is a module that will take you through it, and it will be in this fun conversational style that we're trying to build here. So yeah, hopefully it will be a pleasure and not too much of a chore. But anyway, let's talk about how could we expand this agent, because we really are just scraping the surface of what's possible here. Fundamentally, we've created a store of information and a chat interface to interact with it. But there's so much more that we could add. For example, we could turn it into a customer service agent by connecting an email account and giving it tools to say check availability on our calendar or make bookings or whatever it is. Or we could turn it into a social media assistant by giving it access to our images, another agent that makes a social media calendar, and a method of scheduling posts. And I've just mentioned it here, but the best part about agents is that they don't have to work alone. We can combine them with other agents and workflows to make them even more powerful. And the effects of these things, they really compound. It's like an epiphenomena, right? They're not the sum of their parts. So 1 agent plus 2 agent plus 3 agent doesn't equal 3. So like 1 plus 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 3. It equals like 100, because the more tools you give them, the more powerful they become. The more you integrate them with your systems, the better the flow of data, just the more potent that they are. So I really hope that this module has got you excited. I hope that you have built and tested your first AI agent, and I hope it was good fun. Really looking forward to seeing you in the rest of the community. So yeah, one more video in this series that's going to show you where to go next. But hey, why don't you post in the community your agent? Why don't you tell me what you found easy, what you found hard, or what you think of the whole thing? All right, guys, lovely to be with you once again. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for spending time with us here in the community. So thank you. Goodbye. Hello and welcome to this hybrid systems module where we're going to be looking at how you can build a social content calendar system using AI. And if you're writing social calendars at the moment, it's probably a bit of a pain in the ass. It probably takes a long time and it's difficult to know how to format it. And you're probably not even sure if it actually improves your performance or not. But by the end of this module, you're going to know how to produce a data-backed social media calendar wrapped up in a sexy package that 100% will improve your brand's social media performance. By the end of this module, you're going to know how to produce a data-backed social media calendar that's wrapped up in a sexy package. And you might be wondering, who is this system for? Who does it work for? Maybe you've got your own business. Maybe you're building a personal brand. Well, this system works best for brands or brands with a physical location. It can also be used for personal brands, but you need to tweak it a little bit. I'm actually going to be working on a version of this system for personal brands next month, although personally speaking, I still prefer to manually plan my content. So let's have a look at what we're going to learn today. The first thing we're going to learn is how to scrape our competitors' data to create our posting framework. And this is like a cheat code because it's going to allow us to look at what's working and then feed that into our own strategy.
Next, we're going to learn how to create ultra relevant social media content calendars that plan topics, write captions, and plan the creative in one fell swoop. And finally, we're going to look at how we can store that calendar and share it with our stakeholders, teammates, whoever it may be. But first, before we go any further into how to do it, let's take a look at a practical example. And I've got this lined up for you. So this is an imaginary brand. It's actually the name of a business that me and my brother tried to set up when we were kids, like really young, selling vintage clothing. And we made a bit of money, but not much at all. It wasn't super successful, but I have revived it. I've brought it back to life for this example. So this doesn't relate to a real business. Everything here is fictional, but let's get started. So as you can see, I've got my messaging guidelines in here. I've got a knowledge base, and I've got the training document that we're going to be building together today for whatever business it is that you're working with. So we can go through this prompt a little bit. Now we've got the role, goal, context, and output framework that we always use, and on top of that we've got a little bit of guidance on how to actually build the calendar. But like I said, we'll go through this in detail later. In terms of the requirements, we're going to do one post every other day, and we're going to do 3 reels per week. On top of that, we've got these specific requests, and let's actually reduce that to 2 reels, and we're going to reduce that to 8 per month. Cool. So we've got festival season, new shipment of clothes, catch students before the new term, hosting a music event, and we've got a new team member. So let's see if those things get carried through into the calendar. Right, here we go. So building it as an artifact, that's what we want. So here we are, it's written our calendar, and let's have a look at some of these captions. So festival season is here, from Glasgow to Reading, your vintage fit is everything. These festival legends knew the assignment, now it's your turn. Now the only thing I say is that Glasgow's in the past, but that's fine. We're writing this for the future, so we would just adapt that ourselves. Let's go a little bit further down. So fresh finds alert, 80 new pieces just landed, including those flares you've been hunting for, from groovy 70s to Y2K dreams. We've got your main character energy sorted. Awesome. Meet Ella, our newest style guru. Look, I'm not going to go through each post, but I hope you can see the standard and the quality of these. And we've also got creative suggestions that, to be honest, I don't actually use that often. I use the creative that I've already got, but it gives you an idea. And as you can see, we've populated the entire month, which is awesome. I mean, imagine if, I don't know if you work with multiple businesses, for example, imagine if this is how long it took you to create a content calendar. Obviously, you might want to do a couple of small adjustments, but for me, this would be ready to go, you know, and then it's a case of just making sure that you've got the right creative. So hopefully seeing that excites you, and hopefully now you're ready to build something like that for either your business, your clients, or a business that you're working for. So let's head back to the training document. Right, why are social calendars important? Now, some of you are going to know this already, but I really need to reiterate it because I see a lot of people cutting a corner here, and it is no good, and I'm going to tell you why it's no good right now. First of all, it's all about the money. Look, nobody makes money in organic social without being super organized. It's a time pit, okay, right? You're going to dump so much time to it and get nothing back unless you're like laser focused on what you're trying to achieve, and you really sort of like draw a square around your time and don't let yourself exceed that. And a social content calendar is a really important and necessary tool to help keep you on track. And it also unlocks a work technique called chunking. Now, chunking is when you group tasks of a similar nature together. For example, scheduling pre-written posts. If you schedule a post every day, there's a constant time sync. You're logging into the platform, you're getting into the right headspace, and in total, if you add up all the time it takes, maybe it takes you 2 hours a month, where if you're able to schedule them all in one block, it will take you less than 30 minutes. So that automatically is like a 1.5 hour saving. On top of that, like the speed that you're writing captions now compared to this, where it's all prepared in one go, in one prompt, is going to be a lot quicker as well. So just remember, there's loads of like micro time saving aspects to this calendar that when you add them all together, it's going to save you hours upon hours every month. But on top of that, if you combine the topic selection and caption writing with a data-led approach, which is what we're going to do here, looking at your competitors, what's working for them, looking for your brand inspirations and finding what their sort of secret sauce is, then you're going to create something really, really powerful. And the best part about this for me really is because you can use all the hard work and resources of a bigger competitor's dedicated social media team, and you can use it to supercharge your own strategy, which is so satisfying if you're a small business or startup. And also as well, I personally love it when an underdog pinches a win from the big businesses. So, you know, that's what we're all about here, empowering the small guys. Sorry if you're part of a big corporate team, but it's just the way of the world, I'm afraid. So, Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. How and why do we create this system? Right. Whilst we don't really run organic social for anyone other than ourselves anymore because of the poor margin as a delivery partner, there was a time when we did, and boy did it suck. If you're handling 20 plus accounts, you need to be organized, but it just wasn't fun. We had quite a few social media managers that burnt out, and yeah, like I said, the only way I can really describe it, it just was not fun. And what is the point of having a job if you don't enjoy at least a little bit of it? But it was just not good for anyone. So I put my highly limited but occasionally relentless cognitive capacities to the task, and you've guessed it, I came up with a template and a system. But then ChatGPT came along and I realized, oh man, this sucks. This could really be improved. So over the last few weeks, I've been in the lab and I've been cooking up a new process for you all. And my goal is to make planning your social content a task that takes you less than 10 minutes a month. Let's find out if I succeeded. So there is a 5-step process to getting this right. The first step is to scrape competitor post data using Apify. And if you've done the foundations module, you'll know how much I love Apify. If you haven't, that's not to worry. It's a really simple platform to use, but that's going to get all of the inspiration that we need. We're then going to use that data to create a training doc using an LLM of our choice and a nice, well-structured prompt. We're going to then upload that doc to either our Claude project or a ChatGPT assistant. So now it's got that training module sort of installed in its brain. And then we're going to generate our content calendar using, again, a very structured prompt. And this is the prompt that you're going to be using sort of every month. And by the way, you don't need to do this every month. It's just these 2 steps. And to be honest, you can even avoid 5 if you want to. And speaking of 5, that's where we're going to take this content calendar. So let's have a look here. And we're going to move it across to a template like this, just so we can share that with stakeholders, or we can, just keep ourselves on track. It's good to have a physical document to refer back to. So let's get started. Let's head across to Apify. Now, you should have signed up in the Foundations module. If you haven't, not to worry, do that now. It's really, really easy. You're going to come across to here on the Apify store, and you're going to look for this Instagram post scraper. You can search in here or you can go here. When you click through to that, you're going to have the option to add your competitors. Now, I'm just going to use 3 different competitors here, but I recommend probably using 5 and looking to get between 300 and 500 social posts to use for your inspiration. Now, I'm going for a maximum of 100 posts per profile, so that's fine. And I'm looking back over the last 2 years. I'm leaving everything else pretty much the same there. So I'm going to save and start that now. Now, rather than us sort of looking at each other awkwardly whilst this is running, I'm going to pause now and I'm going to come back when this is finished. Okay, here we are. So that took 3 minutes and 45 seconds and cost me $50 to do, but we now have all of the data that we need. So I'm going to come across to here and I'm going to export this data set, and I'm going to export it as a JSON file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the fields that I want. Now, the ones that you want, I've already got them preloaded here, are caption, likes count, video view count, owner username. Actually, we'll get rid of that. We don't want that. Owner full name, comments count, mentions, and video play count. We can probably get rid of mentions as well if we want to keep it super streamlined. So we want these are the these are the parameters that we want, or the headers that we want. So this is going to be the copy, and then these are mostly engagement sort of metrics that are going to indicate whether or not that post performed well, so we can prioritize the ones that got the best response from the audiences. And this owner full name here is just to check that it's not going to be like an influencer post or something like that. It just helps us make sure we're looking at the right people, right? Cool. So let's take that. Let's download it. Now we're going to head across to Claude. Okay, so here we are. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this document. We don't want it. We just want the knowledge base and here, and then we get rid of these examples as well, so nothing can possibly pollute what we are doing. We want it nice and pure. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to come and upload that file that we just downloaded. So that JSON file, we're going to put it in there. We're then going to come across to the following prompt here. Here we are. Now we're just going to copy and paste this, and we're using Claude, but of course you can use ChatGPT as well. So if that's the platform that you have, please feel free to use that. It will work for both. We're going to come back across here and we're going to paste that in, and I'm going to say, please see the attached
prompt. And honestly, I don't know why when I'm filming these videos, my spelling is so bad. I promise it's not really that bad. Even in primary school, I won a spelling competition. Like, that version of me, that little 5-6-year-old version of me would be so disappointed now. But anyway, let's get this rocking and rolling. Hello guys, I'm back. My microphone died. I do apologize. A little bit cut off at the end there, but essentially we posted in that data set and we also gave it the prompt, and now it's outputted this. And this is exactly what we're looking for. These are all different posting concepts. So I'm just going to come down and I'm going to copy them. I would recommend actually reading through these, making sure that you're happy, because these are going to be the basis of your calendar. But I've run this system so many times, I can just scroll through and I know that these are all good types of posts. So I am happy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come across and I am going to put that into a document. Okay, just like that, nice and simple. I'm not going to format it. I don't mind about any of that stuff. Let's just call it pop line social post concepts. It's important to call that file social post concepts because that is how we're going to identify it in the other prompt. So just make sure that the file has social post concepts in it. I'm going to download that as a plain text file, and then I'm going to come back across here and I'm going to go back to my project. Now in my project knowledge database, I am going to add that plain text file. So let's upload that. Awesome. Right, so now we have done this step and we have done this step. So these 3 steps cleared. These are the steps that you only need to do once. You can refresh them every couple of months just to make sure you have the most up-to-date data. But other than that, you know, this is the kind of thing that you set and forget. Once it's ready, you're good to go. Now we're going to look at the things that you would do on a monthly basis. And the first thing is generating the content calendar, and we're going to use the following prompt. So let's come across to that prompt now, and here we are. So I said that we go through it in a little bit more detail, and now is the time. So first we've got the role. That's self-explanatory. This is just giving the LLM the context that it needs. Then we've got the goal, right? Now in here we've got this content pillar distribution, 70% value, 20% engagement, and 10% promotional. And I want to keep these videos not too theory heavy. So I'm not going to spend loads of time on this, but essentially 70% of our posts are looking to entertain or educate our followers or the audience that we're reaching out to. 20% are going to ask them to engage in some way, whether it's a comment, a tag, a share, whatever, or even just a like, whatever it may be. And 10% of our posts are going to be directly promotional, where we're pushing for a sale. I find that this is a good split because ultimately people go onto social media to entertain, not to be sold to. So if you sell too often, you end up burning through your goodwill. And obviously people like Alex Hormozi, they've got this nailed. I'd recommend some of his content if you want to go more into the theory behind this. Right, so we've got the goal. That's just outlining what we actually want to achieve. We've then got the context. Now this context here is going to say the 3 documents that this prompt is going to have access to in the knowledge base, and these are going to give different sort of it's going to help the prompt in different ways. So we've given it a list of social concepts to use. We've also created that knowledge database that is going to give information about the brand, and we've got messaging guidelines for the tone and everything like that. Then here we've got the content requirements. So we've got the calendar period. So I've picked August 2025, but obviously you can pick whenever you like. For the post frequency, I've done 1 post every other day, but again you can change this. And the reel requirements, currently I have 3 reels per week or 12 per month. I'm going to change that to 2 reels per week or 8 per month. Then on this specific request section, this is where I'm going to write all of the bits that I care about. So it's festival season and we're doing 20% off. Then I could say back to school deals available as well before people return to uni. Lots of summer items, push for the end of summer, winter items coming in September, overall 80s focus, and big 80s clothing delivery. For example, these are just the type of things you can put in. You can put in whatever you like, right? Even if you're like, I don't know, we're doing a raffle, for example, or giveaway give away a £50 voucher. For example, you can do whatever you like here. This is just the posts that you really want to see included in this month. So if you've got anything in your marketing calendar, anything that you really need to talk about, maybe you're just shutting the business for a day or you're on holiday for a week, you can stick this in there and then that's going to be taken into account when it writes the calendar. So let's keep that as it is for now. Other additions, right? This is just anything else that we want to be aware of. So for this, we've just put include any relevant national days or seasonal hooks that fit the venue or fit the business. Let's change that. But only the major or highly relevant ones, okay? So that's just like, I don't know, maybe it's like National Vintage Clothing Day. Hey, that's probably something we want to post about. And another spelling mistake. You know it, guys. You expect it by now. Right, and then we've got the output. This is exactly what we want. So we want a table with the following columns. So this is the concept, the pillar, which is the value, engagement, promotional, the content type, the copy, and the creative suggestion. So nice and easy, nice and simple. The final bit that we have down here is the content calendar framework. And again, you can change these if you want. You can change these percentages. I would recommend keeping it where it is, but you know, this is where you would change that if you wanted to. Then it's going to give it a flow about the order that it's going to go through. It's got a little bit of a description of the types of creatives that it can use. Again, you can change these. So if you have like specific real templates that you want to put in there, you can, or specific graphic templates, you can put those in there as well. And then we've got write the copy, and we've just got these bits at the bottom, including a strong CTA, including 3 to 7 relevant hashtags as well. So it's nice and simple, nice and streamlined. You can see all the bits that you may want to change. Once we're happy with this and we've put it in here with our specific requests, so we're all good, we're going to come back across and we're going to start a chat. And here we are. Now, I hate the way that Claude obviously formats these things, but it doesn't matter. It's not going to change anything. So let's fire that in and let's see what we get back. All right, I'm going to pause whilst this happens and I'll speak to you soon. Okay, so let's have a look at what we've got together. So again, we've got this festival bit here, but we've got Glasto again. That's fine. We're going to deal with that in a second. Yeah, 80s. Yeah, which 80s era challenge? Festival deal announcement, 20% off. That was obviously in the prompt. Behind the scenes, 80s sorting. Tag a festival friend. Back to school vintage prep. Again, that was in the context. Sustainability impact. Send a friend news to this. Fashion doesn't have to cost the earth. Every vintage piece choose a planet positive power move. Why buy new when the best fashion already exists? Cool, so these are all good posts to me. I'm really happy with these. These are ones that actually, honestly, I would be happy to post. Obviously, the creative is the next challenge with that, but in terms of like structuring what we're going to do and the captions, really, really awesome. So very happy with that. But let's say that I want to change something. How would I go about that? Well, this one here, for example, I don't like it because it's mentioning Glastonbury, and Glastonbury is in the past. So I'm going to put this. Glastonbury is in the past. Please, British, remember, please update. Oh, please update it. Doesn't matter. Please update. But yeah, because I'm British, I always say please and thank you, even though I shouldn't say hey. Right, where are we then? Right, we've removed that reference, so let's take a look. From Reading crowds to end of summer vibes. Yeah, there we go. So that's fixed it. All right, we're happy with that. And by the way, Reading Festival might be in the past as well. I wouldn't know, to be honest. I don't actually go to festivals anymore. So, but fun story. I used to perform at them as a free runner, which was good. Used to do all of like tricks like freestyle gymnastics, tumbling. Yeah, loads of stuff. Really good fun. Did like. Yeah, all the big ones basically, or quite a few of the big ones. But Boomtown was probably my favourite because it was the craziest. But anyway, yeah, that is a tangent that we don't need to go down. So let's carry on. Now we have completed step 4. So we've generated our content calendar, but now I want to show you how we store them, because whilst this obviously isn't strictly AI, it's a big part of being a marketing professional is having your data organized and like having it really easy to find. And I want to share with you a template that I developed. It's designed to be as clean as possible and just really, really simple. So I'm going to give you a quick run through of it, and then I'm going to copy and paste everything across so you can take a look at how that looks and how the type of thing we might present to our manager, our client, or the business owner, or just ourselves. You can see how that will look. So first things first, this is going to take you through to the document, the training document, everything like that. So that's going to be in there, no problem. We've also got this calendar here. This is just because these say day 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 31st, and you might not know what day of the week that actually relates to. So having this calendar here is going to make it really simple. If you want to change this, you just come across, change it to September, for example, and this will automatically change. Again, with this as well, you can just change the date, for example, to September, and this will change so you can see which day is which. Right,
let's populate this now. So I'm going to head back across here and I'm going to start copying these in again, because it's going to be a little bit awkward, and honestly I really don't have that much to talk about for like the next 5 minutes whilst I'm copy and paste these across. I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to bring you back when I've done everything I need to do. So let's talk very soon. Thank you guys. Hi guys, so I'm back and I've copied everything across. It took just a little bit less than 5 minutes, so not too long at all. And I actually really value this step because it forces me to check things. And I do think that there's a little bit of an epidemic, or a problem with LLMs and AI systems like this, that we don't really check our work enough. We kind of outsource everything to the AI and we get a bit lazy. So it's really important that we go through and check everything ourselves, because that's where we can just do, there's little tweaks that can sometimes improve it by a lot. So let's just quickly run through each column here. So we've got the topic, that's the idea, the pillar, value, engagement, promotion. You should know what they are from earlier on in the video. You've got the type here. Now we also used to use this template to plan stories as well, so obviously you can just get that information in, but for this video, post is all you're going to need. Then you've got the format, reel, image, graphic, carousel. Again, you can edit all of these, add more in if you have specific reel types, for example. Then we've got the copy or the caption, so that's in there. Then we've got a creative idea. I also use this column, or have used this column in the past, to put creative links, so links to images, reels, whatever it may be that I want to use. And then finally we've got this tick box here, and we do that when we have scheduled it, so we know that that's done. And then once it's posted, we can come in and we can strike everything out completely. So hopefully that all makes sense to you, and yeah, it looks good to me. I mean, this is the cleanest social calendar that I'm aware of. A lot of them really suck because they're so busy, but yeah, this one's nice, clean, easy to read, so hopefully this will be super helpful for you. So let's go back to our training document, because we have now completed each of the 5 steps. So remember, if you wanted then to produce a social calendar for next month, then all you would do is change that date to September, you change the post that you want to include, and off you go. And remember, this process can work for pretty much any business. Personal brands it can work for with a few tweaks, but I am working on that better system, but pretty much any business this is going to work for. I don't know, like a builder's merchants, an insolvency company, or lawyers. Let's go a little bit different. Maybe a course seller. Yeah, definitely a course seller, or a marketing agency, or whatever it is. This can definitely work for, as long as you get that inspiration data right. So now let's go through to the FAQs. Right, these are questions that I've been asked about this system in the past that I think you may find useful. If the system makes sense to you and you don't want to listen to all this, be free to end this video now. Press that tick in the top right hand corner so you know that you've been through it. But if not, let's go through them together. Do I get similar posts every month? Yes, you will, unless you upload last month's posts as part of your prompt, and I really recommend doing that. So when you're doing multiple months, so let's say you've done August and now you want to move on to September, what I would do is make sure that you download all of August's posts and then put in the prompt, I've attached August's posts. Please make sure that there's variety and we're not just using the same posts over and over again. Also, you can control it obviously with the context section and the posts that you want to include there. So yeah, really important step, really good question. Next up, what if I don't like one of the captions? I've already shown you how to change this. You can obviously do it via prompting, or you can do it yourself just when you're copying it across to your template, or even when you're scheduling in the social platform, just change it then. And I mean, it's not uncommon for us in the past to do that. So we take a caption, then we look at our creative and be like, oh, actually it's not quite right. So we change the topic from say 80s clothing to, I don't know, 2000s clothing, whatever that may be. As you can see, maybe, am I a fashionable person? Probably not. But maybe that makes me fashionable, but very unlikely that it actually does. Anyway, does this work? Okay, so do I have to set up the messaging guidelines and knowledge bases first? Yes, absolutely. If you do it without doing those things, then it's going to suck, really. It's not going to be that relevant to you. So please make sure you do them first. And again, in the hybrid systems, we've got guides on doing both of those things. Does this work for multiple industries? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, it does. Nothing more to say. Yes, it does. How would this work for an agency managing clients? Cool. This is a good question. So this obviously doesn't just have to be an agency. Maybe you're a marketing manager for a business that has multiple venues or locations or whatever it is. Then what I would do personally is obviously, first of all, I'd streamline everything and I'd try and just do it all from one account. But if that wasn't possible, I would have a different project for each location. And I'd have slightly different knowledge bases and messaging guidelines if required. And then I would just run it through multiple times in separate projects or separate marketing assistants that I'd set up
on ChatGPT. So yeah, you just scale it out. You know, there's no penalty for doing this. The only thing I would say with ChatGPT is just make sure that your memory settings are appropriate, because if you're carrying memory across chats, then you're going to end up with like a kind of soup of everything combined, and it just sucks. So make sure that your memory settings are correct. But you're going to have problems with that anyway if you're managing multiple clients in multiple locations on a single account. So hopefully you've got that set up anyway. If you want any advice about that, just drop me a message in the group. I'm more than happy to answer it. Do we share this with stakeholders? Yeah, I would. And to be honest, I think visibility of planning stages is such a net positive for you. So obviously I'm not talking to guys that own their own business now. I'm talking to people that work with clients or people that are employed by a business. I think sharing something like this is really powerful, because not only are you kind of getting sign off on it, it gives them a chance to stick their oar in, which most of the time is a pain in the ass, but it gives that impression that you're really organized. And it just, I don't know, the structure is just something that generally business owners tend to love. And as a business owner myself, I've employed a lot of people over my time. I've hired, I've fired, I've done a lot. And I would say, yeah, someone being organized and someone being proactive are just like the two things that are, yeah, they're not qualifications, but my God, are they vital to success in any company. So yeah, I would share it with stakeholders personally. Can I get the AI to help me out with the creative too? Yes. Check out other modules. There's some hybrid system modules, but also there is an agent in the works. It's mostly built right now, which basically puts this system on steroids. So not only does it write all of the posts for you, collates all the topics, all those kind of things, it also then suggests images and then schedules them directly in social platforms. In terms of the reels or graphics, that is something that we're working on. It's a much more complex automation, but we're hoping in the next month or two to have that agent ready. And then basically you're going to be able to feed that agent all of your images, all of your raw footage, and yeah, it's just going to create the reels and the images and the graphics all for you, which will be awesome. So yeah, really exciting stuff. I hate copying and pasting it across. What can I do? Don't copy and paste it across. No, I'm joking. Sorry, that's a bit rude of me. I do apologize. No, yeah, you don't have to copy and paste it across, right? Because you can just reference that chat back. So if you're not planning on sharing it with anyone, reference the chat, get it all scheduled, and then forget about it. Obviously, as well, when you're doing the next month, you can go back into that chat. You can use the same chat, and say, hey, I don't want the same post, and you can paste the new prompt into there. So, you know, that is possible. You don't have to do it. But to be honest, it takes like 5 minutes. And like I said, it's a valuable exercise because it forces you to check. So up to you. How often should I update my post concepts? Depends how fast moving your industry is. Like an industry that we're in, like AI tech stuff, that's like ultra fast, right? The trends last like a week sometimes, if even that. So maybe you want to update it every week in that industry. But like vintage clothing, it's kind of dead, to be honest. Like, yeah, it's not like, I mean, I don't mean dead as in like nobody's making money from it, although it's certainly not as popular as it was, 10 years ago. But I could be talking out my ass, by the way. I don't know the numbers. Maybe I'm wrong. If you're in the vintage clothing industry, tell me if I'm wrong. Please do, because I would like to learn. But, it's not like a really like social media intensive industry where like everyone's competing and that's like the main source of income. There's other things like I'd say the biggest differentiator for success is going to be product and location, a combination of those two. So like it's kind of dead. You could probably get away with updating it every 6 months, maybe even push it to a year if you like. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue, but if you're in a fast moving industry that's very organic, social heavy, like tech, AI, whatever, something like that, then you need to be it needs to be a lot quicker. And like with personal brands, honestly, I would do it on a monthly basis, if not a bi-weekly basis. So yeah, right. How do I handle reels and reel scripts? So the easiest way as a system, obviously, if you're not using the agent that I spoke about earlier, is that you need to create a reel prompt that comes after this. But to be honest, like it's quite a complex system. And again, like I'm getting into marketing theory here, but I think it's worth it and valuable for this. And you can also tell me if you'd like modules on this kind of stuff, because we're more than happy to make them, because I mean, this is our bread and butter. We know this stuff. But essentially what I would do is I would create real templates that match a certain BPM. I'd then, so let's say it's like a UGC style. So like I've just got clips, I've got raw clips that are cutting one into the other, nothing fancy, just simple editing, right? Maybe the video is 20 seconds long, maybe it's, 12 seconds long. And it's got music attached as well. And then it's got like a voiceover with words, captions, whatever it is. Right, let's say that I've got that. I'd create a couple of different templates, and then for each reel, I would substitute out the music using AI generated music for something that matches the BPM. Right, and the way that I would plan, like how I'm going to write those videos, I would just have a prompt
for a script. I'd give it a topic and then it would output a prompt that would match that video. So if you've done the email module, it's a little bit like that, right? Where we have prompts that relate to the structure of the email. I'd have prompts that relate to the structure of my real templates. And you're probably seeing like a bit of a pattern here that everything we're doing is we're trying to like find something that works, and then we're like putting on our philosophy heads and we're trying to break it down into a system and make it repeatable. And in that repeatability, that's where we find the efficiencies. So you probably get the kind of like vibe of what we're trying to do. Yeah, hopefully it's helpful. Hopefully it not only makes you more successful, but saves you a ton of time, because ultimately, like, whilst work is good, work is fulfilling. And I think I would probably get into a lot more trouble if I wasn't working. And many young men may be the same, or old men, young women, old women, who knows? Maybe we'd all be in a lot more trouble if we didn't work. But actually, I want you to spend more time with your family. I want you to spend more time doing the things that you love. And if this is what you love, brilliant. But if there's something else that you love as well, then I want to free up as much time for you as I can. And on that note, because we're going very off topic, I'd like to say goodbye and thank you from the bottom of my heart for spending this time with me. Take care.
Hey guys, how are we doing? I hope you're well. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can use ChatGPT to create social media graphics, just like these ones here. These are completely AI and can be customized to any brand, as you can see here. They're all customized to different brands. This will work for any niche, and it will keep your prompts, it will keep your designs on brand and relevant to you, not just generic yellow AI stuff. So without further ado, let's get into it. The first thing I want to do before we start this off is tell you why I think this is so powerful. You can create social media posts really in seconds and at scale. And in this document and in this video, I'm going to show you how you can create your own AI graphics that follow your brand guidelines. And one of the main problems I see with people that create images with ChatGPT or do graphic design with GPT is that they are completely not relevant to a brand. They completely ignore that and they don't follow any sort of guidelines. So they just create sort of this yellow mess, and that can often look like stuff like this. And I really hate to see that, and it's not engaging. People know it's AI and people really don't like that. So now we're going to go into actually how to do it. Okay, the first step of this is finding inspiration. When creating graphics with AI, the most important component is the inspiration we feed it. We should know by now, if you've gone through the AI Foundations module, that the more information you feed AI, the better it is at completing a task. As such, this is obviously the first step. This can be either in the form of graphics you've seen elsewhere on Instagram from your favorite creators, or designing a template on your own using a Canva template. Now, I recommend the second one because I don't really think it's that cool to cheat, and I actually don't think you'll get very far if you're never creative on your own and use your own ideas. But before we build the template, I just want to discuss the limitations. I know this is really important for creating graphics with ChatGPT because while this is awesome, there are limitations. Every layer we add to a design is another layer of complexity and another place it can go wrong. And because of this, I advise you keep it very simple. I don't actually think that's necessarily a bad thing. Graphics with too much information actually perform badly on social media, and bold text, simple eye-catching designs are actually really where you want to be. So as a whole, complexity adds more friction, which increases a time in processing, which is a delay in message, which equals an overall poor performance on social media. So here's an example of a post that is too complex for AI to recreate. And it's also just pretty bad in general. We can see there's a lot going on here. There's a logo, there's a person, there's this bar at the bottom, there's this weird black line coming like that, there's a contact us button, there's these icons, there's this. There's just so much going on. And when I look at this, it's like someone's just thrown up on something. It's too much going on, and instantly it's not clear to me what this is trying to tell me. It's trying to tell me too much, and that is bad. And if we try to recreate this with AI, there's just simply too many moving parts, and you're going to have a very bad time. But here is an example of a graphic that's actually perfect to recreate with AI and is optimized for social media. As you can see, you can take one glance at this, see it's for a coffee shop from its background, understand it's about opening times, and get the meaning. That is so important. It's crucial. People have very short attention spans these days. It sucks, but it's the way it is. And if you want to be successful with creating graphics with ChatGPT or just being a graphic designer in general, you need to understand this. We can take one look at this, like I just said, and tell what it's about. And we can also very simply break it down into its core components: a background image, a title, and a small text box below. So now we understand why inspiration is so important. Let's go about creating yours. And a great place to start with this is Canva, or again, you can find someone else's graphic that you want to recreate, but I really don't recommend that. I think it's actually not very cool, but each their own. It's your own life. Do what you got to do. The graphic above here is actually just a Canva template, and below you can see I've actually tweaked it to fit my brand identity. And I've just changed the background to a stock image I found online.
But I am going to show you now how you can use Canva to quickly make a template and quickly have a graphic ready to go that isn't too complicated, and you can do it with no graphic design experience. Okay, so when you're on Canva, you just come over to templates on the sidebar here, go to Instagram post, and we're going to see a bunch of templates that someone has already done for you, and they are a lot of the time free or on the pro membership, which isn't much, and I actually really recommend getting it because it's very, very useful. Now, ones like this, too complicated. Ones like this, probably possible with AI, but let's start simple for the sake of this. And I like this one. I think this is cool, and I think I can work with this. And I think it's very simple, and I'm going to break it down. Now, I'm going to delete that, that, and that, and that. And I'm going to think about how I want to change this. So I'm going to get rid of that pillbox at the bottom, and I'm going to get rid of these ones at the top, as I actually don't think they're adding much, because they're so small, I don't think anyone can actually read that. But what I do like is this sort of design we have going on here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this for a dog walker business. So I'm going to change this to premium. And then let's have this bit at the bottom say dog walking. And in fact, we can even add another text and we can do something like this. Ooh. Spelling's not great today. Premium dog walking. And now let's just make that the same size. And then let's put that as cheap prices. And we can see we're well on our way to having a graphic, but we have a quick problem. The background is not relevant to dog walking at all. It looks absolutely lovely, and I would love to be on a pool right now, sipping a nice drink, but not quite right for what we're trying to do. So let's get rid of everything. Don't worry, the text is all still there. It's just on the white. And what you can do is come to elements, and you can actually just search for something. So if I wanted to go for dog, and then I can just go to photos, and I can just look for one that works. Looks good to me. I'm going to make myself a bit smaller so I'm out of the way. And what we can do is just put that there. And if it makes the text a little hard to read, what I sometimes like to do is come to the edit thing here and go to blur and simply just turn the blur up a little bit. And I think that just makes it pop a little bit more. Now, there we have it. We have a graphic ready for a bougie dog walking thing. Let's just make sure all this text is centered. And boom, we're ready to go. So let's save that, and we want to save it to somewhere that's very easy to find. And I'd save it as a JPEG, so the file size is much smaller. Just click download, let it do its thing, and call it dog, I'm going to call it DW Inspiration. And I'm just going to simply save that to my desktop. Now I know what that is, and I want to have that in hand, ready to use all the time, and I'll explain that later. Okay, so now you've used Canva to create an image. You're ready to go, really. Here's some ideas of some that could be really easy to do. These are all Canva templates. You can see they're very simple. You can break them down into maybe 4 components max. Really, really simple. And that's the next step, actually, breaking it down into the components. So once you've got your image, we need to break it down. And we're going to use these later to reverse engineer these parts. So as you can see here on the image we were talking about earlier, I've broken it down into some clear things. Here we have the image we used earlier, and we can see we've broken it down into its 3 components: the title, the background, and the text box, just like we discussed earlier. And you can see here I've broken down its components: pure white font, in formula font, -32 letter spacing, bold white, block capitals. And then for the background, we've got blue tones, massage on lower back, medical style, photorealistic, text box, pure white rectangle behind the text, bold back text, League Spartan font. Really, really simple. I've just broken down all its key components and everything that might be useful to include in my prompt later. Step 3, we're going to actually start to create the prompt. Now, to create a graphic that's on brand and doesn't look like this, I don't want to see anyone do this, by the way. I don't want to see anyone in the school group creating graphics that look like this. They look trash. No one is going to engage with this. This is not going to engage any customers or anything like that. So please, please, please follow this process and avoid creating things like this. I can tell that's AI from a mile off. So can everyone else. Not good. So anyway, to create a graphic that's on brand, we need a great prompt. And of course, I've prepared that prompt for you. And all you need to do is break down the graphic you've chosen as inspiration and input that information into the prompt. And you need to be very, very specific. So for this example, I used this information here and I inputted it into the prompt. And here's what that looked like. We have, you're an elite graphic designer specializing in social media brand for a physiotherapy clinic. Yep. Your job is to create a bold, concise, and visually clean promotional graphic for Instagram. You must write the copy text for the post yourself. The tone should be bold and action oriented. Oof. And then we insert the context. Now that is actually where we describe what we want the post to look like. And we'll touch on that later because that's not quite where we want to be engineering now. That's the next step. So anyway, if we look down, we've got the graphic must strictly follow these brand rules. We can see we've included the background, we've included the primary colors, we've included the fonts it needs to use, and we've included the layout. And then we've most importantly included the output. And what's important about this font is in Markdown. And if you don't know what Markdown is, go to the school group, go in the Foundations folder and watch the prompting video by my brother. It is very, very helpful and you're going to get much better outputs if you follow these in your own prompt. But here is a blank version and we're going to edit it on our own for this image we created here. And we're only going to change the parts in red. And remember, again, the more information, the better results. So here we go. Okay, so firstly, let's tackle the role. We've got brand design for insert business name. Now, if we're inserting the business name, for us, we're doing a dog walking business. For a dog walking business. Our goal is to create a, let's say, elegant, classy, and visually clean promotional graphic for Instagram. You must write the copy of text, we're not going to change that. And we want to insert the context here. Let's do that later. Again, I'll talk on writing your context. We can see an example here, but we'll talk about that later and what makes good context, because that is where we're going to actually edit and direct the GPT to make the image changes. Okay, so we're going to keep the canvas size the same. For background, we need to insert what we want the background to look like. So let's see what we've got already. We've got use a photorealistic image of a dog. We can change that just to a dog. Focus on cute breeds of dogs and a fun outdoor style. Stick to a golden tone, I'd say, on our image. Avoid, and we want to actually avoid any sort of cold tones. And we can see that it's kind of this weird sort of golden look to this. And we don't want a sort of cold tones like we do before. Lighting should be clean, professional, and stylized. Applies 30% Gaussian blur or over the entire background, including the people, including the dogs and people in the image. And now we want to insert the brand colors. Now, we only actually have one brand color in this. We can see it's just white, pure white the whole time. So what we can do is just go primary color is white. And we can actually just delete that whole secondary color part. Next, we have fonts. And we want to describe the overarching style of the font. So we want to say, again, I'd agree with never using rounded fonts for this. Title must use, and let's see what font we're using. We're using Tan Harmony. And is it in bold or anything? It's got a letter spacing, it's got tight letter spacing. Must use, and it's Tan Harmony. I think that's it. We've got that right. Font with, and the letter spacing on it is, we can see it here. Here, sorry, is -26. And the letters are almost touching. Supporting the text is using the Gotham font. I believe that font has no changes to the letter spacing. Must use Gotham style, always in black text. And we don't want that, always in white. And then for layout, we want to describe the layout of the image. And for us, I disagree with keep all the text centered. Just make sure we've got capital letters. Yep. Primary text. There we go. We have our prompt ready to go. It's as quick as that. You don't need to go into crazy amount of details and you're ready to go. And the next step then is obviously creating our images. Now, before we get into that, I want you to save your prompt. And to do that, we can get something here, and I can see mine. We have a prompt manager. Now to do that, just go prompt manager, Google Web Store. and we can see there's a bunch of options. This is the one I've got, and literally what you can do is copy it, and we want to be able to have access to this all the time because we're going to need it every time we generate an image. So what we can do is copy this in here, click add. Oh, sorry, we don't want to add a folder. We can just click add, create new prompt, and just say graphic design prompt dog walking business. And then we have that, and it's ready to go. And we've got the dog walking one there, and we've got the physio one there. Now, when we've created a prompt, we're ready. But there are two key rules we must always, always, always follow when we're creating our graphics. We must always, when we go to new chat and we enter our prompt, we must always upload the inspiration image. So for me, my inspiration image, I saved it here. We must always upload that every single time. No excuse. It is not going to work if you don't do that. So make sure you do that. And the next one is if we want to generate an image, to make changes, if we want to generate an image, a new one, or make changes to an image, we always start a new chat. You can see here, we've generated our image and we've said nothing afterwards, because if we want to make changes to this image, we download it and use it in a new chat. Otherwise, you'll end up with this. And this is really important because basically what ChatGPT does is it start to inbreed your images and they will all start to influence each other. So if this photo of the rock, someone edited it 100 times with the prompt, something like generate this image exactly the same every single time. And as it goes on, it has these slight changes and each generation influences the next until you end up with this photo that is the stuff of nightmares that is not even recognizable to the rock in any way. So yeah, just make sure you're following these two rules. If you've got any problems, it's probably because you're not following these two rules. If you're struggling to create your prompt or anything like that, just message me, tag me in the school group, and I'll be more than happy to help. This is something I really enjoy doing. So just tag me and I'll help you out. And the next thing we've got is to talk about the context. Now, the context goes here in your prompt. And now we can see a good example of context here. It's something like this. The purpose of this graphic is to advertise physiotherapy services for football players looking to get fit during the pre-season. This graphic must feature a football player wearing an Arsenal jersey positioned just below the main text and slightly overlapping it for visual depth without compromising readability. You can see that is really clear on what I want the AI to do. And if you have a poor context window and you don't edit the context very well, you're going to have a poor generation because the AI is not going to understand what you're asking it to do. And it's very important that the AI does that, of course. And you can see this is what this context generated. You can see it's got exactly what I wanted and it looks great and it's on brand. So let's give this a go. Let's use our prompt and generate a graphic. So let's go to new chat. We've got our image up, we've got our inspiration already uploaded. Let's go here. Let's get our prompt, let's paste it in, and let's edit our context. So for us, let's go for something like this image should advertise our doggy daycare services. The text on the image should reflect this, And then let's say something like the background image should be of, what type of dog? A golden retriever on a walk through the woods. During sunset. That will look nice. And we can see, very specific, very easy. Now, the graphic design needs to follow all of these steps. We've already tweaked this, so that can just stay the same. So every time we want to generate an image, all we have to do is upload this, change the context, and press enter. Now, it will take about a minute to generate. You can see it instantly starts getting started. If it takes any more than 2 minutes, refresh your browser, just see what's going on. If there's a high usage on ChatGPT around the world, it's going to take a little bit longer, but it should never take more than 1 to 2 minutes. So I'll jump back in with you when this is done. Okay, so here we have it. We have the image. It's done it. And you can see it's all on brand. We've got the right font and we've got the right thing. Book doggy daycare now. Book doggy daycare, sorry. Secure your spot now. And we can see it's on brand. It's in the right text fonts. Perfect. Love it. Really happy. So now we're going to talk about something I like to call the troubleshooting step. Now, ChatGPT isn't perfect, and sometimes it will go wrong. And every time this happens, I want you to edit your prompt to counter an issue. So to say, I don't like how yellow this is, and I think that is generally a problem with ChatGPT. What I might do is see here where I've said the background, and you can see I've said stick to golden tones only. I'm going to edit that, and I'm going to say something like stick to cool tones, or stick to golden tones but not overly yellow. Make them look realistic. You know, change the prompt, edit it until you've got an image that you're happy with, and it generates images that look great every single time. If you're really stuck and things keep going wrong, tag me in the school group and I'll give you a hand. I love doing it, and I'm sure we can get you a graphic that's working, and I'm sure I can help you. But after 5 generations, it should be very clear what the AI gets wrong about your thing, and hopefully you can have fixed it every single time, and then you're ready just to put the context in, and it's very, very reliable. And the final things I want to talk about is adding complexity, and these are sort of my closing comments on this, because there are some people that are going to get this really easily, and they want to make some additions and complexity. Now, if you want to up the complexity, great, but you need to be generating on-brand graphics without errors first. You need to fix what you have before you improve it. I think that's just a good rule for anything, and it's something me and my brother will definitely advocate a lot for everything to do with AI, and just in general in life. There are a few ways we can edit an image. We can either take a graphic we've created and start a new conversation and make additions with a single prompt, like add a Santa hat to the top of the text box, keep everything else the exact same. Or we can use the select tool. And the select tool, you basically just click on your image and we can select different bits. So if I was using it here, I might want to select these parts here and change the text to something. I might just say, change the text to this, keep everything the exact same. And it's as simple as that. That's how you're going to make changes. The other thing I will say is if you want to do like a really complex design, what you can do is do one generation of the image and then do another generation where you input that image and tell it to make changes rather than trying to do everything in one context window. So you can get one thing right and then add the complex element to it. But mess around with it. If you want to add more text boxes, mess around with the prompt, add new bits here. So if you've got, I don't know, you want to have an animated icon here, not animated, just an icon here. You could add an icon section to this where you describe what the icon should look like. And then you just need to change that every time. But I hope you've enjoyed this. I hope you found it helpful. I will love to see what you generate with these prompts and the images you create for your brands. Tag me in a school group with them. I want to see your wins. I love to see your wins. So tag me in them. Let me see them. And I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching and taking the time. And I hope you're enjoying the community.
Hello and welcome to this video lesson on how to build this ridiculously powerful customer support agent. It's going to take all of your incoming inquiries, classify them as to what type of inquiry they are, and then it's going to use an agent to consult its knowledge base, its memory about that customer, and then it's going to construct a reply. This is ridiculously powerful if you can give it a sort of sales slant, because we all know how important the speed of response to a sales inquiry is to the overall conversion rate. So guys, let's get started with a demonstration. I'm going to start here on this dummy email account and I'm going to send the agent a message. So rugby accident, hello. And this is a true story as well, by the way, guys. At the back here, I lost a tooth when I was younger. It was not fun, not enjoyable at all, but it's all sorted now. So I lost a tooth whilst playing rugby and I need a dental implant. What are my options? Right, and kind regards. Shall we fix the spelling, guys, today? Yeah, go on then, why not? Right, there we are. I'm going to send that now. And oh my goodness, there's a spelling mistake down here even. Wow, what's going on? Right, I'm going to send that now and let's take a look at the automation so you understand how it works. Now, I'm going to execute this so we're going to get the response, but essentially we're monitoring that inbox for new emails. It's then going to take that email and decide whether or not it needs to classify it based on whether or not it's got a label. Now, a label is just like an overall broad category that it's going to assign to an inquiry. We've got here sales, support, marketing, and finance, and it's just going to decide whether or not this email fits into one of these. This is good because in the future we can create a different agent for a different type of inquiry, and that makes it even more powerful. But for now, we're just going for a mid-level of complexity. This is like advanced in the sense that it's got access to really human-like memory, but also we're just going to feed all of the inquiries into the same agent for now. So if it doesn't need to classify, it's going to go straight to the agent, and the agent then is going to use GPT 4.0 to understand what the message is saying. It's going to consult its memory and its knowledge database for what information it needs to pull. Then it's going to use these Gmail nodes to send it through, and this is just like to keep everything safe. It marks it as unread so it doesn't get caught in a feedback loop. But now that's done, let's head back across, and here we go. We've got a response. Hello, thanks for reaching out. We're here to help you explore dental implant options for replacing your tooth lost during rugby. Here's some essential information. Now you see these little bits here. This isn't anything to worry about. This is just a mistake from the agent in terms of its system prompting. So let's reply to this agent, give it another inquiry, and see how it responds. Is that possible? Right, let's send that and see what we get back again. Okay guys, and we've got our response, so let's come down and have a look here. There we go. We've also got information about the braces too. So as you can see, this is really awesome, and this is a really cool automation. So let's not waste any time. Let's get this built out for you. I'm going to come up here, create a new workflow. So let's get started. The first thing I'm going to do is add a Gmail trigger, and that's going to be on message received. Then I'm going to need a credential to connect to. So I'm going to head across to console.cloud.google.com. I'm going to create a new project, and very simply, I'm just going to call it Gmail Customer Support V2. I'm not going to attach it to an organization for now, and I'm going to wait while that sets itself up. Once that's done, I'm going to select that project, and then I'm going to come down to APIs and services. When I'm here, I'm going to click OAuth consent screen, and that's going to give me this blue button here to get started to configure the app properly. So here we are. I'm going to do Gmail Customer Support V2. For the email, I'm just going to use the email that I've already got, and I'm actually going to copy it because I'm going to need it in a second too. I'm going to press next, and it's going to be external. For contact information, I'm going to put that email address in again, and finally I'm going to agree to the terms and conditions without reading them because I am a rebel, I suppose, like everyone else. But anyway, once that's done, I'm then going to type in Gmail API, and I'm going to press enable. Once that's finished setting up, I'm going to create credentials. So I'm going to press that create credentials button here. And oh dear, we've got an error, so that's fine. I'm going to come back to OAuth consent screen, and I'm going to create an OAuth client. Here, I'm going to select web application. And again, I can just call it Gmail Customer Support V2. Nice and easy. Now for this authorized JavaScript origin, I'm going to need to add a very specific URL. And don't worry guys, because you can find that URL in the supporting document. Now I'm going to come down to the authorized redirect URLs first, and I'm going to paste all of this in. I'm then going to take this part only. Okay, so just OAuth nan.cloud, and I'm going to paste that in the authorized JavaScript origins. I'm then going to press the blue create button. Once that's done, I'm going to get all of this, and I'm going to download that JSON. You don't actually need it specifically for what we're about to do, but it's good to have it safe somewhere. Next up, I'm going to come across to audience, and I'm going to come down to test users. Now for test users, I'm going to put in my own email address, and I recommend that you do the same. But if you want to run this on a different email address, like a client email address or something like that, you can put it in there. And also guys, if you were setting this up for a client fully, there are a couple of extra steps that you would need to go through to get this app verified. So this is just a quick introduction. If you need help with the full verification process, let us know in the group. So let's save that now. Once that's done, I can head back across to my workflow, and I can press create new credential. I can then come down to sign in, and I can select the account that I'm trying to sign in with. It's going to ask me if I want to give it access to all of that data. That's fine by me. And once that's done, I can head back to my module. Actually, I am going to want to make sure that I've got the right name here. So I'm going to put the email address in, and I'm going to put V2 because we're making V2 of that app. Once that's done, I'm going to save it, and I'm going to head back to the module. So poll times every minute is absolutely fine, and the event is message received. I'm going to want to switch the simplified button off, and then I want to come down to filters. I want to come down to read status. I want to make sure it's unread emails only. Once that's done, I'm going to fetch a test event. Okay guys, there we go. Let's head down to the text here. Let's see what type of inquiry we got. Hey, I'm looking for some dental implants to replace a tooth lost playing rugby. Can you help me? That actually happened to me, believe it or not. Not fun at all. Once that's done and we're happy with that, we can move on to our next module, which is an if module. Now, an if module is going to enable us to create two different branches depending on whether or not this email has been categorized yet or not by those label IDs. So what we're going to do, we're going to come to label IDs here and we're going to drag it into here. We're going to change this to contains, and you will need a little bit of foresight here because you're going to need to know what those categories are going to be. Obviously you can put dummy ones in for now and then go back and change them, but it's better if we have a plan to begin with. So for me it's really simple. I'm going to do sales. I'm going to change this to or, by the way, or I'm going to have issues, and then I'm just going to copy this across. This is again going to be contains, and this one is going to be support. My next category, again making sure that's or and that this is contains, is going to be marketing. And my final category, again we're going to do label IDs, and again it's going to be contains, is going to be invoicing. Now up until this point you're going to see all of these being red, and that's because we haven't converted the types where required yet. So let's toggle that on, and as you can see it's now working. So let's execute that step and we should get nothing in the true branch and something in the false. So let's wait and see. So there we are. In the true branch we've got no output data because this email does not have any of these labels, but in the false branch we've got this, which is the message that we're working with. So this is exactly what we're looking for. And if we come back to the canvas here, we can see we've got this true branch and we've got this false branch. We're going to ignore this true branch for now and we're going to continue with this false branch. So we're going to press that plus button and we're going to create a text classifier. Now this is one of the cooler modules on NAN, and it's going to allow us to take a piece of text, set some categories, and then assign that text to some categories. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come down and I'm going to find the text from the email, so as you can see here, and I'm going to drag that up into the text to classify box. I'm then going to add my categories, which if you remember were sales, support, marketing, and finally invoicing. Once that's done, I'm going to give each one a description. So this is going to be anyone inquiring about our dental products or services. This one for support is going to be anyone asking general support questions not related to making a booking. Then I've got marketing. Anyone trying to sell us or advertise, trying to sell to us or advertise something to us. So this could be cold email, it could be those blasts that you're on, all those sorts of things. And finally, we've got invoicing. And for invoicing, any query relating to a payment due or a payment owed. Now guys, the reason that this is really powerful, and this is like, today I'm showing you like probably a middle of the road bot, so like I'm showing you something that's like relatively complex but not like super complex, but you might actually want to build out different agents to deal with different inquiries, and this text classifier node is going to enable you to do that with like frightening precision. So it's really cool. Once you're happy with your categories and your descriptions, you need to add a model. So I'm just going to add OpenAI. I'm not going to use Mini actually because I have had trouble in the past, and even though it's a little bit more expensive to use 4.0, I think that getting the classification right is such a fundamental step that that's what I'm going to do for this example. Okay guys, and there we go. So now we want to go back and test. Now the inquiry that we've got to me is a sales inquiry, and it's really important that you do test this step because if it's classifying to the wrong place, it's not going to be good for you. So let's execute this step now and see what we get back. Okay guys, and there we go. It's correctly classified it as a sales inquiry. So that's exactly what we're looking for. So now that we've done that, we're ready to start adding those labels into Gmail. But before we do that, we need to head across to our Gmail account. And on the left here, we're going to have the option to add labels. Just press that plus, type in your label name, and then once it's created, you can come down to the three dots and you can change the color here on label color. You're going to want to add all of the labels that you need, because if you don't have them, you're not going to be able to do the next step. So before you add the next nodes, make sure that you've done that. I'm going to head back across to my workflow now, and I'm going to type in Gmail. I'm going to move this big head out of the way there, and I'm going to select Gmail. Then I've got this add label to message node. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is make sure that I'm connecting to the correct account. And then I've got this here, resource message, operation add label, that's everything I want. But then I've got message ID. So up here, I've got this ID value that I'm going to paste across there. And as you can see, that's pulling through that message ID. Once I've done that, I'm then going to select the label name or ID. So again, this is going to be sales for this first one. And this is good because I'm going to be able to test it straight away, because the first email that we've put through is a sales inquiry. So this should now add a sales label to our email. So let's have a look. Yep, success. As you can see there, that's what we're looking for. If we come back across here and we refresh, we should see this now with that sales label. Perfect, exactly what we're looking for. Once that's done, I'm going to come back to my canvas and I'm just going to duplicate that. Once I've done that, I'm going to drag it across. And I'm going to do the same thing, but this time I'm going to change it to support, and I'm going to get rid of sales. Once that's done, again, I'm going to drag that over, and I'm just going to duplicate. And you get the idea. I'm going to do the same thing now for marketing. There we are. I'm going to get rid of support. And finally, one last duplication here, guys. And I'm going to drag, oh, let's move that one up a bit. And I'm going to drag this into here, and then this. And we're just going to change this one out for invoicing. There we go, guys. Once that's done, we are all set up. But things are starting to look a little bit messy, too messy for my liking. So I'm going to come down here and I'm just going to tidy up a bit. And look at that. We're starting to look better already. And now we're ready to move on to the next step, which is a cool one. And we're going to add in our customer support agent. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to come up here, AI, and we're going to select an AI agent. But before we do anything with it, let's drag it out and let's connect everything up, because it's just going to make it a little bit cleaner, and it's also going to show you how the flow is going to work. And now do not forget this true branch as well, because we definitely need that, because if it's already been classified, it doesn't need to go through this step, right? So once that's done, let's tidy it up and we're almost ready to get going. The next thing we're going to do is add our chat model. So I'm going to come down to here, and again, I'm going to be using OpenAI today, and I'm not going to be using 4.0 mini because I need something a little bit more powerful. So I'm going to be using 4.0. I'm going to select that, and then I'm going to come back to my canvas. And as you can see, things are getting a bit crazy here. Let's tidy that up, see what we've got. Right, there we go. Cool. Next up, we need to add our prompt. Okay guys, so the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to come into here and I'm going to, okay, the point below, and I'm going to paste this prompt in. Now, as you can see, that should pull through the text automatically, but if it doesn't, execute the step with this prompt in, and then you should be able to gather everything that you need. We're then going to come down to here and we're going to press add option system message. Now for the system message, again, you can head across to the document and it's going to have a prompt template for you to use. Now, as you know, we're creating this for a fictional business called the White Smile Dental Co. Okay, so our prompt is going to relate to that. You need to go through and change these sorts of bits so it doesn't relate to the White Smile Dental Co. It relates to your business or the business that you're building this for instead. Once that's done, you're almost ready to go. We just need to now add in our knowledge base. So we're going to head back. And actually, before we do that knowledge base, we're going to add some pretty cool memory as well. So let's head here and we're going to come across to Zep. Now, Zep is really, really cool. And the first thing we need to do is set up a credential with it. I'm not going to go massively in depth into why Zep is so powerful for your agents, but essentially it gives them a human-like memory because it saves all of the inquiries that they get as like a web of information, but it also assigns it to a single customer or single conversational inquiry. So it's super, super powerful. All you need to do is press the big blue sign up button at the top. And by the way, guys, I'm really colorblind, so that I just, as I'm saying it, I'm like, maybe that's purple. I don't know. Am I wrong? Pff, you tell me. But right, all I'm gonna do there is I'm gonna sign up. Okay guys, once you sign up, you're going to get this account ID. You're going to have a chance to change the product name. So let's change that there. This project description doesn't really matter too much, but I'm going to save those changes. Once that's done, I'm going to add a project key. So I'm just going to call this N8N like that, and I'm going to create that key. Once you've done that, you can get this project key here, and I'm going to head back across and set up my credentials. So I'm going to put that in. The API URL is not relevant because we're using cloud, so you can toggle that across and then press save. Once that's done, head back, and now we can configure this module. We're going to change this to define below as well. Now, what I'd recommend using for the key is the customer's email address. So if you can come down to that, trigger and find that email address, that's going to be the best way to go about it. And this is the email that it was sent to. Can we see the email that it came from? There we are. That's the one. Put that in as the key, and then that's what the inquiries are going to be saved under. Once that's done, let's go back to our canvas, and now we can add our Pinecone database. So we're going to move this out the way so it's not bothering us, and we're going to press this plus. We're going to move this big head out the way so that's not bothering us either, and we're going to type in Pinecone vector store. And again, we're going to need to create a new credential, so we're going to head across to Pinecone. Again, as well as with Zep, if I mentioned it or whether I forgot, I can't remember, which is funny because it's a memory module. But anyway, you're going to sign up for Pinecone, and that's going to be free, as is Zep, to a certain trial balance amount. Once that's done, you're going to be on this screen here, and it should give you an API key straight away. But let's say, like me, you didn't save it. So what I'm going to do instead is create an API key, and I'm just going to call it N8N. I'm going to make sure that its permissions are all, and then I'm going to create that key. Once I've done that, I'll be able to copy the key, and I can head back across to my workflow and put that in, and my credentials are set up. But I'm not done with Pinecone yet. There's a little bit more that I need to do on the platform to configure everything. I'm going to come back across, and now I'm going to want to create an index. So I'm going to press database here, and I'm going to come up to create an index. Now for this index, I'm going to call it, and remember guys, there are limitations on the characters we can use. I'm just going to call it White Smile Dental Co. In terms of the configuration, I'm going to come across to text embedding 3 small. I mean, to be honest, if I was doing this for a client and I'd worked out all of the costings, I'd probably use large instead, just because you're going to get slightly better results in terms of the way that the information is stored and the way that it's retrieved, okay? So that is an option for you guys. If you feel that you're not pulling the right information or getting the information right all the time, then you can go for large instead of small. But today we're going to be going with small. Once that's done, for the dimension, I'm going to change it to 1536, and I'm pretty much done. Because I'm on a free account, I'm limited to the cloud provisions and the regions that I can choose. Obviously, if I'm in America, I'm going to use an American region. If I'm in the EU, I'm going to use Ireland. And once that's done, I'm going to create that index. I'm going to wait for that to be done. So it's just initializing. And when that's ready, I can head back across to my workflow. Now I'm going to press the cross there, and I'm just going to give it a name. Yeah, company. So I'm going to come down to here now, and I'm going to give it a name. So company underscore knowledge underscore base is absolutely fine. For the description, we're going to use something pretty simple. Something like this, doesn't need to be a big deal. And then from the index, we're going to pick this one here. I'm going to increase the limit to 10, and I'm going to keep include metadata on. Now that I've done that, I need to add an embeddings model, and that needs to line up with the embeddings model that I've already selected. So as you can see, I've got text embedding 3 small. So right, that's a little bit messy now, so let's clean it up. We've got that in there, but there's no information in that. Database yet. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come across to another workflow. Now, you should be familiar with this workflow. If you're not, no worries. I'm going to run you through it now. It's very, very simple. We have an on-form submission. These are the settings. You don't need to worry too much about all of this, but it's just got an option to upload multiple files. And that's just going to allow us to upload files to N8. So I've got a Pinecone vector store node here, and that's going to allow me to insert documents into an index of my choice. So let's have a look at that list there. White Smile Dental Co, that's the one I'm looking for. And I'm going to keep the embedding batch size the same too. So it's nice and simple. Final bits I need to do, obviously I need to add a model. So here, let's see what we've got. Text embedding 3 small. Here we've got a default data loader, type of data binary, load or input data, data format, automatically detect via MIME type. And then here we've got a recursive character text splitter with a chunk size of 1000. You can just copy this exactly as it is, pause at each point, make sure all the settings are the same, and it's going to work for you. Now for this next step, I'm going to need a knowledge base set up and ready. So I've got this knowledge base here that is completely made up. All right, guys, this isn't for a real business. We just pulled it together for this video, so this is what we're going to be using. So let's head back across to our RAG database updater, and I'm going to come onto here, and I've got this test URL. I'm going to press execute step, and it should open the form for me. I'm then going to come to choose files, and I'm going to select this file here, and I'm going to submit it. When that's done, I'm going to head back here, and I should be able to see my file here, and there we've got it. There it is. And there it is, we've got it. I'm then going to come across to this module here, and I'm going to execute this step. Okay guys, and as you can see, that has been successful. If we head back across to Pinecone and we come down to our index, we should now see all of these things populating. So here you go, bit of cost here related to something, can't tell what. Special flossing techniques required, root canal therapy, all of this kind of stuff you can see. It's nice and ready to go. Awesome. Once that's done, we are almost there, guys. We've basically set up our agent now. So let's give it a quick test. We're going to execute this step and see what we get out. Okay guys, so let's move my head across there. Thanks for reaching out to us about dental implants. It's got all of the information and it gives a breakdown of the cost. So this is nice, this is good, this is exactly what we're looking for. So next, we're nearly there guys. Next we're going to be adding another Gmail module, and this is going to be the send message module. And in here we're just going to make sure we've got the right account connected. Then the resource is going to be message, the operation is going to be reply. For the message ID, we're going to come down to our Gmail trigger, and we're just going to take that ID and drag it across. Oh, nearly there guys, there we go. We're going to drag it into there. For the email type, we're going to change it to text, and finally we're going to put that output in. Once that's done, we're going to test it by executing that step. And there we go guys, we've got confirmation here that that has been done. So let's head across to our test inbox now and see if we've received that. Okay guys, and there you go, you can see it in there. Let's click through to it. Here we are. So a little bit of formatting issues here, but nothing that's going to take too long to sort out. We can just change that in the agent prompt. But as you can see, that email has successfully been sent and everything that we need is in there. And in terms of how I would fix something like that, because maybe that's a problem that you guys are going to get as well, I would come down to this here and I would say plain text replies only. Okay, because I don't want any of this. This is trying to bold these, but it just makes it a bit messy. So let's execute that step again. Okay guys, and they're still in there, so that's fine. So what I would put in perhaps is don't use for bold. And let's execute that step again. Okay guys, and there we go. You can see that's been successful. It's removed all of those bits. So now we are happy with that and it's formatted a little bit better. So there is one final step that we need to take, and it is another Gmail node. So head across back to that plus icon and then to Gmail. And all we're going to do is mark the message that we've just sent as read. And the reason that I do this, it's not like strictly necessary, but in the past, I've had a bot get into like a weird feedback loop with itself because of this, or for what, not because of this, but this is like a fix for that. So if for whatever reason the bot starts trying to reply to itself, this will mean that it won't, because we're filtering out all unread messages. So you're not going to get caught in that horrible loop. So right, all you need to do is take the ID from the previous module, and that's it. That's all you need to do. So let's execute that step. And there we go. Done guys, there we are. We have built that out together, and now we've got a pretty badass
customer support agent that operates through Gmail. I hope this has been a helpful build for you. I hope it's something that you're going to see the power that it possesses. It's particularly good for sales inquiries, for example, where we know that the speed of response is super vital and highly important for whether or not that customer will end up purchasing. So guys, thank you very much for spending all this time with me. Thank you for being here with me during this build, and I hope that this has been helpful. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to this video about how to build an email marketing agent. And I'm not going to waste any of your time. I'm going to jump straight into showing you just how powerful this bad boy is. So I've got this request loaded up and ready. And just for your context, we've set this up. This is a fake system, but we've set it up for a go-kart track in the UK just for demonstration purposes. So that's why we're saying about a great after work activity. So there we go. We've received that request. Let's head back across to the workflow and let's take a look together at how this works. So first of all, it's going to get that request through Telegram and it's going to confirm that it's received it. Then it's going to send it to an email copywriter that's going to write the copy using Claude, but it's also going to select an image for the hero section. It's then going to send that to Creatimate, which will create that hero image. It's then going to wait whilst that's processed, and then we're going to tidy up some HTML because we're going to build a HTML template in B3. We're going to stick it in here, and then we're going to tidy up to make sure that we can use N8N to send it to SendGrid. When it's in SendGrid, it's going to be ready and in a draft, so you can just go in and press send if you want. But we're also going to send a test email to an email address of your choice so you can have a look at it in real time. And then finally, we're going to confirm on Telegram that that's all taken place. And it takes about 30 seconds for this automation to run, so it's super fast. Anyway, let's head back across to Telegram and take a look. There we are. Your email is ready. Please check your inbox or SendGrid. So let's go across to our inbox. Here we are. Beat the commute home this summer. After work thrills. There we go. We've got a picture there of trackside by a bar. We've got skip happy hour. Choose high speed thrills. Tired of the same old boring after work routine. You get the message. I think what will probably stand out to you guys is that this is really high quality for something that AI has produced in 30 seconds. And before we go any further, I just want you to sit there for a second and imagine if you had this power at your fingertips. Let's say that you're, I don't know, you fancy a rest, or maybe you've gone fishing, you're doing something a bit naughty. Maybe your boss, your business partner, whoever it may be, says, hey, we've got to do this email about a promotion. Can you get it sorted? And then literally you go onto Telegram, post a quick message requesting an email, and within 30 seconds it's ready. You can send it to them as a draft. That is super powerful. And also as well, this is just like a simple template. I wanted to use the same brand that we used in the hybrid system as well, just so you get an idea of how these systems develop and how they grow and how we build them. But as you can see, you can make this way more complicated, right? We could put more image sections in here, and that's actually what we do when we build these kind of things for clients or just for our own personal use. So yeah, hopefully you like that, guys, and hopefully you're excited to get started yourself. Remember, we've got this document in the community, so you can go and take a look at that, and that's going to give you a step-by-step, but it's also going to have all of these important links. So anyway, let's get started. Okay, so we've got a brand new workspace here, but before we begin, remember you can just import the template yourself and it's going to be a lot easier. The reason we do these step-by-steps is because we find it's better for helping you understand how we think when we're building them, but also it helps you troubleshoot a bit more. That being said, if you've imported the template and you've got any problems, drop a message in the group, because this is actually a little bit of a tough automation. It was tough for me to build in places. But anyway, let's get started. Right, so the first thing, we're going to get a Telegram node here. We're going to move my big head out the way over there for now. I'm sure it'll be in the way later. And we're going to come here. Now we need a credential to connect with. So you should have a link on the document to the bot father. And we're going to start a chat with the bot father now, the king of the bots. Right, we're going to open in web. And when we're here, we're going to type /new bot, and that's going to allow us to create a new bot. The first thing we're going to need to do is select a name. So I'm just going to call it Aussie Marketing Email Bot 2. Okay, I'm going to send that. And now we need to have a username. So I'm going to keep it pretty similar. I might get rid of everything here and just call it something like that. Let's see if that's available. Perfect. Okay. Now don't worry, guys. Any API key that you see in this video, I'm gonna shut down immediately after I finish filming, because I don't want you guys, racking up bills, using my credits, anything like that. Not that the risk is so big with Telegram, but still, not gonna take that risk. So we're gonna take that API key and we're gonna head back across to NAN. Then we're gonna create a new credential and we're just gonna put that access token in, and we're gonna name it as well. So what did I call it again? It was, let me remember. God, my memory is shot, guys. I've been working too hard. I'm just gonna call Aussie Marketing Email Bot. Okay, I'm just going to call it that so I can remember what it is. I'm going to save that and it's going to test it. Let's see where we are. Perfect. Right, and we're in there. We want to trigger on a message, and then we can keep all of these fields the same. We're absolutely happy with all of that. So let's head back across to Telegram and let's actually have a chat with our bot. So I'm going to start here, and just because I want some data to pin as we're building this out, I'm going to send a request. So, hey, can you write an email about birthday parties for kids and our venue? Just something super simple, right? But before I press send on that, I'm actually going to execute this step. So it's listening. Okay, nothing there, that's fine. Let's send that now. Maybe should have sent that first. Going to head back across and execute again. All right, perfect. We've got this here, and I'm going to tick the pin checkbox in that top right hand corner. Awesome, that's our first step done. Next up, I'm going to add another Telegram node, and this time it's going to be a send message node. So I'm going to come down to here, send a text message, that's fine. I'm going to make sure that I'm on the right bot there. Now I'm going to find the chat ID, which is here. I'm just going to drag that in. I'm going to come down to this add field, append NAN attribution. I'm going to get rid of that so it doesn't say sent by NAN. NAN plugging themselves on our Telegram bots, whatever next. What has the world come to? Anyway, right, in this text I'm just going to say, thanks, we're working on it now. Okay, just simple. It's just confirming that the request has been received. You can skip this step if you want. I just like it because I'm painfully British and manners are everything. So, right, next up then, now we are going to add an agent. So we're going to come across here and we're going to press add an AI agent. And when we've got that in here, we're going to change this to define below. I'm then going to head across to our document and I'm going to find this prompt. Now, obviously, you're going to want to change this prompt in a couple of ways, depending on what you want to do. So let me just copy and paste it first, and then we can talk through the prompt properly together. Because as you guys know, the prompt is really important. So the first part of this prompt, let's load it up here. We're taking the request, and it's not actually, yeah, it's an email request, that's fine. Right, so we've got our Telegram triggers, and that's just giving the information. So as you can see, if I move my big head, you're going to see, hey, can you write an email about birthday parties for kids and our venue? Then further down, you're an expert marketing copywriter, all makes sense. This is giving an order for the tools that it's going to use, a little bit of a writing style, and then finally we've got the response format and a little bit about the hero image text. Now, if you were building a more complex email template, then you would add more bits into this response format, right? Because you'd have more dynamic areas that you wanted to change the content on. If you're going to build something simple like we've got here, then you can just keep everything the same. You obviously might want to change this writing style bit a little bit. But that being said, before we go any further, I'm also going to come down here and I'm going to add a system message. Now with this agent, I use the system message as a tone of voice guideline just because it's a good place to do it. It's super easy and it doesn't like completely destroy it. I just have a short tone of voice guideline like this. I mean, if I was building this out for a client, for example, then I'd add a knowledge base with a more in-depth messaging guideline and also a lot more information about the venue. I'm not going to do that here because it's not like important, and you guys at this point, if you're building an agent like this, you really should be comfortable with adding a RAG database to your agent. So I'm not, you know, there's just no point doing it here. But just so you know, this is how I would run it. I would have the prompt up here that's instructing it what it needs to do, and I would have the system message as a tone of voice guidelines. Right, let's head back because now we're going to add our chat model, and for this I like to use Claude for Sonnet. So I'm going to go and add that now. Guys, if that is something that you don't have set up, if you don't have Claude connected to your NAN, then I want you to head across to console.anthropic.com and I want you to add some credits to your account. Then you can get an API key and you can do everything that you need. This is one of my
test accounts that I use when I'm making these videos, because I don't want anyone burning through my credit card. That, yeah, as you can see, I've got 3 API keys there. You can build a ton, and you just can connect them to NAN, and it's super quick, super easy. Again, I'm not going to show you how to do it in this video. So let's have a quick tidy up to make our mothers proud. Next, I'm just going to add some simple memory, nothing too complicated. I'm going to change it to define below. I'm going to come down to this Telegram trigger. I'm going to have the from ID, and then I'm just going to take all of the chat information in there as well. That's actually coming through as object right now, which I don't want. So actually I'm going to take the chat ID instead. Yeah, that's better. They're the same. That's fine, no problem. And then I'm going to have the text in there as well. If I want, I can increase this. This is just going to make it easier to manage multiple requests through the same agent, maybe if you want to change or something like that. But we won't go in depth into this now, because again, if I was building out for a client, I'd do probably a ZEP memory database to make it a little bit better, and also I'd have an agent on the front here that was doing all of the chat, and then this would just be a copywriter. But that is beside the point, so let's move on. Next, I want you to head across to Google Drive, and I want you to build a folder like this. You can call it whatever you want. I've just called it Email Marketing Agent, and you need to make sure that it's publicly available. You're then going to upload some images, and those images are going to be email friendly. So think email friendly format. You want it as small as possible, basically, without destroying the quality. And then you're going to need to give a really descriptive title. Remember, in the community, in the group, we do have an automation that will automatically label your photos like that. So just go ahead and do that. It's going to be a lot quicker. But what this is going to do is allow the agent to pick between the images and choose the most appropriate one for the hero image. So go ahead and do that now. Once you've got that done, if you haven't integrated already NAN and Google's Cloud Console, you need to go ahead and do that as well. And again, remember, in the Learn NAN module, we've got a video covering that. It's super quick. It doesn't take long. So head there now if you don't know how to do that. If you've already connected your Google Cloud account and NAN, then you've got no problems. If you've got a Google Cloud account but you haven't enabled Google Drive, just head across and do that now. And this button for you will be Enable instead of Manage. Once you've done that, once you're back on NAN, you're going to come across the tool and you're going to get my big head out of the way, and then you are going to search for the Google Drive tool. When that's in place, you're going to change the resource to file/folder, and you're going to keep the operation on search. You're going to toggle this return all on, and then you're just going to filter to a folder. When you can choose the folder in here, you can type in the exact folder name. When that comes up, we're going to select that, and that means it's only going to search for images in that folder, which is exactly what we want. Once that's done, I'm going to head back to my canvas, and I'm going to finally click on my agent again, and I'm going to require a specific output formula. When I come back onto the canvas, I'm going to have the option to add an output parser, which I'm going to add a structured output parser. Now this is going to allow me to give it a JSON example that I want it to map its responses to. And if you remember, we actually have already done that here in this prompt, but we're just kind of making it mandatory now. So we're going to take all of that JSON, we're going to copy it, and we're going to come across to this structured output parser. There we are. Awesome. That is looking great. So everything is set up. Now we're just going to have a quick tidy up, and let's now execute that and see what we get back. Okay, we're back. So we've got this campaign name here. We've got the subject, we've got the headline, we've got the description, we've got the text here. Everything is looking great. This is exactly what we were looking for. So we are now ready to move on to the next step. And that next step is building an email template in a platform called BeFree. So we're going to head across to that platform now. And here you go. I've already got my template ready. Now, the reason that we're going to build on BeFree, and by the way, guys, it's free with 5 exports a month. So that's why I picked this platform partially, but also because it creates really nice, clean email HTML with a drag and drop builder. So it's really nice and easy. And because we're all about time and quality here, so we want to do things quickly, but we want them to be high quality. This is kind of the perfect platform, really. So this is what we've done. We've just got a logo here. We've got a nice hero image. We've got our text. We've got a button there, and yeah, we've basically got everything that we need. The only things that are going to cause us trouble here are potentially the logos, which we need to hard code the image in, but we'll do that when we set up our image hosting, and then also these social icons. We need
change the images for those later as well, but it doesn't take too long. But anyway, what you're going to do now is you're going to head across to B3 and you're going to create your own template. Look, if you're just interested in getting this set up at first to see how it works and sort of get your hands on it and just really get a feel for it, then don't worry too much about what it looks like. You just need to get something in there. You can even use a nice simple template. If you are building this, maybe for your business, for a client, for whatever it may be, and you want to spend a bit more time, then do that. That's no stress. You know, get it looking how you want, because this is one template, right? And this one template is probably the first one that you're going to show someone other than yourself. So you want it to be good. And once they like that one, they're going to be much more open to you building more templates or working with someone to build templates or whatever it may be. So spend the time if you need to, but if not, don't worry. Like, no stress. Just do whatever works for you, basically. And that is advice for life if ever I heard it. So head across to B3, set up your template, and once that's done, you can move on to the next step. Okay, once that's done, we're going to head to Creatimate and we're going to create a hero image template a little bit like this. So let's head across there now. Now, when you sign up, again, you're going to get some free credits. So it's great that you don't have to pay. You can have a play around with it. You're going to create... you just need to create something simple. So like this here, this is super, super easy, right? We've just created a little frame that we're putting over the top, a little bit of textured styling and that kind of stuff. And guys, like, to be honest, if we were shipping this to a client, we would spend a little bit more time on this, but this is just quick demonstration purposes. We've also got this little bit of transition at the bottom just to make it a little bit more interactive, a little bit more fun. So if we come back across here, you can see there, it just adds a little bit of visual intrigue. We'd probably actually use like a checkered flag or something like that just to make it a little bit more on brand. But anyway, if I head back to Creatimate, you just need to create something like this. Creatimate, super easy. We've got a guide again in the... Creatimate, again, is super easy. We've got a guide in the hybrid system, so you can head across there if you need more in-depth advice. But essentially, you can create a design and then you can decide which parts of the design are dynamic, which parts you want to change. So for us, we want to be able to change this background image, which is this chap looking a little bit like the Stig from Top Gear, if anyone remembers that or knows what that is. And then up here as well, we've got these two bits of text that we want to change. What I would say when you're doing the text, just make sure that here you've got this selected auto size font, fixed width and fixed height, because otherwise it's going to cause you a bit of a nightmare. But just create an email hero image. Again, this overlay style, really easy to do, really nice. And then just set the bits that you want to change using the AI agent as dynamic. So here we want this, and this background image to be changeable. Once you've done that, you can come up to here to use template. And here you're going to have API integration. You're going to click that and you're going to be able to copy a curl command. Once you've copied that curl command, you're going to head back across to NAN. Here you're going to go to a HTTP request. And you're going to come up to here in the top right hand corner and you're going to paste that in. Once you import that, that's going to do all of this good stuff. Look, our authorization is already in there and we've got our JSON here. But we are not done yet, guys. Now we need to map some of our dynamic fields. And that reminds me, I'm actually going to come back across to our agent and I'm going to pin this data so I don't have to go back later. Let's have a quick tidy up. There we are, right over here. Cool. Now, I'm going to come down here and I'm going to look first at this background image source. And over here, I've got this selected image URL. So I'm going to drag that in and I'm going to replace that Creatimate image. All right, there we are. Didn't like that, but that's fine. Here we are. Let's get rid of that. Remember, guys, you can just make this a little bit bigger to make it a little bit easier as well. Then I'm going to select this first bit of text here. And that's come from our agent as well. And this is the first part of our hero text. And then I'm going to select this second part too. Going to put that in there like that as well. Once we've done both of those things, we're pretty much ready. We can see there it's come through. This is what it's the text. This is what we're expecting the text to be. So we can come back and we can execute that step. Okay, we're just waiting there. And once that's done, we're going to get this URL. So what we can do is we can copy that URL and we can come and take a look. Okay, there we go. Now maybe I don't like the picture here, guys. I actually want it to pick a different picture. So what I might do is go back. I'm going to unpin this. And I'm just going to run it again and see if we get a different picture output. So let's have a look. Okay guys, so again, this time I'm just going to see, has it picked a different image?
Yeah, so this is a different image. I'm happy with that. So I'm going to come back across. I'm going to pin this. And now once more, I'm going to run this step. And probably, guys, what I would do is if I get an image that doesn't work with my headers, it's partially because I've picked a bad image, right? And I haven't formatted the images properly when I've done this, but that's fine. But if I had another image like this and we didn't like it, I'd probably head into that folder and delete it. But for these purposes here, I'm not going to do that. It's not that deep. This isn't a live system. You get the idea nonetheless. So let's have a look. Birthday fun book now. Much better. I like it. Cool. I'm happy now. So I'm going to come back across and I'm going to pin this data. Awesome. We are almost ready to move on to the next step. And guys, we're about to get into the hardest part of this. So make sure you're paying attention. If you're tired, so make sure that you're paying attention. If you're tired, shut the laptop, take a rest and come back when you're ready because we've got to get this part right. So let's get going. Okay, now we're ready for the next step. And I want you to head across and create an account on a site called Cloudinary. Now, again, this has got free trial, so don't worry, you're not going to be spending any money, but this is going to allow us to host our images and insert them into our HTML. So the first thing you're going to do when you've logged in is you're going to see here that you've got this ID. You don't need to do anything with it right now. I just want you to be aware of where it is because we're going to need it later. You're then going to come down to settings. And in settings, you're going to have the option to create an upload preset. So no, I'm not interested in my billing right now. I want to come across here and I want to create something like this. So see, I've got email marketing bot Aussie. You're just going to set that up. So you're going to set up a preset. So email marketing bot Aussie 2, for example. And then on this signing mode, you can put unsigned. Now, if I was doing this for a client, it would be signed. But for us guys, we're going to be quick. We want to be fast. So I'm not going to do that right now. You can set a folder here, but we're actually just going to do the folder slightly differently in the API call. It's probably me being a bit lazy, so whatever. But anyway, right, once you've done that, you're going to save that, okay? And you're going to make a note of that name because we are going to need it. I always forget, so I'll probably come back to this page in a second anyway. I'm then going to head across to assets, right? And when I come across to assets, I'm going to have the option to create a folder. I've got a few folders here. Come on, these guys. These are the same names, all of them pretty much. This is just a test account when I was testing this earlier. But what I can do is I can add another folder. So email marketing for v.2, for example. So I'm going to save that. Cool. Now that that's done, that's going to give me somewhere that I can upload files, and that's going to be really, really useful because we're going to need to host them in the HTML, and we don't want to do that through SendGrid because that makes it more complicated than it needs to be. It's easier to do it like this. And guys, you're only going to need to set this up once. We're also going to do anything that's hard-coded like the logos of social icons here, but we'll get to that very, very shortly. So now we can head back across here to NAN. And we're going to add another HTTP request. So let's go ahead and do that now. Now I'm going to head back across to our document because there's some bits that we need here. So first thing, this is going to be a post. And then over here we can come down and we need to copy. This is the link that we're looking for. So we're going to copy that and we're going to come back across to our workflow. And then we're going to paste that in here. We're just going to make sure there's no space there, which there was. And where you can see it says your account ID, we're going to head back across to Cloudinary. And this here is what we want. All right, guys? So I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to get rid of the your account ID bit and I'm going to put that in there. In terms of the authentication, we don't need anything because this is unsigned currently, so that's good. And now we've got some body parameters that we need to put in. So let's take a look here. We've got file, URL. So this is the URL that we're going to put in. So if we go here, and that URL is going to come from that creator made request there. So we're going to want to put that in there. Next up, let's see what else was on that list. We have the preset name. So upload preset. We'll copy and paste that and put that in here. Now, guys, I already called it, right? I said that I would forget what I called it, and I did forget what I called it. So sorry, guys. Sorry if you remembered and I didn't, and that's embarrassing. But that is life, I am afraid. Right there it was, email marketing bot Aussie 2. And right there, we're going to put that there. And by the way, guys, I do totally have an excuse for having a bad memory at the moment. And that is like, I've got a newborn. Well, not a newborn anymore, actually. He's like 6 months. So. But he's still a baby and he's waking me up all the time. And I'm always tired. But having kids is great, so I definitely recommend it. But anyway, right, next up, we have a folder, of course. And because I
I am obviously not sleeping enough. I have forgotten the folder as well. So let's head back across there. Let's take a look at that folder, and I believe it was email marketing bot v2, so that's fine. We can put that in, email marketing bot v2. And just before we test this, I'm going to head back across, and guys, you know it by now, I just want to pin this. Oh, I have actually pinned it already, see? Perfect. All right, and now let's test this and see what we get back. So there we go, guys. That has been uploaded now. So if we come across to our folder, this one here, can we see what's inside there? There we go. You can see that that has been uploaded and it is ready to be hosted. So that is awesome. Let's head back across to NAN now because we're ready to move on to the next module. I'm going to have a quick tidy up there. But the next part of this video is probably the most complicated, and it took me quite a lot of time to get right. Partly because I was being a perfectionist, which is a bad thing, but also because I wanted to make this as intuitive as possible for you, and I wanted you to do as little as possible outside of NAN. And that posed a couple of challenges. I think we've got a solution that's kind of like just about there. I mean, it works every time now, which is great. I wanted there to be less prompting outside of NAN, but we've got one prompt. So hopefully you can forgive me, guys, and I hope that you can see the time that went into this. And I don't know anyone else that has built this automation, right? I don't know anyone else that's building things like this. So hopefully you can appreciate that there's no real like YouTube video that's going to show you how to do it. So the video is in the community, right? And you got that video. So maybe we're the only people in the world teaching this. Who knows? I mean, I like to think that, but the world's a big place, so who knows? And there's many clever people out there. So next step, we need to clean the HTML of our template. But before we do that, we're going to head back across to B3 because there's a couple of things that we want to do, right? So you can see here, okay, we've got this K1 Speed logo. We've got both of them here. And actually, let's see what image storage we're using for them right now. Yeah, so these are hard-coded into Google, but that's fine. What I'm going to do is I am going to take them, okay? I'm going to download that or save it as an image. Okay guys, so back on B3, we want to hard code these image parts in, right? Because we don't want to have to always map them because they're always going to be the same. We're not going to be changing them. And on top of that, we also want to hard code these in because these are images too. But because of the way that B3 sets up social icons, we have to do it slightly differently. So let's start with these logos first. So what we're going to do is we're going to obviously have a copy of our logo and we're going to head across to Cloudinary. We're then going to upload that image of our logo, say. Okay, and when that's uploaded, we're going to copy that file. We're going to come back across to B3, and we're going to click on that image, and we're just going to change that URL, right? Nice and simple, and we're going to do the same for this one here. And as you can see, that's not going to change anything because the URL is leading to the same image. But what that does mean is that we've got that image hard-coded in. We know that it's safe to use, and we don't have to worry about that with our HTML template. Once you've done that, you're going to head up here into the top right-hand corner, and you're going to press Export. Now, you're probably only going to be able to export the HTML and images file. That's fine. That's going to be because you haven't got a pro account or whatever, and I don't even have the business account, or I'd definitely be minifying this code, but anyway, it doesn't matter, who cares? We're going to do something a little bit like that anyway. When you've downloaded it, you're now ready to move on to the next step, and you're going to head across to Claude. So once that's done, we're going to upload this folder, this file, to Claude. We're then going to come back across here, and we're going to open up this prompt, and let's take a look at this prompt together. So what this is going to do is it's going to replace all of these static parts of our email with dynamic variables. Now, I can tell you now, these dynamic variables are probably going to be wrong, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to come up as red, they're going to flash to us, and it's going to be really obvious where we need to put our dynamic variables in when we copy our HTML template across. So that's why we're going to do this. But also we're going to update those social media link images. And I've actually got these uploaded already, so let me show you in my Cloudinary account over here. Right, you can see these three. Obviously, if I zoom this to a client, I'll do the white ones properly. I'm just going to use these now for these purposes, because otherwise I'm going to spend even longer. And it's getting pretty late now, so yeah, I need to get this done. So I'm just going to use these, like I said. I'm going to copy those links, right? And I'm going to come back across to the prompt, and I'm just going to put them in there like that. And then those links are going to be the ones that I use when I come across the Claude. So let's go across here and we're going to put that in. So what this is going to output, and it will take a little bit of time, so don't expect it to do this immediately. This is like fairly complex because the HTML file is going to be quite long, 316 lines, as you can see. So I'm just going to put this in and I'm going to sit back, I'm going to get a drink of water, and I'll speak to you all very shortly when it's done. Okay, I'm back, and when it's done, you should get something like this. And don't worry about the fact that it's not pulling through images right now. It won't do, but what you just want to check is that these bits are right, and these bits look exactly how we want them to. They're going to be easy to replace. So then you can put it onto code view if you want. You can see there, everything is in there. Perfect. Right, we're going to copy that, and we're going to come back across now to our workflow. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a set node. Now this set node is going to enable us, so it's called edit fields now. We're going to, it's going to enable us to add our HTML in and actually realize all of those values before we put it through a cleaning process using some JS. So let's have a look what we need to do here. We're going to copy and paste that HTML that we took from here. We're going to copy that and we're going to paste it into this field. We're going to put this as HTML. Now obviously right now this is just going to be too crazy to deal with, but as you can see, we can see these bits here. Now you might want to check these yourself, like sometimes this gives you the secure URL. Sometimes I've had problems with that in the past. It's not crazy. I'm going to get rid of it. It's up to you. Try it both ways. It's no stress. Then I'm going to come down here to the AI agent and I'm going to replace this headline. So as you can see, I am able to see where I need to replace the dynamic variables by these red parts here. And that's why I put them in, right? Even though, because, you know, the names are going to be slightly different. You might call your module something different. I don't know. You might do something weird and wonderful. But just having these here is going to make it so much easier to see what you need to do. So let's put it in. And there is actually a weird thing on this template that I've noticed before, that it asks for the CTA URL multiple times. I'm not sure why that is, whether or not it's putting it on the image as well. That's the wrong one, that's CTA text, so that's fine. You've got to be really mindful when you're doing this that you're mapping the right things in the right places, or you're not going to get the results that you're looking for. So there we are, and then finally we've got the CTA text. Just going to put that in. There we are, going to strip this one out. And then at the bottom here, we've got unsubscribe links, and we're going to take care of that shortly. So for now, let's just put. Okay, so when we set up SendGrid, you're going to create an unsubscribe group, and you can go in and change that. I mean, it's not like super necessary right now, but if you're going to send live campaigns, then you need to do it. So maybe in this video, I might leave it just because it's pretty easy to do. But we'll see when we get there. We'll see what the time is. Obviously here as well, you've got right now year and you've got location name. So I'm going to change that to 2025, and then I'm going to change this to, okay. Right then, perfect. Once that's done, obviously you can come over here and you can check everything. You can see, okay, yeah, that's pulled through the image. You can see, yeah, that's got the headline, that's got the description text, that's got everything that we're looking for. And once that's done, I'm going to close that. And then I'm going to execute this step here. And let's just check. Yeah, there we go. We've got everything that we're looking for. It's come through beautifully. Right, what's up next then? Now we need to prepare this HTML to be sent as JSON via the SendGrid API. And this is where I had a little bit of trouble, just because basically a lot of the way in which HTML is formatted breaks JSON structure. And so like whilst I was able to do it myself, just go through and change bits and pieces, I had to find a way that if you didn't have the time or the knowledge how to do that, that you could do it as well. And this is what I came up with. So we're going to put in here a code node. Okay, and this is going to allow us to run a custom little bit of code. You're then going to come back across to your document. So let's see where we are here, and we're going to copy and paste the following code. So here we are, from the bottom to the top. There we go. Right, I'm then going to replace all of this. Goodbye, don't want it. See you later. Right, and once that's all in there, I've got this here, which is the HTML that I want to put in. So if you just want to make sure that you're definitely getting the right thing, you can go back across there and you can extract this. Let's execute this step now together and see what we get back. So look at that. Right, this is much cleaner HTML that is not going to break the JSON structure when we try and send it to SendGrid. And you can go back and you can have a look at the two, and you can see here there's a lot more spaces,
There's a lot more going on there than there is here, which is much cleaner, and you've replaced small bits and pieces. So yeah, pretty good. And we're now ready to start looking at SendGrid. So before we add another node, actually I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pin that, because again, we don't want to go back and forth all the time. We're now going to head across to SendGrid and we're going to set up our account. Again, there's a trial account there, so you're not going to spend any money on doing that, but it's going to allow you to get your feet wet and do everything you need to do. So let's head there now. Okay guys, once you've signed up, you should be seeing a dashboard like this, but it won't have any data running through it. So let's get me out of the way there. Move over to that side and let's see when we load. Right, perfect. The first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to come down to settings here. And here you're going to have sender authentication. You're going to click that. Okay, so it's going to give you the option to verify your domain. You need to go ahead and do that. It's pretty easy. Some domain providers, it does like an auto thing, which is nice and quick. But I mean, changing DNS is pretty easy. It should be something that you're able to do if you're building an agent like this. If you have any trouble though, just drop it in the group. It's pretty easy, so we're more than happy to help you. We've then got a single sender verification as well, so we're going to be using this email to send. You want to be doing that. You just need to have a real email address that can receive a code that you can then send from. Obviously, branded domains are going to be necessary for that, but for the domain as well. But guys, I'm hoping that you have something like that now. If not, you can just not send the test, and you can just move the email into the platform, for example. So get that done first. Next up, I want you to come over here, and where are we looking? On marketing and contacts. We want to come across to here, right? Now, when this loads, we're going to be looking to create a segment. So come here, create, and new segment. And it's really simple. Just give it a name, test, whatever, segment all contacts. And I just do something like email contains at, and that's just going to be everyone, right? Obviously, if you're doing this for a client, you build out different segments based on whatever it is. Maybe you add a tag to their contact when it's uploaded, if they've made like 3 purchases in 2 months or something like that. So they're like a big spender or VIP or whatever. And then you would just call it VIP list. And yeah, you would change this to tag equals whatever it is. But for this here, that's really easy. You would just save that segment. When you've saved that segment, let's go back to contacts. You're going to see these segments here. And if I click into all, I'm then going to have a list of all of the contacts, right? So if I look up here in the URL, this is my segment's ID. Now make a note of this because we're going to need it shortly. You don't have to use it right now, but you're going to want it later. Now obviously you can just come back here and get it, but make a note of it because we're going to be using it in our API call. Next up, we are going to set up our global suppression list. So when you come onto suppressions, you're going to come to unsubscribe groups, and then you're going to create a new group. Really simple, give it a name, give it a description, and when you've created it, you're going to get this ID here. You want to take this ID again, right guys? You want to note it down because we're going to need it soon. We don't need it right now, but soon we will, so again, just make a note of it. The final thing you're going to do is you're going to come across to settings, and you're going to come across to API keys. On the API key, you're going to create an API key, and you're just going to make sure it's full access. You're going to give it a name, obviously I just put NAN or whatever, and give it full access. Once you've done all of those steps, very excitingly, we are ready to add our first SendGrid HTTP request, and we can actually get that campaign in here. So let's come back across to NAN, and let's go for a HTTP request. Awesome. Right, this is going to be post, and then we're going to head back across to our document over here. I'm going to close some of these because they're just getting in my way. Right, we're going to come down here, and as you can see, we're up to this part here. So we're going to take this first, and this is the URL that we're going to put in to here. In terms of authentication, we're going to do a generic type. We're going to do a header auth. Now, guys, you should know how to do this. You're going to take your API key. You're going to put bearer in first. So bearer, then your API key, and just authorization here. Once you've done that, obviously give it a name. Don't be messy with your credentials. It's going to save a lot of time for you, okay? Once you've done that, we're going to come down here onto send headers. And there's only one header that we need to send, and that is this application JSON. So we're going to come across here, and then we can just put content type in here. Awesome. Once that's done, we're going to send a body field. I'm going to use JSON to do it. Now, obviously, we're going to map things to this, but first we're going to come back across to our document. And we're going to copy and paste the following. So let's have a look here. That's not actually the one we're looking for. Oh, no. Do I leave this in or do I not? Tell you what, I'll leave it up to the editor. That's normally what I do, right? Just avoid making difficult decisions myself. I'll be back in a second when I've got the proper document. Okay guys, here is that piece of JSON that we need to put in here. So let's put that in. Right, the first thing we're going to do is strip out these. So we're going to come back across to our AI agent. And this here is looking for the campaign name, so that's fine. We're going to drop that in there. And we're going to strip out the variable that we're no longer looking for. We've then got this segment ID here. Now this is what you're going to want to change with the segment ID that you set up using SendGrid. So you're going to come across to here, right? And remember, where did we set it up? Right, contacts, that's it. And I'm just showing you a second time because, guys, I know some of you are going to forget like I would. So no stress. Right, and you're going to copy and paste this part of the link, right? This is the segment ID. So what you're going to do, come across, segment IDs, in between those quotes. Boom, nice and easy. Then we've got here, we've got that subject line. So we're going to come back to our agent, our trusty agent, our copywriting agent. He's put all of this together for us. We're very, very thankful. It means that we can have a cocktail on the beach. Nobody needs to know. And anyway, right, next we want to do our HTML. So this is actually correct for me already, but what I would do is I would just drag that across, right? And I'd have that in there. And obviously you can see in the expression, we've got all of that lovely good stuff there. We've then got our sender ID, and the way that we find this is we head across to SendGrid, we go on settings and we select sender authentication. Then we come down to our single sender verification and we select that there. When we do, we're going to have this pop out bit here, but as you can see, we're going to get a number like this in the URL again. So you're going to select that and you're going to put that in here. And as you can see, it's already the same one that I've got, so I'm not going to change anything. And finally, you've got your suppression ID. Guys, you should remember how to do that, but if not, once more, let's have a look. We're going to come to suppressions, and then we're going to take the ID that we're looking for our global unsubscribe or whatever unsubscribe that it may be. Obviously, it can get complex there, but I'm not going to go into that. Right, once that's done, we're now at that exciting point where we can move this across to SendGrid. So let's execute that step and see what we get back. Perfect. If you're successful, you should be looking at something like this. And the way that you can test whether or not that has worked is you can come across to marketing, single sends, and now you can go and take a look for yourself. So here we are. This is the one. Right, let's have a look. Here we go. This is all of that HTML on the left, and there's the email that we're creating. Right, if we want to put mobile, there we go. We can have a look. I think that looks awesome, guys, for something that AI put together. Like, I don't think anyone would know that AI put that together. No, I really don't. Like, I see some of the emails that people send, like, sometimes from big brands. Like, oh, who's the one that always makes me laugh? You know, DAZN for, like, the boxing? Because I love the boxing. Well, I used to love the boxing, not so much anymore. But, like, those guys, like, the emails they send, like, they're crazy. They're, like, nobody's ever told them about, like, deliverability or, like, image to text ratios, anything like that. It's absolutely crazy, like, because, you know, it's a fairly big company. I mean, if anyone from DAZN is watching this, you've got to get on whoever's doing your email marketing, guys, because it's not good, right? They always go to my spam as well, so... But anyway, yeah, some of the emails that guys like that send are just so poor, and I think this is much, much better. It's really simple, and if you can put it together in like a couple of, 30 seconds, as we've seen, then, guys, I think that's awesome. I think that's really awesome. But anyway, right, I am rambling, so let's move back to the next step. So let's see, we've got that in there now, right? We've got that over there up to here. We've mapped everything and we've tested it. So we need to add a second HTTP to send a test. And what I am going to do, and you've probably guessed it, guys, I'm just going to pin that to keep it nice and simple and easy. Right, next up, another HTTP request. And then I'm going to head back across to our document here because, well, actually, no, the first thing I'm going to do is make sure that we've set this up correctly. So this is going to be post again. Why is my big head always in the way, hey? I've got it set as like small as possible on Loom, and my head is always still in the way. I don't know, what do you say about that? Right, so we've got this in here, that's the URL. We're going to go back to that header authentication that we set up in the previous step. We're then going to come across to here again, and look, we've got content type application /JSON. So let's just copy and paste that in as well. So we've got that header, and we've got that, and it is content type, as you can see. Then we're going to send a body, and again we're going to send this as JSON. We're going to come back across to our lovely document here, and we're going to copy and paste
the following. And again, there's just a couple of bits that we need to map in here. Nothing crazy, nothing insane, just nice, easy bits. Right, so we've got there, personalizations too. Now here, this is the email that you want to send it to. So look, guys, I'll level with you. I've got a more complex version of this agent. Kind of there, more here, but kind of there as well in the computer. And in that you don't have to specify the email address each time. Basically, the agent's going to be able to fill it. Okay guys, I'm going to level with you. I have a more complex version of this agent where you don't have to put the email that you want to send it to as like a hard-coded feature. But I'm still working on a couple of bits of that because basically that chains together multiple templates. So I will release it at some point. But for guys that are stuck with the video this long, just so you know, there's something cool, really cool coming. Right, so you're just going to put that email address in, all right? Simple as that. Next up, subject. Going to come back down to our trusty agent. I wish I gave him a name because I feel like, I don't know why, it sounds weird. I feel like he's my friend, you know, he's really helped me. I've come back to him so many times during this workflow. Maybe I'm going stir crazy because I've been recording for a while now. Right, we've got a from email. Obviously, put the email that you've got the single sender verification for in there. Otherwise, this isn't going to work. So remember, guys, we have got over here on our, where we're looking, sender authentication, we've got these email addresses under the single sender verifications. It needs to be one of these that is validated, and the domain needs to be validated as well for this to send. If you don't care about this step, then just skip it, it doesn't matter. Then we've got content, right? We've got type, text, HTML, and then we've got this here, which we are going to replace with the HTML from the code node. Okay, we're going to refer back to that. And as you can see in the expression, that's going to give us all of that lovely HTML. Now, this is exactly the same HTML as the HTML that we put in place for the SendGrid campaign upload. And I will actually go back to it in a sec because there's a couple of things I didn't say about it that I wish I did. So I'm going to go back to that shortly. But yeah, as you can see, this is ready to go. Let's execute that step now. And if you're successful, this is what you should see. And very shortly, we're going to come across to this inbox and we're going to see something come in there. But whilst we're waiting for that, I just wanted to show you on here. All right, so when we're on single sends, this is obviously like a newsletter / marketing blast / whatever large scale email sending platform. This part specifically, so you can send this to a ton of people. So like if you wanted to, and this is what you did, you could come through, check the email. If you're happy, then you would just review the details, pick the list that you want to send it to and send it. Super easy, super quick. So let's come back across here and see if we've had anything yet. There we go. It's come in there and we have got it. Perfect. Birthday fun book now. All of that information in there. We've got the button, we've got these social icons, we've got everything that we need, everything that we're looking for. And as you can see, it's looking great. So that's literally been from start to finish how we do this. And you can see now that I've got that test, which is awesome. Right, let's go on to the last step then, because if you remember on our lovely sheet here, we've got step 8 where we need to add a Telegram notification. So I'm going to come back across to the end. And this is kind of nice, right? Because we're going back to where we started. And you'll see what I mean by that very soon. So let's send a text message. Where's that? Okay, we've got it. And we're going to make sure that we've got the right bot on here. What did I call it? Email marketing Aussie bot? No, we called it Aussie marketing email bot. That was the one. Creative man that I am, as you can see, creative with my names. Right, anyway, we're going to come back across to this Telegram trigger and we're going to come down to this chat ID. We're going to put that in there. And the final thing we're going to do is we're just going to put, actually it's not the final thing because we need to get rid of that pesky NAN appendage. But before then, I'm going to put, your email is ready. Please check your inbox. You can put whatever you like here, obviously. It's not going to matter. Right, append NAN. Attribution, yep, I'm going to get rid of that, and boom, there we go. We can see that it's sent. If we come across to Telegram, there we go, that has now come to us. And guys, we have done it. Look at that. That is awesome. We've done the whole thing. Let's tidy it up so we can see the whole thing, and look at that, guys, start to finish. That is how we build an agent that sends emails. I hope that you have enjoyed this video. I hope it's been helpful and I hope it saves you a ton of time. I hope some of you get to spend more time with your kids or go and do something you enjoy, all while it seems like you're working super hard. So yeah, obviously, yeah, I like the power of this agent. I think it's amazing.
And this is just the start of something much greater. So we've got, like I said, an agent that has access to multiple templates, and it also has like more of a chat interface on the front end, which is really, really cool. But you've seen how to do it. You've seen how to do it with a simple template, and you now should have the skills to build out more complex templates if you desire. I mean, these simple ones are pretty good. And guys, simple normally works best, right? But anyway, if you have any questions, drop them in the group. If not, it's been great to spend this time with you. Thank you for listening to my voice for this long, and I hope to see you all in the group soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you for staying with me, guys. We have now reached the end, and I hope that you enjoyed that. And look, I'm going to level with you. If you want more systems like this, or you want to install all of our pre-built systems to save a ton of time, reduce your marketing costs by 90%, and actually just blow your marketing out the water and scale like crazy, you need to check the link in the description. All right, guys, thanks again, and take care.